Chapter 389. Su Yan didn't think of asking Ouyang Cheng for help. Looking at the long spear that was like a giant dragon flying towards him, he frowned slightly and tightened his grip on the ghost howl sword. His pupils shrank and a bright red light surged in his eyes. Facing such a powerful attack, he didn't back down. Instead, he took a step forward. Suddenly, the sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body started to circulate rapidly, and a powerful spiritual energy burst out. Then, his hands didn't slow down at all. The ghost howl sword in his hand started to dance, and in an instant, a whistling sound burst out. As the ghost howl sword spun, countless spiritual energy burst out and condensed into sword blades. What kind of 10,000 elephant divine skill is this? It's so powerful. Ouyang Cheng could not help but be startled when he sensed the energy that had gathered on Su Yan's ghost howl sword. A look of horror involuntarily surfaced on his face. He was a rank 8 Spirit Sea Realm cultivator, and Su Yan was only a rank 7 Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. Ouyang Cheng's strength was higher than Su Yan's, but when he felt this power, Ouyang Cheng actually felt inferior. Originally, he was worried that Su Yan wouldn't be able to defeat the 9th Underworld King, but at this moment, he vaguely saw a glimmer of hope and couldn't help but smile. In contrast to Ouyang Cheng's expression, Su Yan's face was solemn. The Perimeter Realm and the Spirit Sea Realm were basically two different realms. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to block the 9th Underworld King's attack. If he relied on the torrential storm of Rose Blossom's divine skill, it wouldn't be enough. Ouyang Cheng was standing a little further away, so he might not be able to feel it. The 9th Underworld King's attack was already close to Su Yan. Su Yan could feel how powerful this attack was. Just the torrential storm of Rose Blossom's divine skill was definitely not enough. Definitely not enough. Looks like this is the only way. Su Yan's eyes turned and the ghost howl sword in his hand swept out. Bang. Suddenly, the sword blade condensed on the ghost howl sword burst out and collided with the power of the mysterious heavenly break. Su Yan, I can't help but admire your strength, but... The 9 Nether King looked at Su Yan's explosive power, and the corner of his mouth suddenly floated into a smile. But do you think you can contend against my sky profound break with just this power? Let me tell you, it's not enough. As the 9th Underworld King laughed loudly, bing. The moment the long spear was pushed forward, a powerful light suddenly surged, and the already powerful force instantly exploded. What? This is... When Ouyang Cheng saw Su Yan unleash the torrential pear blossom storm, his heart was filled with joy. He thought that Su Yan could resist the 9 Underworlds King's mysterious skybreak, but who would have thought that the mysterious skybreak would become so strong? Level 3, no. This mysterious skybreaker might have already surpassed level 4. Every kind of 10,000 elephant divine skill was divided into different levels. The more powerful the 10,000 elephant divine skill was, the harder it was to cultivate, but as long as it was successfully cultivated, the power it brought could be said to be unparalleled. For more than a year, Ouyang Cheng had been receiving benefits from the 9 Underworlds King. He had also cultivated the mysterious skybreak with the 9 Underworlds King. The 9 Underworlds King had never told him the true meaning of the mysterious skybreak. However, Ouyang Cheng knew exactly how powerful the 4th stage mysterious skybreak was. The mysterious skybreak was only a profound rank 10,000 elephant divine skill. But if it was cultivated to level 4, its power would not be inferior to an earth rank 10,000 elephant divine skill. Earth rank, Ouyang Cheng did not dare to imagine. Moreover, he also knew how difficult it was to cultivate the mysterious skybreak. 1 year, he had spent an entire year, and only cultivated it to level 2. But the 9 Underworlds King had cultivated it to level 4. This time, Ouyang Cheng truly realized how powerful the 9 Underworlds King was. Su Yan, be careful. Ouyang Duan shouted worriedly when he saw this powerful force exploding. Unfortunately, it was all too late. The mysterious skybreak had already collided with the torrential storm of rose flowers. If Su Yan wanted to avoid it, it was simply impossible. After all, this was a level 4 profound rank 10,000 elephant divine skill. Bang, it was all too late. When the two 10,000 elephant divine skills collided, A loud bang was heard. This loud bang was like a thunderclap that shook the heavens. Under the powerful impact, a powerful heat wave exploded. Countless brilliance swept out, and everything around was destroyed at this moment. Even Ouyang Cheng, who was standing far away, was stunned. At this moment, under this powerful aftershock, his body couldn't help but be startled, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. When he came back to his senses, he saw the room in front of him that had been razed to the ground. A sorrowful expression immediately appeared on his face. Then his eyes turned, and a murderous intent surged in the 9 Underworlds King's eyes. 9 Underworlds King, I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Ouyang Cheng roared angrily. He gripped the long sword in his hand and leaped forward. Seeing Ouyang Cheng's attack, the 9 Underworlds King could not help but sneer. You overestimate yourself. Ouyang Cheng, since you're so stubborn, then don't blame me for being impolite. I'll send you on your way now. The 9 Underworlds King's eyes turned, and his body suddenly floated up. Looking at Ouyang Cheng's attack, he did not show any fear. Using his nimble body, he moved slightly and stepped back quickly, dodging Ouyang Cheng's attack. At the same time, his feet moved and his body flashed. He appeared on Ouyang Cheng's left side, and the spiritual energy in his body surged rapidly. He grabbed Ouyang Cheng's shoulder with one hand. Ouyang Cheng was shocked. He did not expect the 9 Underworlds King to be so fast after using the 10,000 Elephant Divine skill. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Although the 9 Underworlds King only used one hand, the powerful energy in his body made his hand grip Ouyang Cheng's shoulder like an iron clamp. Ouyang Cheng, I've already told you. If I can give you everything, I can also take everything from you. Now that Su Yan is dead, if you listen to me, I can still spare your life. The 9 Underworlds King looked at Ouyang Cheng with a sinister smile. Impossible. Ouyang Cheng roared when he heard the 9 Underworlds King's words. 9 Underworlds King, even if I, Ouyang Cheng, die here today, I will never submit to you. If that's the case, Ouyang Cheng, don't blame me for being impolite. The 9 Underworlds King's face darkened when he heard Ouyang Cheng's words. Then, spiritual energy surged from his hand that was gripping Ouyang Cheng's shoulder. Ouyang Cheng suddenly felt a huge pain. Bang! Then, the 9 Underworlds King waved his hand, and Ouyang Cheng was thrown out heavily. Senior brother Ouyang. At this moment, Xiao Linglong and a few other disciples of the sword burial mound rushed over. When she saw Ouyang Cheng being thrown out, Xiao Linglong was shocked. She activated her cultivation technique and hurriedly flew over to Ouyang Cheng's side. When Ouyang Cheng saw Xiao Linglong, he was shocked. He hurriedly pushed her away and said, Junior sister Xiao, let's go and inform the sect master. Tell him to kill the 9 Underworlds King and avenge me and Su Yan. What? Xiao Linglong rushed over when she heard the commotion. She didn't even know what was going on. When she heard Ouyang Cheng's words, she couldn't help but be stunned. Junior sister Xiao, there's no time to explain. Let's go, let's go. Ouyang Cheng said anxiously. He was already injured, and when he panicked, his blood rushed to his heart. Poochie! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Senior brother Ouyang. When Xiao Linglong saw how heavily injured Ouyang Cheng was, how could she leave? She hurriedly supported him. Seeing that Ouyang Cheng was still pushing her away, Xiao Linglong shook her head and said, No, senior brother Ouyang. How can I, Xiao Linglong, leave you here? I'm so touched. When the 9 Underworlds King heard Xiao Linglong's words, he sneered and looked at Ouyang Cheng. Ouyang Cheng, seeing how much you care about her, if I'm not wrong, this girl must be your beloved Xiao Linglong. What do you want? When Ouyang Cheng saw the 9 Underworlds King walking over, he panicked. He suppressed his injuries and stood in front of Xiao Linglong. 9 Underworlds King, I'm warning you. Don't mess around. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. You're welcome. When the 9 Underworlds King heard Ouyang Cheng's words, he burst out laughing. I say, why are there so many arrogant people in the sword burial mound? Just now, Su Yan was one, and you too, senior brother Su. When Xiao Linglong heard the 9 Underworlds King mention Su Yan's name, she immediately went forward and shouted, Who are you? What did you do to senior brother Su Yan? What did I do? Of course, I killed him. The 9 underworlds king smiled at Xiao Linglong's anger. He didn't care about her at all. What? When Xiao Linglong heard the 9 underworlds king's words, she was stunned. She couldn't help but take a few steps back and shook her head. No, impossible. When Ouyang Cheng saw Xiao Linglong's reaction, he felt heartache and sadness. His heartache made Xiao Linglong sad. What made him sad was that Xiao Linglong was sad because of Su Yan. Senior brother Ouyang, what he said isn't true. It isn't true, right? Xiao Linglong looked at Ouyang Cheng and mumbled to herself, Senior brother Ouyang, tell me, what he said isn't true, right? When Ouyang Cheng saw Xiao Linglong's reaction, he didn't know how to answer. When Xiao Linglong saw Ouyang Cheng's reaction, she immediately understood. While she was sad, she suddenly felt a surge of anger. She looked at the 9 underworlds king and shouted, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. As she spoke, Xiao Linglong leaped up and took out her sword to attack the 9 underworlds king. Junior sister Xiao. Ouyang Cheng wanted to stop Xiao Linglong, but it was too late. When the 9 underworlds king waved his hand, a surge of energy suddenly surged. Bang! Xiao Linglong didn't even have time to dodge and was sent flying. Senior sister Xiao. When the other disciples saw this scene, they also didn't know what was going on. When they saw Xiao Linglong being sent flying, they all came to their senses and ran towards her. When they saw that Xiao Linglong was injured, they all looked at the 9 underworlds king with killing intent. Chapter 390. Haha, I agree. When Ouyang Cheng heard the 9 Serenities king's words, he laughed ferociously. 9 Serenities king, let me tell you, even if I die, I will not submit to you. Give up, give up. In fact, with the 9 Serenities king's strength, if he wanted to kill Ouyang Cheng would already be dead. The reason why he could not bear to kill Ouyang Cheng was because of Ouyang Cheng's cultivation experience. He couldn't bear to waste a year's worth of time just to nurture a single person. However, he did not expect Ouyang Cheng to still be so stubborn at this stage. Good, good, good. The 9 Serenities king said, good, a few times, and a surge of anger surged. Then, a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Ouyang Cheng, since you are not afraid of death, I will fulfill your wish. Let me tell you, not only you, but the hidden sword tomb will also be destroyed today. As he spoke, the 9 Serenities king circulated his cultivation technique. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy pressure came out. Ouyang Cheng and the rest were stunned. Xiao Linglong frowned when she saw such a powerful force. She wanted to resist, but under the powerful spiritual energy pressure, she could not resist at all. Right now, the 2 of them were the strongest people standing here. If the 2 of them could not resist, what about the other disciples? The other disciples were completely paralyzed under the 9 Serenities king's spiritual energy pressure. They could not resist at all. 9 Serenities king, I will die with you. Ouyang Cheng roared when he saw this scene and rushed towards the 9 Serenities king. He did not use any moves, but he wanted to stop the 9 Serenities king so that Xiao Linglong and the rest could have a chance to escape. Unfortunately, Ouyang Cheng was too heavily injured. Just as he rushed over, he was caught by the 9 Serenities king. Ouyang Cheng, why are you in such a hurry to die? The 9 Serenities king grabbed Ouyang Cheng and sneered. Let me tell you, it is not that easy. Weren't you reluctant to betray the hidden sword tomb? Are you still reluctant to part with your beloved woman? Now, I will let you watch these people die in front of you. As the 9 Serenities king spoke, a sinister smile appeared on his face. He looked at Xiao Linglong and waved the spear in his hand, directly attacking Xiao Linglong. No, Ouyang Cheng let out a mournful cry. Hearing his shout, the 9 underworlds king stopped the spear in his hand. He looked at Xiao Linglong, who was pale with fright, and laughed out loud. Ouyang Cheng, what's wrong? Are you reluctant? If you can't bear to, then listen to me obediently, the 9 Serenities king said reluctantly. No way. Ouyang Cheng did not budge in the slightest in the face of the 9 Serenities king's request. He refused without hesitation. Then don't blame me for being impolite. The 9 underworld king snorted and waved his spear towards Xiao Linglong's throat. Xiao Linglong looked at the 9 Serenities King's spear and wanted to dodge. Unfortunately, the 9 Serenities King's speed was simply too fast. Furthermore, Xiao Linglong could feel that the surging energy was actually suppressing her. She was unable to move at all. Although she was not afraid of death, she was not willing to die for no reason. Especially the words that the 9th Serenity King said to Ouyang Cheng, she was still confused and didn't know what they meant. She was truly unwilling to die like this. However, facing the powerful attack of the 9 Serenities King, what could she do even if she was unwilling? Looking at the powerful attack of the 9 Serenities King, Xiao Linglong couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Today was the second time she was about to step into the gates of hell. Thinking about the second time, Xiao Linglong couldn't help but think of Su Yan's figure. She really hoped that Su Yan would appear again at this moment. However, when she thought of Su Yan's death, she felt sorrow in her heart. Grief immediately welled up in his heart. The unwillingness in his heart completely disappeared. He quietly waited for death to descend. Ouyang Cheng was furious. However, he was restrained by the 9 Serenities King and couldn't even make a sound. He could only watch as the 9 Serenities King's spear pierced towards Xiao Linglong's throat. He was in despair and tears flowed down from the corner of his eyes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ouyang Cheng shouted in his heart. While shouting, Ouyang Cheng really hoped for a miracle. Miracle? Thinking of a miracle, Ouyang Cheng didn't know why, but Su Yan's figure also appeared in his mind. Because everyone in the sword catacomb, they all knew that Su Yan was a miracle creator. However, Su Yan had already fallen. This miracle was gone. Ouyang Cheng fell into despair. Bang! At this moment, a crimson light suddenly flew out. This is... The 9 Serenities King was shocked. Fortunately, he was quick and pushed Ouyang Cheng away. He leaped back and dodged the attack of the crimson light. This is... When Xiao Linglong and Ouyang Cheng saw the 9 Serenities King's sudden retreat, they couldn't help but be stunned. The 9 Serenities King was the most surprised. When he thought of the crimson light that flew over, he frowned. At this moment, Xiao Linglong suddenly thought of something when she thought of the crimson light. Her eyes suddenly lit up and she was excited. Su Yan. It's senior brother Su Yan. Yes, it's definitely Su Yan. Impossible. When Xiao Linglong finished her words, the 9 Serenities King suddenly shouted, that Su Yan has already died under my mysterious sky break. Is that so? Just when the 9 Serenities King finished his words, a calm voice slowly came from the place where the 9 Serenities King and Su Yan were fighting. At the same time, a white figure slowly flew out from the deep pit. On that cold face, a pair of sharp eyes stared at the 9 Serenities King with a trace of disdain. Su Yan, senior brother Su Yan. When Xiao Linglong saw this handsome face, she immediately shouted out excitedly. Su Yan. Ouyang Cheng was also excited. The other disciples also seemed to have seen a trace of hope at this moment. Only the 9 Serenities King kept shaking his head and said, No, how is this possible? Su Yan, how can you not die? You're only at the 7th rank spiritual sea realm, how can you withstand my mysterious sky break? I can't withstand it, but I can dodge it. Su Yan looked at the furious 9 Serenities King and coldly said, What the? When the 9 Serenities King heard Su Yan's words, he was even more astonished. He couldn't believe that Su Yan, who was only at the 7th rank spiritual sea realm, could dodge his mysterious sky break. He kept shaking his head and said, Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. 9 Serenities King, don't think too highly of yourself. 9 Serenities King is only an ant. Su Yan looked at the 9 Serenities King and pointed at him with disdain. The aura of an expert was faintly emitted from his brows. Everyone couldn't help but be startled. The 9 Serenities King was even more furious. He was a king of the 9 provinces, but he was actually looked down upon by a mere 7th rank spiritual sea realm. Su Yan, I don't care what method you use. Today you will definitely die. Under the fury of the 9 Serenities King, he no longer cared about how Su Yan dodged his attack. With a furious roar, he suddenly waved his long spear and rushed towards Su Yan like an angry cheetah. When Su Yan saw the Nine Serenities king rushing over, he didn't dare to be negligent. Others didn't know how he dodged the Nine Serenities king's attack. Su Yan himself was very clear that the reason why he could dodge the Nine Serenities king's mysterious skybreak was because of his efforts in the mortal village for the past year. In the mortal village, Su Yan couldn't feel the existence of spiritual energy and had completely turned into a trash existence. However, because of the Fire Qilin's reminder, Su Yan didn't become dispirited because of this. Instead, he became spirited and had always been searching for ways to increase his strength. And it was precisely because of this that Su Yan had never forgotten his pursuit of strength. This just happened to let Su Yan understand things that Su Yan didn't understand when he was cultivating in the past. In the past, Su Yan blindly pursued strength and leveled up. This caused him to neglect a lot of things. And in the mortal village for the past year, Su Yan couldn't cultivate. Therefore, he thought of many things related to the 10,000 elephant divine skill and the blood dragon pupil, as well as the various skills that he possessed. Other than cultivating the blood dragon pupil had become a huge safeguard. Su Yan also understood the mystery of the torrential storm of rose blossoms. The torrential storm of rose blossoms was an attack that used one's spiritual energy to condense sword qi. The more sword qi was condensed, the more spiritual energy would be consumed. And at the first moment, Su Yan felt the strength of the Nine Serenities King's mysterious skybreak. He didn't think that he would be able to use the torrential storm of rose blossoms to block the Nine Serenities King's mysterious skybreak. Therefore, the torrential storm of rose blossoms was only a pretense. The purpose was to reduce the speed of the mysterious skybreak. At the same time, Su Yan used the Blood Dragon Pupil's effect and the profound ice-cold shield to completely dodge the Nine Serenities King's mysterious skybreak. Of course, if the Nine Serenities King came up to check on Su Yan's life at that time, then Su Yan definitely wouldn't be able to escape death. After all, the mysterious skybreak's attack was too strong. Even if Su Yan dodged the attack head-on, he was still heavily injured. In addition, he used the torrential storm of rose blossoms, the blood dragon pupil, and the profound ice-cold shield at the same time. This caused the spiritual energy in Su Yan's body to be depleted. And the Nine Serenities King's arrogance gave Su Yan a chance to catch his breath and gave Su Yan a chance to recover. This was also why Su Yan waited so long before he could stand up again. Of course, the Nine Serenities King wouldn't have thought of all this. And it was also because of this reason that Su Yan was very clear that he was only an arrow at the end of its flight. If he wanted to fight against the Nine Serenities King, he still had to be careful. Otherwise, who knew who would live and who would die in this battle? Facing the Nine Serenities King's powerful attack, Su Yan didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Using the Blood Dragon Pupil, his figure quickly swept back and dodged the Nine Serenities King's attack. Chapter 391. When Su Yan saw the anger on the Nine Nether King's face, he immediately smiled and said, "Nine Nether King, you are indeed very strong. However, from the looks of it, I'm afraid that the spiritual energy in your body is almost exhausted." When the Nine Nether King heard Su Yan's words, he immediately frowned. Anger surged out of him as he coldly shouted, "Su Yan, even if that's the case, I, the Nine Nether King, will only need to spend a little more effort to kill you." As he spoke, a ferocious spiritual energy came from the top of the Nine Nether King's head. He raised the spear in his hand and swung it out, directly chopping towards Su Yan's head. The speed was so fast that it instantly created a loud sound in the air. When Ouyang Cheng and Xiao Linglong saw this scene, they instantly recovered from the scene of Su Yan's appearance. Looking at the powerful attack of the Nine Nether King, they suddenly reminded, "Su Yan, be careful." When Su Yan heard the two's reminder, the corner of his mouth slightly rose into a smile. With a turn of his blood dragon pupil, he instantly raised the ghost howl sword in his hand to block the attack. Bang! With a loud sound, the ghost howl sword and the Nine Nether King's spear collided. Sparks flew everywhere, and a loud and clear sound erupted. At the same time, Su Yan's body staggered back a few steps before he stabilized himself. Compared to Su Yan, the Nine Nether King was much calmer. He only took a small step back before his body steadily stood up. When the Nine Nether King saw Su Yan's situation, he couldn't help but sneer. "Su Yan, you said that my spiritual energy is exhausted. I think that you're just an arrow at the end of its flight. If that's all you're capable of right now, I'm afraid that you're still not my opponent." Su Yan shook his somewhat numb hand and coldly stared at the Nine Nether King. The corner of his mouth slightly rose as he said, "Is that so?" At this moment, Su Yan closed his eyes and a surge of spiritual energy surged. Looking at this scene, the Nine Nether King couldn't help but frown. Looking at Su Yan, a hint of uneasiness gradually emerged in his heart, especially when he suddenly noticed the slight fluctuation of spiritual energy on Su Yan's body, as well as the faint majestic aura that surged from his forehead. An uneasy expression immediately appeared on the Ninth Underworld King's face. Gripping his spear tightly with both hands, he felt uneasy. He no longer cared that his strength was always superior to Su Yan's. He quickly stepped forward and thrust his spear towards Su Yan's throat. The moment the Nine Underworld's king launched his attack, Su Yan's figure remained motionless. When Ouyang Cheng and Xiao Linglong saw this scene, they could not help feeling worried. Pretending to be mysterious, "Go and die." After the Ninth Underworld king stabbed his spear, he saw that Su Yan still had no reaction. He took another step forward, and the spear in his hand was still locked onto Su Yan's throat. A ferocious expression immediately appeared on the Ninth Underworld King's face. The spear in his hand quickly attacked, ruthlessly stabbing towards Su Yan's neck. "Su Yan, be careful." Ouyang Cheng and Xiao Linglong saw the Ninth Underworld King's explosive attack and hurriedly shouted in fear. "Be careful, it's too late." Hearing the two's warning, the Ninth Underworld King looked at Su Yan and could not help but sneer. "Is that so?" At this moment, Su Yan's lips curled into a frivolous smile. Bang! As he spoke, his entire body suddenly exploded. Roar! At the same time, a powerful surge of spiritual energy surged, and a dragon's roar soared into the sky. Su Yan's body instantly turned into a huge dragon. The divine dragon swung its tail, and a powerful force blasted out. Bang! The Ninth Underworld King was stunned, but it was too late. Bang! The long spear in his hand was directly shaken away by Su Yan's tail flick and sent flying. His entire body was pushed back dozens of steps by this powerful force. He staggered in a sorry state before stabilizing his body. He looked at Su Yan, who had turned into a huge dragon, and said in astonishment, "No, you? How could you have mastered the long-lost transmogrification divine art? How is this possible?" "Nothing is impossible." A gloomy voice came from Su Yan's huge body. Then, Su Yan swung his body and swept towards the Ninth Underworld King. Bang! The Ninth Underworld King, who had already exhausted his spiritual energy, did not have the slightest strength to resist Su Yan's huge dragon body. Ouyang Cheng, Xiao Linglong, and the disciples of the Sword Burial Mound were all shocked as he was sent flying. Just as the Ninth Underworld King was about to stand up, Su Yan's huge dragon body had already closed in. Bang! That huge dragon claw directly slapped down on the Ninth Underworld King's head. No! The Ninth Underworld King looked at the huge dragon claw that was like a dark cloud enveloping him. He roared unwillingly, "How is this possible? How is this possible? I'm the king of a generation. How can I lose to a mere 7th-level Spirit Sea realm?" Under the Ninth Underworld King's unwillingly roar, Su Yan's huge dragon claw fell. Bang! A loud sound resonated between heaven and earth. The dust on the ground also spread out, and the entire ground trembled. Su Yan felt this powerful force, and an excited smile surged in his heart. He was very clear that even if he transformed into a dragon in the past, it was impossible for him to have such a powerful force. Now that he had transformed into a dragon, he had at least the power of a Circle Realm cultivator. If that was the case, then he wouldn't have to be afraid of fighting a Circle Realm cultivator in the future. However, what made Su Yan a little vexed was that every time he wanted to use the transformation technique, he had to wait until his spiritual energy was almost exhausted. Moreover, at the moment when his spiritual energy was exhausted, the transformation time would be very short. Just like just now, if it wasn't for the Ninth Underworld King's carelessness, he would have already died in the hands of the Ninth Underworld King. Su Yan had actually studied this point a long time ago. Unfortunately, he had never found the reason. This made Su Yan feel quite helpless. Slowly, Su Yan returned to his original body. At that moment, Su Yan's body went soft and he directly fell to the ground. Su Yan. Ouyang Cheng and Xiao Linglong called out at the same time. However, Xiao Linglong was faster. She went up and hugged Su Yan, so that Su Yan wouldn't fall to the ground. Senior brother Su Yan, are you okay? Xiao Linglong looked at Su Yan and hugged him. Feeling the warmth from his body, she couldn't help but blush as she asked softly. I'm fine. Su Yan shook his head and slowly stood up. He didn't pay attention to Xiao Linglong's expression. He only looked at the place where the Ninth Underworld King was and couldn't help but frown when he didn't see the Ninth Underworld King's body. Thinking about the relationship between Ouyang Cheng and the Ninth Underworld King, he turned around and asked, Senior brother Ouyang, what's going on? Su Yan didn't notice the change in Xiao Linglong's expression, but Ouyang Cheng saw it clearly. Looking at the blushing Xiao Linglong, he couldn't help but feel bitter in his heart. When he heard Su Yan's words, he reacted. Oh, this is just a clone of the Ninth Underworld King. Ouyang Cheng was a little lonely in his heart, so his answer was a little weak. However, when everyone heard his words, their bodies trembled. Clone? Senior brother Ouyang, you said this is just a clone of the Ninth Underworld King? Su Yan frowned and asked the Ninth Underworld King. As Ouyang Cheng was still worried about Xiao Linglong, he didn't pay attention to Su Yan's answer. Su Yan called out a few times, but he didn't come back to his senses. Only when Xiao Linglong asked did Ouyang Cheng come back to his senses. He squeezed out a smile and told Su Yan everything that had happened in the past year, including the Ninth Underworld King's matter. After hearing Ouyang Cheng's words, Su Yan fell into deep thought. The Ninth Underworld King, the ruler of the 9 provinces continent. Just a clone had the strength of a circumference realm cultivator. Just how strong was his real body? Su Yan couldn't believe how strong the Ninth Underworld King's real body was. Of course, Su Yan was even more surprised about the Ninth Underworld King's scheme in coming to the 5 provinces continent. He originally wanted to ask Ouyang Cheng. However, when he saw Ouyang Cheng's listless appearance, Su Yan didn't know how to ask. When he saw Ouyang Cheng looking at Xiao Linglong affectionately, he seemed to have understood something. It seems like senior brother Ouyang has feelings for junior sister Xiao. Can I be the matchmaker? As Su Yan thought about it, he couldn't help but smile in his heart. He made some decisions, but he didn't think about Xiao Linglong's thoughts. After making a decision, Su Yan also thought about how it was getting late. In addition, everyone was heavily injured, so he didn't stay any longer and returned to his room to rest. After returning to his room, although Su Yan was worried about the Ninth Underworld King and the Alliance this time, after going through such an intense battle, Su Yan had a lot of rest. He didn't have the extra time to think about too many things. He was thinking about how to matchmake Xiao Linglong and Ouyang Cheng. Then, he started to circulate his cultivation technique to heal his injuries. It was because of Su Yan's physique. Even though his spiritual energy was depleted, he quickly recovered after a night. The next day, when the sun had just risen, Su Yan wanted to look for Ouyang Cheng. He wanted to bring up the matter of matchmaking between him and Xiao Linglong. However, when he opened the door, he saw a letter placed in front of his door. Looking at the signature, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. Junior brother Su, I'm leaving. I can see junior sister Xiao Linglong's feelings for you, but I can't forget it. You are my brother, so I can't handle this relationship. Therefore I can only leave. I hope you can treat junior sister Xiao well. What? After reading it, Su Yan was shocked. He hurriedly chased out, wanting to find Ouyang Cheng. Unfortunately, he couldn't find Ouyang Cheng even after searching the entire sword burial mound. Instead, he met Xiao Linglong. Senior brother Su Yan, where are you going? Xiao Linglong asked when she saw Su Yan's anxious look. Su Yan looked at Xiao Linglong and thought about Ouyang Cheng's words. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. He sighed helplessly and said, "Nothing, nothing." After speaking, Su Yan waved his hand and left. Chapter 392. Su Yan searched the entire hidden sword tomb, but he couldn't find Ouyang Cheng. After searching for a while, he still couldn't find Ouyang Cheng. He had no idea where Ouyang Cheng had gone. Sigh, senior brother Ouyang, why do you have to do this? Su Yan thought about Ouyang Cheng's thoughts and felt helpless. Forget it, forget it. I'll go to the Heaven and Earth Organization first. I'll explain it to senior brother Ouyang later. Su Yan smiled bitterly. He thought about what was happening in the 5 counties and put away his messy thoughts. He flew toward the Heaven and Earth Organization. Along the way, Su Yan encountered many battles. It was a battle between 2 major alliances. Although the scale of the battle was not large, both sides were locked in a fierce battle. Su Yan wanted to help, but he thought that he still had not figured out what was going on. Plus, there were too many battles. Even if Su Yan wanted to help, he couldn't do it alone. Along the way, Su Yan stepped on the sword dragon and traveled at full speed. Although the hidden sword tomb was some distance away from the Heaven and Earth Organization, with Su Yan's current strength, he arrived in front of the Heaven and Earth Organization's sect in half a day. The Heaven and Earth Organization was still the same Heaven and Earth Organization he was familiar with. It sat on top of a mountain, surrounded by clouds and mist, and had a majestic appearance. It had been more than a year since Su Yan came to the Heaven and Earth Organization. The Heaven and Earth Organization hadn't changed much. However, Su Yan could see that the Heaven and Earth Organization's security was stricter than before. There were more than 10 disciples standing on top of the gate, and Su Yan could see that they were all in the spiritual sea realm. Even the Heaven and Earth Organization couldn't afford such a large number of guards. Stop right there. Before Su Yan could get close, someone noticed him and stepped forward to stop him. Su Yan had already foreseen this scene. He smiled slightly and respectfully said, "This one is Su Yan. I have come to the Heaven and Earth Organization to discuss something with Sect Master Yun. I hope that senior brothers will inform him." Su Yan. When the several guards heard Su Yan's words, they suddenly became cautious. The surrounding cultivators also followed and surrounded him. They even took out their weapons and looked at Su Yan with a dignified expression. Su Yan looked at the situation and smiled bitterly in his heart. Why doesn't everyone believe in themselves? Tell me, who are you? Why are you pretending to be Su Yan? A tall and burly man with the strength of the 5th stage of the spiritual sea realm shouted angrily at Su Yan. He was clearly the leader of this group of guards. Su Yan looked at his angry appearance and found it hard to explain. After all, he didn't have anything to prove his identity. "Senior brothers, I'm really Su Yan. Why don't you believe me?" Su Yan frowned. He only hoped that an acquaintance would come. "It'd be strange if we believed you." The 5th stage of the spiritual sea realm cultivator snorted and shouted, "Take him down. It's another person pretending to be Su Yan." Pretending. When Su Yan heard this, he frowned slightly. "Senior brother, you're saying that someone is pretending to be me, Su Yan. Don't you know what you're doing?" The 5th stage of the spiritual sea realm cultivator said without any trace of politeness. He didn't give Su Yan a chance and waved his hand, asking the other cultivators to surround him. If it weren't for the words just now, Su Yan might have really surrendered. After all, if he was captured, as long as he went to the Heaven and Earth Organization, there would be people who would recognize him. However, there were doubts in Su Yan's heart. How could he obediently allow himself to be captured? When he saw the crowd surrounding him, he frowned. At the same time, a vicious aura appeared between his brows as he watched the few people surrounding him. His figure leaped, avoiding the crowd's encirclement. Since they couldn't capture Su Yan, the 5th stage of the spiritual sea realm cultivator immediately became cautious and shouted, "Everyone be careful. Let's go together." Su Yan looked at the crowd rushing forward. It could be said that he couldn't defend himself even if he had 100 mouths. Just as he was about to say something, a figure appeared. Right at this moment, a figure appeared. He walked forward and shouted, "I am Su Yan. Senior brothers, please inform me." What? Hearing this, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. The guards were also startled. The fifth stage of the spiritual sea realm cultivator quickly reacted and sneered, In the past, there was only one person pretending to be me. I didn't think that there would be two people today. Come, fellow brothers, take these two down for me. Wait. Hearing this, Su Yan suddenly jumped up and shouted sternly. He looked at the young man who was wearing the same white clothes as him, and his eyes darkened. Speak. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be me? Hearing Su Yan's words, the person was startled at first, then he laughed. I'm Su Yan. Who else could I be? I want to ask you, who are you? I'm Su Yan. Su Yan said coldly. A vicious aura faintly surged in his eyes. He never thought that there would be someone pretending to be him. If you're Su Yan, then who am I? That person suddenly laughed, then he looked at the guards and shouted, Are you guys blind? Did your sect not tell you who I am? I, Su Yan, was once an elder of your heaven and earth organization. Don't you guys remember? Hearing this, the guards were startled. One of them approached the fifth stage of the spiritual sea realm cultivator and said, Senior brother, I seem to have heard that Su Yan was once an elder of our heaven and earth organization. Do you think this person is really Su Yan? You should know that Su Yan is a member of our alliance. Moreover, he has a good relationship with the attendants. If we offend him, I'm afraid we won't have a good time. Hearing this, the fifth stage of the spiritual sea realm cultivator frowned. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Nonsense, it's all nonsense. Hearing this, Su Yan was furious. Of course, he didn't blame the guards. Instead, he looked at the person who impersonated him, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. You dare to impersonate me? Then let me see how capable you are to impersonate me. Su Yan looked at the person and shouted angrily. Suddenly, he slapped his storage bag and took out the ghost howl sword. At the same time, he jumped up and attacked the person who impersonated him. Yo, impersonating me and daring to attack me. I want to see how capable you are. The person said as he sneered. Okay, then let's see who has the ability today. Su Yan shouted angrily. He didn't think that someone would impersonate him. He was furious and shouted. The ghost howl sword immediately flew out. Its speed was as fast as lightning. The person wasn't slow either. With a flip of his hand, he waved the sword in his hand. Pung! Suddenly, Su Yan's attack was blocked. A strong wave of spiritual energy came. 9th rank spiritual sea realm. Su Yan felt his hand go numb. He couldn't help but frown. At the same time, a cold smile appeared on his face. Interesting. I didn't think that you would be stronger than me. You have the ability to impersonate me. Unfortunately, you look down on me, Su Yan. Su Yan shouted angrily and suddenly waved his sword again. Is that so? The person smiled and said, Unfortunately, you are too weak. I, Su Yan, don't want to fight with an ant like you. I'll leave first. As the person spoke, he turned around and left. Su Yan was stunned. Seeing that he was leaving, he shouted, You want to leave? Not so easy. After Su Yan finished speaking, he chased after him. He didn't care what kind of conspiracy was behind this. He just wanted to figure out what was going on. When the guards saw the two leave, they couldn't help but frown. One of the guards asked the 5th rank spiritual sea realm expert, What should we do now? Report to the elders. The 5th rank spiritual sea realm expert clearly had the demeanor of a general. With just a glance, he immediately made up his mind. Then, he had the others continue to guard while he walked towards the Heaven and Earth Organization. The Heaven and Earth Organization's conference hall was currently filled with people. Sitting in the middle was the Heaven and Earth Organization's sect leader, Yunhe. Below her, the people sitting in 2 rows were all above the Fangyuan realm. There were dozens of people. With so many experts, even the Heaven and Earth Organization, the number 1 sect, couldn't compare. Yunhe sat in the middle with a domineering aura. Hearing the clamor below, Yunhe opened her mouth after a long time. All right, you all don't need to fight. Su Yan's spiritual sea has already been destroyed. He's still a piece of trash. The Black Fiend Alliance won't be able to get Su Yan even if they want to. I don't believe that they want to use him. As Yunhee spoke, she felt a little helpless about Su Yan becoming a piece of trash. However, his words were still filled with a dignified aura, causing the originally noisy hall to calm down in an instant. However, at this moment, someone stood up and said, "Alliance leader Yun, do you think a miracle will happen? After all, that Su Yan can always bring us surprises." A miracle. Hearing this old man's words, Yunhee couldn't help but smile bitterly. I also hope that a miracle will happen. However, Su Yan's spiritual sea has already been destroyed. Even my heaven and earth organization's cloud mist technique can't repair it. What kind of miracle can happen? Yunhee thought and shook her head helplessly. Then, she looked at that person and said, "Spiritual Master Heaven Sword, I know that Su Yan was once a disciple of your sword catacomb. It's not unreasonable for you to wish your disciple well. However, it's a fact that Su Yan has become a piece of trash." It's a fact. Spiritual Master Heaven Sword had obviously been worried about Su Yan for the past year. His face had changed a lot. When he heard Yunhee's words, he didn't care that Yunhee was the alliance leader at all. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. Then he didn't care about Yunhee anymore. He stood up and was about to walk out. At this moment, the guard from before walked in and reporting to sect leader Yun. Two people just appeared and wanted to enter my heaven and earth organization. They were both impersonating Su Yan. To Su Yan. Chapter 393. To Su Yan. Spiritual Master Heaven Sword originally wanted to leave, but when he heard the guard's report, he was stunned for a moment before his eyes lit up with excitement. Su Yan, it's definitely Su Yan who has returned. For the past few days, there was only one person impersonating Su Yan. Now that there are two Su Yan, one of them is definitely the real Su Yan. Spiritual Master Heaven Sword said excitedly, ignoring Yunhee's words. He pulled the rank 5 Spiritual Ocean Realm Guard and said, "Let's go. Bring me to see them." How could the rank 5 Spiritual Ocean Realm Guard expect the sect master of a sect to be so friendly to him? In his astonishment, he forgot that the one in charge here was still Yunhee, so he followed Spiritual Master Heaven Sword and left the inner hall. Nonsense, this is simply nonsense. After Spiritual Master Heaven Sword left, Yunhee did not get angry. However, an old man sitting on a chair beside her took the initiative and said angrily, "Alliance Master, Spiritual Master Heaven Sword is just messing around. He has no respect for discipline." Yunhee looked at that person. He was the sect master of the Sound of Thunder sect. His strength was similar to Spiritual Master Heaven Sword's, being at rank 2 Boundary Realm. He could be considered as one of the stronger ones among the group. After all, there were so many Boundary Realm experts present. Most of them were at rank 1 Spiritual Ocean Realm. Those at rank 2 Boundary Realm could be considered as experts of a generation. After reaching Boundary Realm, every level was extremely difficult. Every stage after that was extremely difficult. Otherwise, Yunhee would not be the only one in the Dragon Realm among so many people in the 5 counties. If it wasn't for Yunhee's appearance, the Dragon Realm was merely in existence in legends. Of course, if it was in the past, Yunhee wouldn't care about this. With him, a Dragon Realm expert, everyone was just an ant. However, the current situation, it wasn't something that a Dragon Realm expert like him could solve. Alliance. He had to firmly hold onto this alliance. It was also because of the alliance that he was in a difficult position. After all, this was an alliance with many experts and sects. They had some conflicts in the past. If they wanted to get along well, he, the alliance master, had to mediate. He could understand Reverend Heaven Sword's feelings. After all, the feelings he had for Su Yan were comparable to that of Reverend Heaven Sword. Therefore, he could completely understand Reverend Heaven Sword's excitement. Looking at the sect master of the Sound of Thunder sect, Lei Wanjun, Yunhee smiled bitterly and shook her head. Sect Master Thunder, that's enough. Reverend Heaven Sword also cares about Su Yan. For now, the most important thing is for us to go and see the truth. When Lei Wanjun heard Yunhee's words, he was clearly displeased. Then he walked out of the hall and said, If you want to look for Su Yan, then go. I don't believe that a mere Su Yan can distort our battle. Someone is with me. After saying that, Lei Wanjun shouted towards the hall. Immediately after, a few experts stood up and left the hall with Lei Wanjun. Sectmaster, look. When Yun Tian saw this, he could not help but frown. It's fine. Yun He waved her hand and said, the alliance this time was instigated by our Heaven and Earth organization. They are all sect masters, so it's no wonder that they have some temper. Yun He was not the slightest bit angry at the attitude of the crowd. Instead, she spoke gently. Without waiting for Yun Tian to speak, she looked at him and said, Yun Tian, now that there are two Su Yan, perhaps that person can really give us some hope. You go with the crowd and see the truth. Yun Tian's feelings for Su Yan were not inferior to Reverend Heaven Swords. If it wasn't for the fact that he was an elder of the Heavenly Cloud sect, perhaps he would have already been unable to restrain himself like Reverend Heaven Sword. Hearing Yun Tian's words, he immediately cupped his hands and left together with the few Circumference Realm experts that remained in the large hall. Of course, these Radius Realm experts who went with them were not really concerned about Su Yan. Instead, they wanted to see what kind of person Su Yan was. They also wanted to see how many miracles Su Yan could bring them. Miracles? To them, spiritual Sea Realm experts did not even have the qualifications to participate in the meeting. What miracles could they bring about? Therefore, they went with the mentality of watching a joke. This time, Su Yan had chased after the person who had impersonated him for several hundred miles. Although Su Yan's speed was extremely fast, and he used the blood dragon eyes to catch up with the person impersonating him several times, this person was after all a spiritual Sea Realm cultivator of the 9th step. He simply didn't want to fight with Su Yan, and after catching up, he would run away again. Unknowingly, he chased for hundreds of miles. Faintly, Su Yan felt that something was wrong. Why is this person avoiding me? Could there be some conspiracy? Just as that person was thinking, the person impersonating Su Yan suddenly stopped and looked at Su Yan. A smile appeared on his face as he said, Su Yan, I didn't expect you to still be alive and have even recovered your strength. Su Yan are truly a miracle. Su Yan did not pay attention to the impostor's words and looked at his surroundings. Just now, Su Yan had been chasing after the impostor and did not pay attention to his surroundings. Now that he took a look, Su Yan could not help but frown. The place he was in now was similar to hell in the Shura. The environment was dark and the air was filled with the aura of death. Moreover, there were many strange rocks around, and all of them were stained with blood. The whole environment was filled with a terrifying aura of death. Su Yan looked at this gloomy environment and could not help but frown slightly. Then, he looked at the impostor and a fierce look appeared in his eyes. Why did you lead me here? Now you know that I led you here? The impostor's mouth twitched slightly and a cold smile appeared on his face. Although Su Yan knew that he had fallen into some kind of trap, he quickly suppressed the panic in his heart and asked with a smile, why are you not pretending to be Su Yan now? Pretending. The impostor's eyes narrowed and he said with a smile, Su Yan, if not to lure you here, why would I pretend to be an ant like you? Just an ant? When Su Yan heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Immediately, the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body started to circulate rapidly. As he took a step forward, the ghost howl sword in his hand instantly swept out horizontally. The ghost howl sword, as soon as it appeared, it immediately let out a ghost howl. It was very suitable for the current environment. The impostor saw Su Yan's fierce attack and did not show the slightest fear. He did not even take a step back and stood in the distance. Only the smile on his face became more and more sinister. Su Yan could not help but frown when he saw this. At this moment, bang, on the ground where Su Yan was standing, there was suddenly a loud explosion. A white bone-like arm stretched out from the ground and directly grabbed at Su Yan. Su Yan was shocked. The blood dragon pupil turned and his body quickly jumped up to avoid the white bone-like arm that suddenly appeared. Looking at the white bone-like arm that kept coming out from the ground, Su Yan finally understood why the impostor was not afraid of his attack at all. It turned out that he was already prepared. Looking at the white bone-like arm that kept coming out, Su Yan was not afraid. After all, as long as he did not go down, the impostor would not be able to catch him. It was a pity that Su Yan was wrong. At this moment, the white bone-like arm suddenly crawled up and a white bone-like corpse appeared. It leaped up and directly attacked Su Yan. Su Yan was startled as he swept his sword horizontally. Bang! Suddenly, the white bone-like corpse was shattered and fell to the ground. Su Yan was relieved. However, the moment the white bone-like corpse fell to the ground, it directly sank back into the ground. This strange scene made Su Yan's scalp tingle. Dong dong dong. As the ground trembled, white bones constantly flew out and attacked Su Yan. Su Yan constantly blocked. The impostor looked at the busy Su Yan and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Su Yan, how is it? My white bones forest is not bad, right? Su Yan coldly snorted and ignored him. Instead, he carefully dealt with the white bones. Although these white bones were not very strong, they were still powerful enough to be caught by him. Therefore, Su Yan did not dare to be negligent. Unfortunately, the white bones kept coming out. This made Su Yan frown. If this goes on, I'm afraid I'll be dragged to death by these skeletons before that person even makes a move. No, I have to think of a way. Su Yan frowned. That's right. After all, this white bones forest was too strange. Su Yan originally thought that it was an illusion. However, after testing it, it was not. Formation. This must be a formation. Su Yan quickly came to a conclusion. He looked at the person who was still smiling coldly and thought to himself, since it is a formation, there must be an eye of the formation. If there is an eye of the formation, I just need to break it. But where is the formation core? While Su Yan was dealing with the white bones, he was also constantly observing his surroundings. Looking at the strange arrangement of stones, Su Yan's eyes lit up. The blood dragon pupil spun and his body suddenly surged out. Bang! He directly broke through 3 white bones and stabbed his sword into a stone. The strength of the sword was so great that it whistled through the air. Bang! At the same time, the rock from before broke apart and exploded into a pile of rubble. The white bones attack also stopped. Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. Did it break? Before Su Yan could turn around, he heard the impostor laugh. Su Yan, what? Do you think this is the formation core? Childish, ha. After this loud laugh, all of a sudden, Su Yan felt a chilly sensation coming from behind him. F***CK. Chapter 394. This huge skeleton was as tall as several people, and its entire body was as huge as a small mountain. In its empty and lifeless eyes, there was a demonic light. The moment it saw Su Yan, it actually showed an excited expression. That's right. It was an excited expression. This made Su Yan frown. Looking at the awe-inspiring aura emitted from its body, he did not dare to slow down. He hurriedly raised the ghost howl sword in his hand and swung it horizontally. Bang! It was a pity that the ghost howl sword, which had always been sharp and Su Yan's strength, could be said to be extremely powerful. However, when the sword was swung, not only did he fail to leave any marks on the huge skeleton, but a sound similar to that of metal clashing could be heard instead. This made Su Yan very surprised. Haha. At this time, the person pretending to be Su Yan laughed sinisterly. Su Yan, do you think you can break this attack with your mere 7th level of the Spirit Sea realm? Ha. Hearing this disgusting laughter, Su Yan's eyes suddenly surged with anger. At the same time, his body leaped up, and a gust of spiritual energy was instantly transmitted into the ghost howl sword. I don't believe I can't break this damn thing. Su Yan snorted angrily, and at the same time he suddenly swung his sword horizontally. The power of this sword was much stronger than before. The sword swept out like a gust of wind, making a whistling sound. Clang! However, when it collided with the white skeleton, there was still a crisp sound of metal clanging. Instead, because Su Yan used too much strength, his arm could not help but shake, and there was a tingling sensation. At this time, the annoying laughter was heard again. At the same time, the skeleton held a white bone arm in its hand and directly swung it at Su Yan. Its speed was even faster than Su Yan's. Su Yan was shocked. His blood dragon pupil instantly shrank, and the great solar-colored glaze sword sutra in his body was pushed to its limits. His figure leaped away, narrowly avoiding the attack. Not bad, not bad. You are quite fast. No wonder there are so many stories about you in the 5 counties. Hearing Su Yan's words, the man laughed again. Su Yan ignored him. Listening to his laughter, he suppressed the irritation in his heart. His mind was spinning rapidly. No, I'm afraid I'll die of exhaustion if this continues. I have to find a way to break the formation. I have to. Su Yan's eyes turned, and the cultivation method in his body started to operate slowly. This time, they no longer attacked the white bones. This was because ordinary attacks were completely useless, unless they all used the 10,000 elephants' divine skill. However, with Su Yan's current strength, it was already his limit to use the 10,000 mammoth divine skill once. If he used it to deal with the white bones now, if he waited until the white bones were broken, he would probably die when facing a level 9 spiritual sea realm warrior. Therefore, he couldn't use the 10,000 elephants' divine skill now. There was only one way left, and that was to hide. Su Yan used his blood dragon pupil to avoid the white bones' attacks and avoid them. Seeing Su Yan like this, the man couldn't help but laugh. Su Yan, do you think it's useful to keep hiding like this? Do you think you can preserve your strength if you keep hiding? It's useless. Let me tell you. Su Yan naturally knew that it was useless. If he wanted to get out of here, he had to find a way to break the formation. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. However, Su Yan had never seen the formation core in this strange formation before. Furthermore, other than the eerie aura floating in the surroundings, there were only the blood-stained rocks. However, Su Yan had tested those rocks just now. Not only did they not destroy the formation, but they also didn't. Instead, he had lured this big guy out. Su Yan didn't know if he would be able to summon a similar big fellow if he were to do it again. This huge white bone corpse was troublesome enough. If another one appeared, Su Yan didn't dare to imagine what would happen. However, Su Yan knew that if he kept dodging like this, there was no way to get out. Let's try again. The formation can be broken. I don't believe it. After dodging again and again, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. Seeing the white bones swinging towards him, Su Yan leaned his body slightly and suddenly attacked like a ghost. The ghost howl sword in his hand also attacked. It directly pierced one of the rocks. Bang! With a loud explosion, the rock was instantly shattered into pieces. Roar! However, at this moment, a roar exploded. The ground suddenly trembled, and another huge white bone corpse surged up from the ground. Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. He smiled bitterly and said, I didn't expect it to be like this. The huge white bone corpse that appeared was obviously stronger than the one that appeared now. It held a white bone that had been sharpened into a sword in its hand. As soon as it appeared, it directly attacked Su Yan. It was so fast that when it flew through the air, there was a sudden burst of whistling sounds. Su Yan was shocked. He didn't dare to be negligent. The blood dragon pupil turned and hurriedly raised the ghost howl sword in its hand to block. Clang! A crisp sound of metal exploded. Not only did this white bone corpse become stronger, but its body was also indestructible like the other white bone corpse. This made Su Yan frown even more. Looking at those rocks, Su Yan really didn't dare to try again. If he appeared at this moment, Su Yan was sure that he would definitely die today. He could only keep dodging the attacks of the 2 white bone corpses, because he had no power to fight back. In addition, the 2 corpses cooperated perfectly. Although Su Yan had the blood dragon pupil, he was also battered and exhausted. Soon, the clothes on his body were torn apart. When the person pretending to be Su Yan saw Su Yan like this, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Su Yan, it's useless. Let me tell you, it's useless. If I were you, I wouldn't do anything right now. I would obediently surrender and accept the baptism of death, so as not to waste energy. Hearing this person's words, Su Yan couldn't help but feel a burst of anger in his chest. He coldly shouted, You want me to surrender? Dream on. Su Yan shouted sternly. Looking at the two white bone corpses that had been threatening him, Su Yan immediately rotated his blood dragon pupil. Then, he activated his cultivation method and quickly retreated dozens of meters. At the same time, Su Yan immediately waved the ghost howl sword in his hand. The cultivation method in his body quickly followed. Countless spiritual energy poured into the ghost howl sword. It's useless. Even if you use the 10,000 mammoth divine skill, it's useless. When the person saw the ghost howl sword trembling in Su Yan's hand, he immediately knew that Su Yan was going to use the 10,000 mammoth divine skill. He couldn't help but smile. Su Yan completely ignored him and continuously waved the ghost howl sword in his hand. Countless spiritual energy vibrated and sword blades appeared. Looking at the white bone corpses that were swarming up, Su Yan's eyes turned and shouted, "Torrential storm of rose blossoms." Bang! Suddenly, the ghost howl sword slashed down horizontally. Countless sword blades erupted like a rain of swords. Bang! Countless sword blades condensed from spiritual energy exploded on the white bone corpses, creating a series of loud noises. However, the white bone corpses only slowed down a little. They didn't suffer any damage. The person pretending to be Su Yan saw this scene and laughed loudly. "Ha, I told you. It's useless. It's useless." Su Yan completely ignored him. Looking at the two white bone corpses, he snorted coldly. The blood dragon pupils suddenly rotated and several flying swords flew out. They directly exploded on the two white bone corpses. With a bang, they attacked the white bone corpses. Not only that, Su Yan's blood dragon pupil rotated and two red lights flew out. Wave after wave of attacks continuously surged forward. Not only that, but Su Yan still did not stop. He gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand, and with a turn of his body, he directly flew away. With both hands, he held the ghost howl sword and flew up like a spinning top. "Break for me!" Su Yan roared, and the ghost howl sword collided with the white bone corpses. Bang! Finally, with a loud bang, the two white bones fell to the ground with a loud crack. When the person pretending to be Su Yan saw this scene, he couldn't help but be startled. His whole body trembled. "Impossible! Su Yan, how could you break my white bone king?" Su Yan looked at the white bone corpses on the ground and panted heavily. When he saw the shocked expression on the person's face, he couldn't help but smile proudly. When the person pretending to be Su Yan saw Su Yan's expression, he was startled and then smiled. "Ha, Su Yan, did you really break my white bone formation just like that?" Under this person's laughter, bang! Suddenly, a loud boom rang out, and the ground trembled. An eerie roar erupted, and two massive skeletons emerged from the ground once again. Su Yan was shocked. The two white bones almost exhausted all of Su Yan's spirit energy. He didn't expect them to come again. "Su Yan, I'd like to see what else you can do now." The person pretending to be Su Yan laughed proudly when he saw the two white bones reappear. Su Yan's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. At this moment, the two white bones instantly flew towards Su Yan. Their speed was even faster than the two white bones just now. Su Yan's heart was pounding. He wanted to dodge, but as he circulated his cultivation technique, he suddenly felt something grabbing onto his foot. Lowering his head, Su Yan couldn't help but be enraged. He didn't know when white bone had appeared. They were firmly grabbing Su Yan's foot. "It seems that I can only use the last illusion." Su Yan's face darkened. Then, a horn suddenly appeared on the top of his head. Chapter 395. What? When the person who was impersonating Su Yan saw the enormous dragon body that Su Yan had transformed into, a shocked expression involuntarily surged onto his face. Soon after, a dark and cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Su Yan, you have really given me too many surprises. Too many surprises. I find that I'm really liking you more and more. But do you think it's useful?" The smile on the person impersonating Su Yan's face became wider and wider. At the same time, it became colder and colder. With a wave of his hand, two more skeletons appeared. Roar! When the two skeletons appeared, they immediately grabbed at Su Yan's dragon head. Under a huge pain, Su Yan let out a miserable dragon roar. At the same time, his dragon body shook. Bang! He directly shook off the 4 skeletons. Unfortunately, the skeletons' bodies were too tough. Although they were shaken off, they didn't hinder him at all. After retreating a few steps, they surrounded him again. When Su Yan saw this, he couldn't help but frown. If this continues, when my illusion divine art ends, I'll definitely die. I have to break the formation. I have to. Su Yan thought in his heart. Once again he let out a dragon roar. When he saw a skeleton charging at him, he swung his dragon tail and directly hit it. Bang! With a loud sound, the skeleton was shaken off. However, at this moment, the other 3 skeletons rushed over. They didn't use their weapons. Instead, they directly grabbed at Su Yan. Roar! That grab was extremely powerful, and Su Yan suddenly let out a dragon's roar. When the person impersonating Su Yan saw this, he immediately laughed out loud. This is called White Bones capturing dragon. Su Yan, so what if you have the illusion divine art? You still have to be obediently tied up. Roar? Su Yan let out a mournful dragon roar. He kept exerting his strength on the dragon body, trying to get rid of these white bones. It's useless, it's useless. Seeing Su Yan's actions, the person impersonating Su Yan laughed nonstop. I have to break this array, I have to. Su Yan's arrogance was aroused at this time. His huge dragon head kept looking around, observing the layout of the array. Upon hearing the laughter of the impostor, Su Yan's dragon pupils abruptly contracted. This person has been standing here without moving since the beginning, could it be? Su Yan thought, and his eyes suddenly surged with excitement. Roar! Following that, it let out a loud dragon roar, and its entire body began to twitch violently. Su Yan, I already told you that it's useless. Don't make such a pointless struggle. The person impersonating Su Yan laughed loudly when he saw Su Yan struggling. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Su Yan let out a low roar in his heart. Roar! Raising his dragon head, the dragon roar resounded through the heaven and earth. Following that, a powerful force surged up. Bang! The white bones binding Su Yan's dragon body were directly broken by Su Yan. What? Seeing this scene, the person impersonating Su Yan was shocked. Following that, he saw Su Yan's huge dragon body flying over. His face was filled with shock, and he waved his hands, wanting to summon something. Unfortunately, Su Yan's dragon body was too fast. Bang! In an instant, he was knocked away. Bang! At this moment, a loud sound rang out, and the indestructible white bones were directly blown to pieces. How is this possible? How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the person impersonating Su Yan shook his head and said, How is this possible? Su Yan, how can you break my array? How is this possible? Roar! Su Yan did not pay attention to his words at all. Instead, he let out a low roar and directly flew towards him. Although he broke the array, Su Yan was very clear that he still had to face a Stage 9 Spirit Sea Realm expert. And now that he was in the dragon form of the illusion divine art, it was his last chance. Therefore, Su Yan did not stop at all and directly crashed into him. Bang! The person impersonating Su Yan was directly knocked away without the slightest resistance. He kept muttering to himself, How is this possible? Su Yan, how can you break my white bone array? At the same time, with a bang, he was directly blown to pieces. This caused Su Yan to be stunned. Although Su Yan, who had transformed into a dragon, had the strength of the sphere realm, this strength was only temporary. Moreover, this person was in the Stage 9 Spirit Sea Realm and could completely deal with him. After his illusion divine art retreated, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill him. But now, while Su Yan was stunned, he slowly withdrew his dragon form and returned to his human form. Looking at the body of the person who had impersonated him, there was a tinge of surprise in his eyes. Poochie! At this moment, Su Yan felt a shock in his chest, and at the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although he still could not figure out what was going on, he did not think much about it. He got up and said, This place is emitting a gloomy aura. It's better for me to leave first. At the same time, Su Yan was secretly glad that he was lucky. After all, if he had not found the location of the array core, Su Yan would have already stepped into the gates of hell. Clap clap. Clap clap. Just as Su Yan was about to leave, there was a sudden clap from the side. Not bad, not bad. You are indeed the person that I, Master Puppet, have chosen. Following which, a person appeared in front of Su Yan. That person had a crooked body and an extremely ugly face. There was a sinister smile on his face. Seeing this, Su Yan could not help but be stunned. At the same time, he looked at the fluctuation of spiritual energy on this person's body and became cautious. He could not help but tighten his grip on the ghost howl sword in his hand. Do you think it will work? When the person who called himself Grandpa Puppet saw Su Yan's actions, a smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he stretched out his hand to grab Su Yan. The moment he stretched out his hand, a powerful force surged forth. Rank 3 Radius State. When Su Yan reached out his hand, his eyes suddenly shrank, and a look of horror bloomed in his eyes. With Su Yan's current strength, it was possible for him to defeat a circle boundary expert. However, if he were to face a second circle boundary expert, he would not have the slightest chance. Not to mention that Su Yan had exhausted all the spiritual energy in his body. When Master Puppet reached out to grab Su Yan's shoulder, Su Yan could not move at all. He could not even make a sound. The strange aura coming from the old man suppressed the power in Su Yan's body. Su Yan did not have the slightest strength to resist. He could only watch as he was grabbed by him and slowly walked forward with him. The old man was not in a hurry. He grabbed Su Yan and walked slowly. After walking for a short distance, the scenery in front of him suddenly changed. It was blood red, and the air was filled with the stench of blood. The ground was littered with white bones. This place was even more terrifying and gloomy than the place Su Yan was at. The moment he walked in, he could see corpses hanging on the blood-red walls. Some were dried up, and some were even dripping blood. It was extremely terrifying. Who is this person? Why did he bring me here? Su Yan had been traveling for such a long time and had never felt fear. However, when he saw this scene, he could not help but feel shocked. Especially when he did not see a single person along the way. Su Yan was even more terrified. Su Yan. When he took a few steps forward, he finally heard a voice. When the person saw Su Yan, his eyes suddenly turned and a look of surprise surged in his eyes. This person was none other than Hey Mogul from the Black Demon Cave. Who would have thought that Su Yan was actually still alive? Hey Mogul said and looked at Master Puppet with a smile. Master Puppet, it seems like your plan did not fail this time. Master Puppet nodded and said with a smile, Su Yan, this brat, not only has he mastered the illusion art, but he also has a purple spirit sea. If he can cultivate it into a puppet, it will definitely be the most perfect work of mine. Puppet. When Su Yan heard Master Puppet's words, his body couldn't help but tremble. This old man wants to refine me into a puppet. Ha ha, congratulations Master Puppet, congratulations Master Puppet. Hey Mogul was probably afraid that Master Puppet would refine him into a puppet. When he heard Master Puppet's words, he immediately flattered him. Master Puppet was obviously not interested in Hey Mogul's flattery. Instead, he looked at Su Yan and said, Hey Mogul, even so, Su Yan is still considered a top figure in the Heaven and Earth organization. Now that he has been captured and brought here, it's hard to guarantee that those people won't come and cause trouble. I will need 49 days to refine this puppet. So, I can't let anyone disturb me here. Master Puppet said with a gloomy expression. Hey Mogul saw his expression and hurriedly said, That won't happen. Master Puppet, you should study your work properly. Apart from Yunhee, those people won't be able to help at all. Moreover, once Yunhee makes a move, I'm sure that person from Taixing sect will also make a move. And you go and do this. After you do it well, you will definitely be rewarded in the future. Master Puppet waved his hand and brought Su Yan inside. Hey Mogul repeatedly expressed his gratitude and left. At this point, Su Yan still couldn't make a sound. He could only let Master Puppet torment him. He was brought into a secret room. If the outside was considered terrifying, Then compared to this secret room, it paled in comparison. The walls around the secret room were actually made of human flesh. Blood was constantly dripping from them, and there were streams of blood on the ground. Master Puppet pulled Su Yan and walked on top of it. Patter, patter, patter sounds were constantly heard. *arg. Su Yan couldn't help but vomit. "Ha, kid, why haven't you gotten used to it yet? It's okay. You will get used to it in 2 days." Master Puppet saw Su Yan vomit and smiled. He even reached out and touched the wall. When he touched some blood, he directly put it into his mouth and ate it. Chapter 396. *arg. Su Yan looked at the disgusting Master Puppet and vomited again. If not for the fact that Su Yan was being controlled, he would have already screamed out loud. If he were not controlled by Master Puppet, he would definitely shout crazily. He would definitely attack Master Puppet at the first moment. Freak, this was too freakish. Su Yan was a martial artist. He had experienced life and death several times. He had wandered around the gates of hell countless times. It could be said that he had never seen such a scene before. However, in this secret chamber, he could not help but feel his hair stand on end. He was really going crazy. However, compared to Su Yan, Master Puppet had a calm expression. Instead, he was enjoying this world filled with blood. A faint smile appeared on his ugly face. "Su Yan, I believe that you will become Master Puppet's greatest creation." Master Puppet tossed Su Yan to the side and walked to the side, washing his hands in a basin of blood. Looking at his hands covered in blood, Master Puppet smiled faintly. He slowly walked to Su Yan and touched Su Yan's body. Looking at the frightened Su Yan, he smiled and said, "Su Yan, don't worry. You are the perfect body that I found after searching for so long. I will not let you suffer." As Master Puppet slowly touched Su Yan's face, Su Yan could not help but feel disgusted and angry. I swear, if I can still live, I will definitely tear you into pieces." Su Yan roared in grief and indignation in his heart. As Master Puppet was covered in blood, his eyes became heavier and heavier. Slowly, he closed his eyes and lost consciousness. Perhaps to the current Su Yan, losing consciousness was not a bad thing. Reverend Heaven Sword and the rest quickly chased after Su Yan. Unfortunately, they were still one step too slow. When they reached White Bone Forest, Su Yan had already been taken away. Seeing that Reverend Heaven Sword was still searching, someone advised Reverend Heaven Sword, "Reverend Heaven Sword, stop searching. Perhaps that person is impersonating Su Yan." Impossible, absolutely impossible. Taoist Heaven Sword looked at the battle scars above the White Bone Forest and shook his head. "I can feel Su Yan's aura. He definitely came here before." "Then, have you seen Su Yan now?" When a circumference realm expert heard Reverend Heaven Sword's words, a disdainful smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Reverend Heaven Sword, don't forget that Su Yan is only a human and not a god. Plus, he's only in the spiritual sea realm. Now, he's even more useless." "What did you say?" When Reverend Heaven Sword heard this person's words, anger immediately surged up on his face. "Am I wrong? That Su Yan's spiritual sea is broken, and he's just a piece of trash now. Do you really think he can still bring you a miracle?" That circumference realm expert was also in the second stage of the spiritual sea realm. He looked at Reverend Heaven Sword without fear. "Do you believe that I won't kill you right now?" At that time, after Su Yan was taken away, Reverend Heaven Sword had always placed his hopes on Yunhe. And when he came to the Heaven and Earth organization, he was told that Su Yan had become a piece of trash. Not only had he become a piece of trash, but he had also left. During this year, although Reverend Heaven Sword had been busy with the matters of the Alliance, he had been thinking about Su Yan all the time, thinking about Su Yan's return. Now that he finally had news of Su Yan, how could Reverend Heaven Sword not be angry? A year ago, during that calamity, Su Yan had become a famous person in the world. This allowed Su Yan to become a famous person in the 5 counties continent. Many experts saw Su Yan's shocking performance and saw his strong willpower. However, there were also many people who had not seen Su Yan. They had only heard rumors about Su Yan. When they heard the rumors about Su Yan, most of them had an attitude of disbelief. During the alliance, many people mentioned Su Yan's name, which made many experts feel a little unhappy about Su Yan. They even felt that Su Yan was a disgrace to them. After all, many people were saying that Su Yan was stronger than Circumference Realm experts. This was a disgrace to a Circumference Realm expert. Therefore, even during the alliance, everyone was unhappy with Su Yan. In addition, in recent days, many people had pretended to be Su Yan, which made some people feel even more resentful. Now, Reverend Heavensword had brought people here to look for Su Yan. This made many people even more unhappy. This Circumference Realm expert was one of them. When he heard Reverend Heavensword's words, he did not hold back. Reverend Heavensword, do you really think that my Skyblaze sect is afraid of your hidden sword tomb? You can try if you dare to make a move. Reverend Heavensword and Reverend Skyblaze looked at each other. For a moment, swords were drawn, and a fight could break out at any moment. When Yun Tian saw this, he hurriedly stopped them. All right, stop arguing. We're allies now. Don't talk. When Reverend Heavensword heard Yun Tian's words, he bellowed, Yun Tian, if it weren't for your spirit communication skill a year ago, would Su Yan have become a cripple? If it weren't for your spirit communication skill, I'm afraid that Su Yan would have become a Circumference Realm expert by now. Yun Tian had wanted to mediate the fight. How could he have known that Reverend Heavensword would say something like this? For a moment, he did not know how to reply. After all, he had been blaming himself for the past year. No matter what, the reason why Su Yan had become a cripple was because Yun Tian had misused his spirit communication skill, causing Su Yan to become a cripple. Reverend Heavensword, what do you mean by that? When Yun Tian did not say anything, a Circumference Realm expert from the Heaven and Earth organization could not take it anymore. He pointed at Reverend Heavensword and said, Reverend Heavensword, are you trying to start an internal conflict? So, what if it's an internal conflict? When Reverend Heavensword heard this, a sneer appeared on his face. Although my sword catacomb cannot be compared to big sects like yours, I, Reverend Heavensword, am not afraid of you. All right. Reverend Heavensword, since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. This alliance was initiated by the Heaven and Earth organization, and Yun He was the leader of the alliance. As an elder of the Heaven and Earth organization, Yun too naturally had a sense of superiority over other experts. When he heard Reverend Heavensword's words, anger immediately surged on his face. Then, the spiritual energy in his body surged. All right, stop messing around. When Yun Tian saw this scene, he immediately shouted angrily, Don't forget that we are now in an alliance. Don't forget that the Black Fiend Alliance is now under our control, yet you guys still have the time to fight here. Look here again. Yun Tian said agitatedly. He angrily pointed at the surroundings and said, Look at your current location. Although Yun Tian's position in the alliance was the same as everyone else's, he was still a spirit realm expert. However, Yun Tian was a stage 4 spiritual sea realm warrior after all, and his strength was above everyone else. Now that everyone saw that he was angry, they all quieted down, especially when they saw the surrounding area. This was already the territory of the Black Fiend Alliance. The Circumference Realm experts could not help but frown. When Yun Tian saw that everyone had calmed down, he still felt unsatisfied. He continued, Tell me, why did we form an alliance this time? Isn't it to prevent the invasion of those people from the 9 provinces continent? Right now, the Black Fiend Alliance's power has yet to be suppressed, and we're already having an internal conflict? Yun Tian said. Then, he changed the topic and looked at Reverend Heavensword. Reverend Heavensword, I know that you're worried, but have you thought about the feelings of others? Reverend Heavensword was just worried about Su Yan. He was so angry that he became muddled. When he heard Yun Tian's words, he came to his senses and sighed helplessly. When Yun Tian saw this, the anger on his face lessened. He looked around and said, Since we're here today, let's look around. Perhaps there might really be news of Su Yan. If it wasn't for the matter of Su Yan, we would have come here too. All right. When the Circumference Realm experts heard Yun Tian's words, they did not have any objections. An internal strife was suppressed under Yun Tian's might. Under Yun Tian's lead, they continued forward. However, no one saw the cold smile on Reverend Fire God's face. Everyone be careful. If the information is correct, there should be a base of the Black Fiend Alliance here. Yun Tian walked to the front and said to the crowd, "Ha, you guys are pretty fast, aren't you?" At this moment, a laughter rang out. The one who appeared was the Black Fiend Ghost. When the experts saw the Black Fiend Ghost, they frowned. "Black Fiend Ghost, you escaped the previous time. Do you think you'll be so lucky this time?" On the other hand, Yun Tian was straightforward. He leaped into the air and looked at the Black Fiend Demon with a cold smile. "Escape? Ha!" When the Black Fiend Ghost heard Yun Tian's words, he laughed out loud. "Yun Tian, oh Yun Tian, I don't want to argue with you. All right, then your life shall end here today." Yun Tian roared. Immediately, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the Black Fiend Ghost. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, however, before the Black Fiend Ghost could make his move, a figure leaped out and slammed his palm against Yun Tian. Yun Tian's body trembled as he retreated a few steps back. "This is..." Yun Tian couldn't help but be shocked. Looking at the person who had suddenly appeared in front of him, he frowned. When he saw the person in front of him clearly, his frown deepened. "Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before?" The person did not answer Yun Tian's question. In fact, he did not even care about Yun Tian. His eyes were lifeless like a corpse. "Ha! How can we let you know the strength of the Black Fiend Alliance?" The Black Fiend beside him laughed out loud. At the same time, he waved his hand and a few more figures leaped out. There were a total of 6 Circumference Realm experts. They were on par with Yun Tian and the others. Chapter 397. Everyone, be careful. At that moment, Yun Tian hurriedly shouted. Following that, he circulated the cultivation technique in his body and attacked one person. Sensing that person's strength, he was only at the first stage of the spiritual sea realm. Only then did Yun Tian feel relieved. Otherwise, if the people who appeared were all experts on the same level as him, then all of them would definitely die here today. 6 Area Sphere Realm experts against 6 Area Sphere Realm experts. In an instant, a battle broke out. Yun Tian was indeed worthy of being a 4th stage Heaven Realm expert. Although he was careless in the first move and made some mistakes, at this moment, he suddenly burst out with terrifying strength. Every move was ruthless and coupled with the cloud technique. The Area Sphere Realm expert was beaten to the point that he couldn't fight back. He even had the time to help the other Area Sphere Realm experts. "Black Demon, I will definitely not let you off this time." When Yun Tian gained the upper hand, he coldly snorted while looking at the Black Demon. "Is that so?" The Black Demon's expression was still indifferent. Hearing Yun Tian's words, he coldly smiled and said, "Yun Tian, do you really think that you will win?" Bang! Right at this moment, a sphere boundary expert who was originally fighting Reverend Fire God suddenly changed sides and directly attacked Reverend Heavensword who was beside him. How could Reverend Heavensword have expected such a sudden change? He couldn't dodge in time and was directly sent flying. When Yun Tian saw this scene, he was also shocked. He looked at Reverend Fire God and roared, "Fire God, are you crazy?" Crazy. When Reverend Fire God heard Yun Tian's words, he coldly smiled and said, "The one who's crazy isn't me, but you guys. Originally, I was prepared to make a move against you guys in the White Bone Forest, but I didn't expect the White Bone Forest's formation to be destroyed. This is something I really didn't expect." As Reverend Fire God spoke, he glanced at Reverend Heavensword and said, "Actually, all of this is thanks to Reverend Heavensword, right? If it wasn't for Reverend Heavensword urgently looking for Su Yen, how would you guys come here?" Reverend Heavensword. When Reverend Fire God said this, the Area Sphere Realm experts who were injured by the sudden change of sides looked at Reverend Heavensword with hatred. However, Yun Tian maintained his rationality and shouted, "Don't let your imagination run wild. This Reverend Fire God is clearly from the Black Fiend Alliance." "That's right, I'm from the Black Fiend Alliance." The Fire God Venerable did not avoid the topic. He smiled and said, "The reason why I stayed in the Chen Cloud Alliance was to find a chance to break your net. More importantly, I wanted to capture Su Yen. And now, it seems that Su Yen has been captured, so there is no need for me to hide in the Qian Cloud Alliance. What? When Reverend Heavensword heard Reverend Fire God's words, a vicious aura surged in his eyes. He shouted, "Reverend Fire God, so you already knew about Su Yen?" "Of course I do." Venerable Fire God smiled. "Not only do I know, but I also know about the people who are sent to impersonate Su Yen every day. So when someone said that there were two Su Yen, I knew that the real Su Yen had appeared. Initially, I was still thinking about how to lure you guys here. However, I have underestimated how much you, Sage Heavenly Sword, value Su Yen. This saved me quite a bit of effort and allowed him to lure you all here." When Reverend Heavensword heard Reverend Fire God's words, his face twitched. He looked at Reverend Fire God and asked, "Then why did you quarrel with me in the White Bone Forest?" "Because I know your character. The more someone provokes you, the more agitated you will be." Reverend Fire God smiled and looked at Yuntian. "And you? You have always felt guilty about Su Yen becoming a cripple. So, the reason why I quarreled with you guys was to trigger the greatest guilt in your heart. It was to lure you here." When Yuntian heard Reverend Fire God's words, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. They really did not think of this. Reverend Fire God looked at the two's reaction and nodded in satisfaction. He then looked at the others and said, "Actually, I feel that the funniest ones here are these few people. They actually want to have an internal conflict. Actually, if there really was an internal conflict, I would be quite willing to see it. After all, we don't have to do anything." That's right, that's right." When the Black Demon heard Reverend Fire God's words, he clapped his hands and said, "That's right. Actually, we really have to thank that trash Su Yen." "He's not trash." Reverend Heavensword roared. "Isn't trash?" The Black Demon laughed coldly. "He's indeed not trash. However, he's about to become a puppet. A corpse that's even worse than trash." "What did you say? What did you guys do to Su Yen?" Reverend Heavensword leaped up in excitement. The cultivation technique in his body started to circulate. However, just as he leaped up, 3 area radius experts came forward to stop him. Originally, it was 6 area radius experts against 6 area radius experts. The strength of both sides were evenly matched. Unfortunately, Reverend Fire God had changed sides. All of a sudden, it became 7 area radius experts against 5 area radius experts. No matter how strong Yuntian was, he couldn't reverse the situation. Although Yuntian and the others were furious, they were still no match for the Black Demon and the others. They were captured. "Black Demon, kill me if you can." Yuntian looked at the Black Demon and roared. "I can't bear to kill you. How can we bear to kill 5 area radius experts like you?" The Black Demon laughed coldly. "What?" When Yuntian heard the Black Demon's words, he was stunned. Then he understood something and sneered, "Black Demon, you want me to betray the Heaven and Earth organization? Do you think that's possible?" "Impossible?" The Black Demon didn't care about Yuntian's anger. He laughed coldly. "I'm afraid it's not up to you guys." As he spoke, the Black Demon ignored Yuntian and the others and pushed them to the place from before. When they entered this gloomy place, even though they were experts who had seen a lot, they couldn't help but tremble when they saw the shocking scene around them. "Master Puppet, I've got a few area radius experts for you," the Black Demon shouted as soon as he entered. Then, a hunchbacked old man walked out. Looking at Yuntian and the others, he nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, not bad. Good specimens. Good specimens. I was just worrying about how to find some area radius experts to increase the strength of my works. Now that I have these people, it's enough. Bring them in." Master Puppet smiled and waved his hand, allowing the Black Demon to bring them into the secret room. Su Yen. Su Yen. When they were brought into the secret room, Reverend Heavensword and Yuntian didn't care about the shocking scene around them. Instead, they saw the figure in the middle of the blood pool. Their faces were filled with excitement. Unfortunately, although the person in the middle had his eyes open, he couldn't move. "What did you guys do to Su Yen?" Reverend Heavensword's eyes were filled with anger as he looked at Master Puppet and roared. What? You'll know very soon. This will be my, Master Puppet's, most perfect work. Master Puppet looked at Su Yen in the middle of the blood pool and sneered. He no longer cared about Reverend Heavensword and the others. Instead, he walked to the side of the blood pool and kept adding something into it. He was also continuously pouring in spiritual energy. Reverend Heavensword and the others were placed to the side. Black Demon, what the hell is this place? Only then did Yun Tian notice the ghastly scene and shouted at the Black Demon. Yun Tian, enjoy Master Puppet's methods. The Black Demon smiled sinisterly and left the secret room, completely ignoring Yun Tian's roar. Yun Tian and the others shouted for a while. Seeing that no one was paying attention, they were also tired. At the same time, they calmed down and began to observe the situation around them, trying to find an opportunity to leave. Perfect. Too perfect. Master Puppet didn't pay attention to them. He just looked at Su Yen in the blood pool and muttered to himself. He kept adding something into the pool and arranged it. Runes flowed into the blood pool one after another. After 3 days like this, Grandpa Puppet finally stood up and walked towards an area boundary expert. What are you doing? When the Radius Realm expert saw Master Puppet's blood-stained hands reaching out, he was frightened and shouted. Yun Tian and the others narrowed their eyes and shouted, What are you doing? Unfortunately, Master Puppet seemed to be possessed by fire. He didn't care about the shouts of Yun Tian and the others. He grabbed the Radius Realm expert and threw him into the blood pool. The moment that person entered the blood pool, he immediately let out a scream. Then, his entire body was submerged in it. Asterisk bang. Asterisk at the same time, a force erupted from the blood pool. Master Puppet immediately took a step forward and leaped over. He sat on a high platform beside the blood pool, and a wave of spiritual energy faintly fluctuated. Yun Tian and the others were experienced and knowledgeable. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help but be stunned. Elder Yun, what exactly is going on? A square circle realm expert asked, his face turning pale with fright. I don't know what is going on either. Yun Tian also didn't know what Master Puppet was doing. When Reverend Heavensword saw this scene, he frowned. He closed his eyes and observed Master Puppet from time to time. He seemed to be thinking about something. After thinking for a long time, he slowly opened his mouth and said, Elder Yun, have you heard of puppets? Puppets. When Yun Tian heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, his eyes widened and he said, You are talking about the ancient puppet race's puppet art? Sage Heavensword nodded and said, If I'm not wrong, this person is probably trying to refine Su Yen into a puppet. Moreover, he wants to refine a cultivation puppet that can complement him. Chapter 398. Cultivate him into a puppet. At the thought of this, Sage Heavensword could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. Su Yen was a disciple who had walked out from the sword vault. He knew all too well about the conditions that Su Yen possessed. If Su Yen were to be refined into this person's cultivation puppet, then, how strong would this person's cultivation path be in the future? After all, if one could obtain a good cultivation puppet, not only would the puppet master benefit greatly in cultivation, but the puppet master himself would also be able to cultivate. This would increase his cultivation speed in the future. Sage Heavensword did not dare to imagine all of this. So, he had to stop all of this from happening. This was not only for the sake of saving Su Yen, but also for the sake of the entire 5 regions. This was the thought of both Sage Heavensword and Yun Tian. Unfortunately, the two of them could not even save themselves. How could they save Su Yen? Right now, they could only place their hopes on Yun He and the Qian Cloud Alliance. However, could Yun He really find this place? Even if she could the people of the Black Fiend Alliance allow Yun He to save them so easily? Unknowingly, more than 10 days had passed. They were originally 5 Radius Realm experts, but now, only Reverend Heavenly Sword and Yun Tian were left. The other 3 Radius State experts, including Yun Tu, had been thrown into the blood pool to help the puppet master refine the puppet. Elder Yun, is there really no other way? Sage Heavensword watched as the days went by and the worry in his heart grew. Putting aside the fact that he would be facing the fate of death, if Su Yen were to be refined into a puppet, he would be a walking corpse. Sage Heavensword knew Su Yen well. Su Yen was an arrogant and unyielding person. He would rather die than become someone else's puppet. When Yun Tian heard Sage Heavensword's words, he smiled bitterly. Heavensword, now that both of us are prisoners, how can we stop this? Is there really no other way? Sage Heavenly Sword roared furiously in his heart. His mind spun rapidly in an attempt to find a way to deal with Su Yen. After a long time, Sage Heavenly Sword's eyes suddenly lit up. He revealed an excited expression as he approached Yun Tian and said, "Elder Yun, I got it. The process of refining the puppet is not without danger. If we can awaken Su Yen, it is very likely that Su Yen will be able to control the person refining the puppet." Yes. When Yun Tian heard Taoist Sky Sword's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. He slapped his head and said, "That's right. Why didn't we think of this?" Although he knew this was the case, it was easier said than done to awaken a person who had been refined into a puppet. Sai, Tianjian, although what you said makes sense, how can it be so easy to awaken a person who has been refined into a puppet? Now, so many days have passed. Su Yen is even more like a puppet now, Yun Tian said with a dejected expression. No. However, Sage Heavenly Sword was different from Yun Tian. He shook his head and smiled. No, he definitely can. I believe that Su Yen will definitely be able to do it. He has brought us so many miracles. I believe that he will not disappoint us this time around. Reverend Heavensword looked at Su Yen as a resplendent light surged in his eyes. When Yun Tian heard Sage Heavenly Sword's words, he could not help but be stunned. Immediately after, he looked at Sage Heavenly Sword's rolling eyes and clenched his fists secretly. At least, he had made some sort of decision. Just like that, a few more days passed unknowingly. Master Puppet came down from the high platform once more and was about to capture Sage Heavenly Sword. Sage Heavenly Sword looked at Master Puppet without the slightest bit of fear. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Looking at Su Yen in the middle of the blood pool, he clenched his fists and said, "Su Yen, I believe that you will definitely be able to do it." Definitely. Asterisk plop. Asterisk however, before Master Puppet could capture Sage Heavenly Sword, he heard a surge of energy in the middle of the blood pool. Sage Heavenly Sword could not help but be stunned. When he saw Yun Tian floating on the surface of the blood pool, his face was filled with astonishment. He roared furiously, "Yundan, what are you doing?" "Heavenly Sword, Su Yen is facing this calamity because of me. Now, I should be the one to wake him up." Yun Tian smiled faintly. Immediately after, his body sank into the blood pool. Damn it! Damn it! Sage Heavenly Sword clenched his teeth in hatred. Although he did not have a deep relationship with Yun Tian, the two of them only got to know each other because of the alliance this time around. However, the two of them had been imprisoned here for such a long time. Every day, they would discuss the same matter. Unknowingly, they had already established a friendship. Now that he saw his good friend lose his life, how could he not be sad? Wake him up. During this period of time, Master Puppet had been in a muddle-headed state. When he heard Yun Tian's words, his eyes flickered with a trace of radiance. He laughed in disdain. Almost a month has passed. This person has long turned into a puppet. I can still wake him up. Since you want to die first, I won't stand on ceremony then. Master Puppet sneered coldly. He put down Sage Heavenly Sword and walked back to the high platform. Under the circulation of Master Puppet's cultivation technique, countless runes were born from his high platform and flew into the blood pool. Arg, Yun Tian, who had entered the blood pool, suddenly let out a sorrowful howl. I must endure it. I must wake Su Yen up. Although Yun Tian did not think that it would be that easy, when he saw how confident Sage Heavenly Sword was, his lost mind became resolute. I can definitely do it. I definitely can. Yun Tian muttered in his heart. He circulated his cultivation technique to prevent the corrosion of the blood pool. He leaned towards Su Yen continuously and shouted, "Su Yen, wake up! Wake up! What is that sound? What is that sound?" On the first day he entered the blood pool, Su Yan's heart was constantly struggling. Although he did not know what Master Puppet wanted to do to him, Su Yan could feel that Master Puppet was controlling him. Su Yan wanted to resist and struggle. However, there was no trace of power in his body. He could not resist at all. Instead, he slowly lost his mind. Slowly, he lost his willpower. Even so, Su Yan did not give up struggling. He kept telling himself that he could not be controlled. He absolutely could not be controlled. Who was he? He was Su Yan. He was the successor of the Buddha sword sect. He was a pinnacle sword saint. How could he be controlled by others? He kept persevering, but he still could not resist the corrosion of that power. He slowly lost himself and gradually fell into a deep sleep. His consciousness gradually became blurred and was about to disappear. Hearing this sudden sound, Li Yundong was stunned. Su Yan's heart immediately trembled. What is that sound? What is that sound? Su Yan had already forgotten whose voice it was. Then, Su Yan felt a power coming over. What a familiar power, what a familiar feeling. What is that sound? What is that power? Yun Tian, who was in the blood pool, was suffering. He could feel that his legs were being devoured. His hands were being devoured. Even his face was being devoured. However, he was still persevering. Su Yan, wake up. Wake up. Cloudy mist skill. Yes, cloudy mist skill. Yun Tian did not know if this was possible. He could only rely on his last bit of willpower to persevere. He was now like Sage Heaven Sword. He believed that Su Yan would definitely bring about a miracle. He would definitely bring about a miracle. Yun Tian thought. His pupils constricted and he activated his cultivation technique. Suddenly, the cloudy mist skill surged towards Su Yan's body. Then the blood water engulfed his body. Only one thought was left in Yun Tian's mind. Su Yan. He will definitely bring about a miracle. What a familiar power. What is this power? Cloudy mist skill. That's right. Cloudy mist skill. Heaven and Earth Organization. Who am I? I am Su Yan. Under the influence of this power, Su Yan slowly regained consciousness. Memories started to appear in his mind one after another. Bang! At this moment, Master Puppet, who was sitting on the high platform, trembled. His face was immediately filled with astonishment. No, how is this possible? How can this Su Yan recover his memories? No, this is impossible. Master Puppet mumbled. The cultivation technique in his body circulated rapidly. Countless runes surged into the blood pool. Just as he was recalling his name, Su Yan was invaded by the power of the runes. He immediately felt a sense of blur and his memories slowly dissipated. No, I can't be controlled. I can't. Just as his memories were about to dissipate, a strong willpower surged in Su Yan's heart. Memories surged in. At this moment, Su Yan was secretly fighting with Master Puppet. Humph, Su Yan, you still want to escape from my control? That's impossible. Master Puppet felt Su Yan's resistance and roared. Then, his body floated up and added something into the blood pool. Su Yan's body stiffened again. However, Su Yan's memories were constantly recovering. He was Su Yan. He was a sword saint at the pinnacle of his generation. How could he be controlled by others? No, definitely not. Su Yan suddenly let out a furious roar. Both of his eyes suddenly opened, and a ray of resplendent light gushed out from within. Su Yan. When Taoist Heaven Sword saw Su Yan open his eyes, tears immediately flowed down his aged face. He shouted emotionally, "You did it! Su Yan, you did it! I knew you would definitely be able to do it." Humph, it's still too early to escape from my control. Master Puppet no longer looked calm. He looked at Su Yan, who was in the pool of blood, and a trace of viciousness surged in his eyes. He continued to control the array core beside the pool of blood. Runes surged into the pool of blood. Chapter 399. The moment those runes surged in, Su Yan could feel a strong force corroding his body. From his flesh, to his willpower, to the depths of his soul. He was controlling himself continuously. Su Yan wanted to shout, wanted to moan, wanted to use his skills. However, under the power of the runes, he couldn't resist at all. Those runes were like ants that kept drilling into Su Yan's body. Moreover, Su Yan could feel that his flesh was becoming stiff continuously. There was no pain, no feeling. There was only a gradual stiffening and loss. It was as though everything was going to enter a hole. He was luring him. He was luring him into a canyon. The canyon was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. There wasn't a single trace of light, just like the dark region. Su Yan wanted to resist. However, his entire body and willpower seemed to be out of his control as he slowly walked into the canyon. A mere spiritual sea realm wants to escape from my control? When Master Puppet felt the power from Su Yan's body, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. What's going on? Looking at the closed eyes, Sage Heavensword's heart couldn't help but tremble. He then shouted, Su Yan, wake up! Wake up! Wake up! When Master Puppet heard Sage Heavensword's words, he laughed again. How naive! Su Yan is only at the spiritual sea realm. He has long been controlled by me. You want to wake up? What a joke! Another day passed by. Sage Heavensword's voice was about to go hoarse. However, it was a pity that Su Yan's eyes had never opened since the moment they closed. Sage Heavensword was on the verge of despair. Initially, he wanted to enter the blood pool to help Su Yan. However, because of the incident with Yun Tian, Master Puppet controlled him again. The current Sage Heavensword couldn't even use a single bit of strength. He couldn't even leave, let alone enter the blood pool. He could only rely on himself for everything. However, Su Yan had already fallen into a coma. Could he really wake up? Reverend Heavensword looked at Su Yan, who was in the blood pool. Even though he had great confidence in Su Yan, as time passed, this confidence began to waver. On the other hand, Master Puppet looked at Su Yan, who was sleeping in the blood pool. The smile on his face grew wider and wider. He was even a little excited. 7 days. In just 7 days, Master Puppet's greatest work, will appear. Master Puppet looked at Su Yan with deep affection in his eyes. It was like a man looking at his beloved woman. Master Puppet had truly regarded Su Yan as the person he loved the most. He let out a low cry and instantly circulated his cultivation method. Several runes flowed out from his feet and rushed towards Su Yan's body. My lover. Upon hearing this command, Su Yan's body couldn't help but tremble. The last strand of consciousness in his heart suddenly trembled, and the beautiful figures of the young girls slid past his eyes. Lin Hualu, Chu Linger, Lu Lan, Yun Wanxi, Tidal Palace Master. Looking at these graceful figures, Yi Zichen was stunned. Su Yan's body suddenly froze. No, I can't die. I definitely can't die. Senior Sister Lin is still waiting for me. Ling is waiting for me. Lu Lan is still waiting for me. As Su Yan thought of this, a surge of energy surged from the bottom of his heart and he slammed it against those runes. Bang! A loud sound rang out from the blood pool. What? He can still resist? When Master Puppet sensed Su Yan's movement, he was startled at first. Then, excitement surged in his eyes. The stronger Su Yan was, the more powerful the puppet he would refine would be. This way, he would be even stronger. Therefore, when he saw that Su Yan was still able to resist, he wasn't angry. Instead, he became even more excited. Su Yan, you're truly my lover. Come, enjoy my last caress. Master Puppet shouted. He opened his arms wide and countless black runes were emitted from his body. Those black runes were like chains that flew towards Su Yan. The moment those black runes flew towards him, Su Yan's body trembled. He could feel a powerful force pulling him towards himself. What is this? What is this? Su Yan had completely lost his memories. Looking at the runes flying towards him, he could only feel a powerful force pulling him towards the runes. He couldn't help but follow the runes slowly. Su Yan, wake up. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the depths of Su Yan's soul. Su Yan's body suddenly froze. Su Yan, who am I? Su Yan suddenly woke up. I'm a sword saint at the pinnacle of my generation. I'm a disciple of the hidden sword tomb. I'm the successor of the Buddha sword sect. Memories flooded into Su Yan's mind. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes suddenly opened. Although they were dim, there was an unswerving determination on his cold face. What? Seeing this, Master Puppet couldn't help but frown. He then snorted and said, "I didn't expect you to be able to resist. Let's see how you're going to resist." Master Puppet roared and waved his hands. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual power surged out. No, it wasn't the power of spiritual power. It was soul power. That's right. It was the power of the soul that directly invaded Su Yan's body. When Su Yan saw the figure that appeared in his mind, he frowned. "Puma, I'm your master." Master Puppet's soul poured into Su Yan's mind and constantly emitted a bewitching power to lead Su Yan. "My master." Su Yan was stunned for a moment, and he gradually lost himself. His entire body slowly leaned towards Master Puppet. When Master Puppet saw Su Yan leaning towards him, he sneered. "Su Yan, my lover, you can't escape from my hands." No, I'm Su Yan. I'm a pinnacle sword saint. Who dares to be my master?" However, before Master Puppet's happiness could fade, Su Yan's body suddenly exuded a majestic aura. He looked at Master Puppet's soul and instantly erupted with a powerful force. He shouted, "Who are you?" As he spoke, Su Yan didn't give Master Puppet a chance to speak. With a cold shout, his entire body suddenly pounced on Master Puppet. Master Puppet was stunned. However, he reacted quickly and quickly regained his senses. He leaped and dodged Su Yan's attack. At the same time, Su Yan looked at Master Puppet and the memories in his mind were restored. I know who you are." Su Yan looked at Master Puppet. Immediately, a strong killing intent was emitted from his eyes. Master Puppet was stunned when he saw this. Then he looked at Su Yan's feet and couldn't help but laugh. "Su Yan, you're really strong. If I hadn't refined you for so many days, I would have been devoured by you. However, it's useless now." "What's useless?" When Su Yan heard Master Puppet's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Just as he was about to use his strength, he suddenly felt that his entire body was restrained. What's going on? Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Then he looked at his feet and saw that they were restrained by countless chains. Su Yan's heart suddenly surged with anger and he shouted, "What have you done to me?" What have I done?" "Su Yan, accept my baptism obediently. You will become my greatest creation." Master Puppet looked at Su Yan and laughed. Creation. During this period of time, Su Yan had resisted. However, due to Master Puppet's countless soul devouring, Su Yan didn't have any memories of the past few days at all. Su Yan didn't know how much time had passed. Similarly, he didn't know that Master Puppet wanted to refine him into his puppet. However, all of this wasn't important anymore. Su Yan was now awake. Su Yan only wanted to find a way to break through all of this. Looking at the chains that were slowly wrapping around his feet, Su Yan stopped talking nonsense with Master Puppet. His mind was spinning rapidly. What exactly was this? How could he break this shackle? How could Master Puppet not know what Su Yan was thinking? He looked at his expression and laughed. "It's useless, Su Yan. You and I have already established a bond. Other than accepting my baptism obediently, you won't be able to escape. Impossible. There must be a way." Su Yan didn't listen to Master Puppet at all. Instead, his eyes narrowed as he looked at the chains that were about to swallow him up and tried to think of a way. At the same time, Su Yan also tried to calm himself down. This was because Su Yan knew very well that he could only find a way if he calmed down. However, it was a pity that the speed of the chain's entanglement grew faster and faster. Very soon, it had reached Su Yan's waist. Su Yan's entire body was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. At this moment, he simply did not have the slightest ability to resist. Master Puppet's face became increasingly excited as he watched this scene. "Just a little more. Just a little more. My greatest work is about to be born." At this moment, Master Puppet could feel Su Yan's consciousness. Su Yan's soul was trembling. What exactly is the way? What exactly is the way? Su Yan could also feel his body being swallowed up continuously. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. Even though Su Yan had been keeping himself calm, Su Yan couldn't help but fall into a panic at this moment. At this moment, the cultivation technique in Su Yan's body suddenly changed. Su Yan was stunned. Then a smile appeared on his face. I understand now. I understand now. So that's how it is. As he spoke, the cultivation technique in Su Yan's body suddenly revolved. He didn't absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Instead, he absorbed it directly from the rune chains. There was a loud and clear sound. The chains that were wrapped around Su Yan's body actually turned into streams of energy and entered Su Yan's body. What's going on? Chapter 400. Su Yan, how could you absorb my rune energy? Master Puppet looked at Su Yan. At this moment, he no longer had the calmness and excitement from before. Instead, his face was filled with astonishment and panic. Because I am Su Yan. Su Yan looked at Master Puppet's astonished face and smirked coldly. Then, a murderous intent surged in his eyes. The sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body started to revolve rapidly. The rune energy surged into Su Yan's body instantly. At this moment, Su Yan was completely awake. As the power of the runes surged in, Su Yan's will became clearer and clearer. However, Master Puppet's consciousness became more and more blurry. He looked at Su Yan and shook his head continuously. How could this be? Su Yan, how could you break free from my control? How could you absorb my rune energy? Su Yan knew what was going on. However, Su Yan didn't tell Master Puppet what was going on. He wanted Master Puppet to die with hatred. Humph, you want to control me? Go and die. Su Yan looked at Master Puppet and a bright radiance surged in his eyes. He roared and the sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body started to revolve rapidly. All of a sudden, there was a loud explosion from the blood pool. What's going on? Sage Heaven Sword had been anticipating and hoping for so many days. However, it was a pity that he had been disappointed time and time again. He had long lost his confidence. Now that he saw the explosion from the blood pool, he couldn't help but be stunned. All of a sudden, at this moment, Su Yan, who was in the blood pool, suddenly opened his eyes and leaped up. Su Yan. When Reverend Heaven Sword saw this scene, a glint suddenly surged in his eyes. His entire body trembled in excitement. Su Yan, you really didn't disappoint me. You really didn't disappoint me. Su Yan, I knew you could do it. You can do it. Sage Heaven Sword shouted excitedly. And at this moment, Lord Puppet, who was sitting on the high platform, coughed out a mouthful of blood. Then he fell into a daze. Sect leader. At this moment, Su Yan, who had just emerged from the blood pool, also noticed Sage Heavenly Sword. Seeing his weak appearance, Su Yan's brows furrowed slightly. He hastily stepped forward to check on Sage Heavenly Sword's injuries. Seeing that there were no major problems, Su Yan relaxed. Su Yan, you really did it. You really did it. At this moment, Reverend Heaven Sword did not care about himself at all. Instead, he hugged Su Yan emotionally. Immediately, tears flowed down his old face. Su Yan had already recovered. But after all, he had been in a muddle-headed state for a period of time. There were many things that he was not clear about. Seeing Reverend Heavenly Sword's appearance, he couldn't help but frown and ask, Sect Master, why are you here? Sigh, it's a long story. Sage Heavenly Sword sighed helplessly. He told Su Yan about what had happened that day. Of course, he also told him about how Yun Tian had awakened Su Yan. What? Elder Yun Tian fell for me? Hearing this, killing intent surged in Su Yan's eyes. Looking at Lord Puppet, who was on the high platform, he furiously shouted, Lord Puppet, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Ah! Su Yan furiously roared and immediately leaped towards Lord Puppet. Seeing Su Yan rushing over in such a hurry, Sage Heavenly Sword was afraid that something might happen to him. He hurriedly reminded, Su Yan, be careful. Be careful. This guy is just my puppet now. Su Yan coldly snorted. All of a sudden, the spiritual energy in his body surged. With a bang, he struck his palm towards Lord Puppet. Lord Puppet, who was still insufferably arrogant a moment ago, was instantly sent flying. Seeing this scene, Sage Heavenly Sword was stunned. After all, even if Su Yan had recovered, Lord Puppet would still have the strength of Square Sphere Realm. However, why was Lord Puppet unable to resist Su Yan's attack? Die for me! Su Yan furiously roared and directly tore Lord Puppet into pieces. In the end, the heavenly flames surged out and incinerated Lord Puppet. After a long time, he still couldn't vent his anger. With the fall of Lord Puppet, the control on Sage Heavenly Sword's body weakened. He slowly recovered his strength and walked towards Su Yan, asking, "Su Yan, why was Lord Puppet unable to resist at all in your hands?" "Because he's my puppet." Su Yan disdainfully looked at Lord Puppet, who had already turned into ashes. Puppet. Sage Heavenly Sword was stunned. Clearly, he didn't understand the meaning of Su Yan's words. Su Yan nodded and didn't hide anything from Heaven Sword Sage. He slowly said, "This master puppet originally wanted to refine me into his puppet, but he never thought that my great sun-colored glaze sword scripture could actually absorb his runic iron chains. So in the end, he became my puppet. Not only that, but I also accepted his memories. I received his memories." When Reverend Heaven Sword heard this, a look of horror immediately appeared on his face. He was all too clear about Master Puppet's position in the Black Fiend Alliance. Obtaining his memories meant obtaining many of the Black Fiend Alliance's decisions. This was definitely a fatal piece of information for the war between the two alliances. When Su Yan saw the astonished look on Reverend Heaven Sword's face, he knew what Reverend Heaven Sword was thinking. He nodded slightly and said, "Reverend Heaven Sword, let's leave this place first." Although Taoist Heavenly Sword was the sect master of the Sword Burial Mound, and Su Yan was just a disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb. But right now, Reverend Heaven Sword was standing before Su Yan as though he was the true sect master. When he heard Su Yan's words, he nodded his head slightly and felt that it was a pity when he looked at Master Puppet that had turned into ashes. After all, this was a puppet of the Perimeter State. When Su Yan saw the expression on Reverend Heaven Sword's face, he knew what the latter was thinking. He smiled gently and said, "Sect Master, there's nothing to feel pity about. He's not fit to be my puppet." Not fit. When Reverend Heaven Sword heard Su Yan's words, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. At the same time, there was an additional look of admiration in his eyes when he looked at Su Yan. He knew clearly that Su Yan's growth was something that he wouldn't be able to reach in the future. Immediately after, Reverend Heaven Sword didn't say anything more and followed Su Yan to leave. However, just as the two of them took a few steps, the Black Demon came in with a few Perimeter State powerhouses. Looking at Su Yan, who was still standing, the Black Demon was stunned at first. Then he shook his head and said, "No, how can this be? Su Yan, how can you still be alive? Even if you die, I won't die." Su Yan sneered and immediately gripped the Ghost Howl sword in his hand. At the same time, he leaped up and attacked the Black Demon with his sword. The Black Demon was startled. However, his reaction was fast. He took a step back and dodged the attack. He looked at Su Yan in astonishment and said, You actually dare to attack me? Why wouldn't I dare?" Su Yan didn't care about the Black Demon's words at all. With a cold bellow, he charged forward once more. The Ghost Howl sword in his hand was like a long dragon as it leaped forward. The strength of a rank 8 Spirit Sea state gushed out instantly. That's right. This time, Master Puppet's attempt to control Su Yan failed. Not only did Su Yan obtain his memories, but Su Yan, who had absorbed the power of the rune, also broke through to the rank 8 Spirit Sea state at this moment. However, this time, Su Yan didn't trigger the lightning calamity for some reason. "Su Yan, you're courting death." The Black Demon was enraged upon hearing Su Yan's words. With a stern shout, it leaped forward and charged towards Su Yan. At this moment, Reverend Heaven Sword also attacked. Unfortunately, there were more Perimeter State powerhouses on the Black Demon's side, and Su Yan was only at the rank 8 Spirit Sea state. Even if he could be on par with a Perimeter State powerhouse, there were only 2 of them, including Reverend Heaven Sword. For a moment, Su Yan and Reverend Heaven Sword couldn't find any advantage in the hands of the Black Demon's group. Having gained the upper hand in one move, the black demon sneered and said, Su Yen, although I don't know how you escaped from Master Puppet's control, if you want to leave this place, you'll have to ask if I can agree to it. Is that so? Hearing the black demon's words, Su Yen couldn't help but sneer. Then he waved his hands and a strange power surged out. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the radius boundary powerhouses standing next to the Black Fiend immediately attacked the Black Fiend. What's going on? The Black Fiend was startled by the sudden attack. He retreated and shouted, What the hell is going on? Are you crazy? Then, when the black demon saw the sneer on Su Yan's face, he seemed to have understood something. He looked at Su Yen in surprise and said, Su Yen, you can control these puppets. Not bad, not bad. You actually guessed that I can control these puppets. But it's a pity that you found out too late. Su Yan's eyes flickered and a scarlet light surged in them. He waved his hand at the perimeter state puppets and shouted, Kill them. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was filled with a majestic domineering aura. He was furious. All along, Su Yen felt that everyone had the right to live. But this time, the Black Demon Alliance actually used such a despicable method to refine him into a puppet. Su Yen was really angry. Kill everyone here for me. Su Yen roared. Then he raised the ghost howl sword in his hand and leaped up. With a sweep of his sword, he directly cut off the head of the traitor, Reverend Fire God. Then he brought along the 3 perimeter state puppets and killed his way out with Reverend Heaven Sword. Most of the disciples guarding here were in the Spirit Sea state. The Black Demon mainly relied on these perimeter state puppets. Now that these puppets were controlled by Su Yen, the situation changed. Although there were many people who came out to stop them along the way. But no one was a match for Su Yen. Along the way, they cut through the thorns and directly left the bloody hole that made Su Yen angry. Chapter 401. Su Yen, do you want to return to the Heaven and Earth organization now? Spiritual Master Heaven Sword looked at the burning bloody hole and asked Su Yen. Su Yen shook his head and said, I still have things to take care of. Sect Master, you should return to the Heaven and Earth organization first. I still have things to do. Spiritual Master Heaven Sword didn't know what Su Yen was still busy with. He frowned slightly and said, Su Yen, what else do you have to do? Take back the Monster Palace, Su Yen said. His eyes suddenly turned and surged with a wisp of light. What do you mean take back the Monster Palace? Spiritual Master Heaven Sword was stunned when he heard Su Yan's words. He asked, Su Yen, what's going on? Sect Master, I'll explain these things to you in the future. I'll go to the Monster Palace first, Su Yen said. Then, he led the 3 Radius Realm puppets and flew directly in the direction of the Monster Palace. Spiritual Master Heaven Sword knew that Su Yen was no longer the young man from the hidden sword tomb. He had many things to do and didn't want to ask too much. However, just as he was about to ask Su Yen if he needed help, he saw that Su Yen had already left. Spiritual Master Heaven Sword suddenly panicked and shouted, Su Yen, the Monster Palace isn't to be trifled with. Do you need help? After all, the Monster Palace was one of the 3 major sects in the 5 counties. Su Yen actually wanted to challenge the Monster Palace alone. How could Spiritual Master Heaven Sword not be worried? However, at this moment, Su Yan's loud voice came from the horizon. Sect Master, the Monster Palace is mine, Su Yen. Su Yen will take it back by myself. His voice was extremely loud and clear, and it faintly emitted a dignified aura. Even with Reverend Heaven Sword's strength, he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard Su Yan's words. He then looked at Su Yan's departing figure and stroked his little beard. You've grown up. You've truly grown up. At the same time, Sage Heaven Sword also knew that Su Yen would have an immeasurable future. The Monster Palace was located on the East Sea Reef. It was also a territory that belonged to the 5 counties continent. However, the 2 great alliances in the 5 counties continent were locked in a fierce battle. Only the Monster Palace remained as peaceful as before. Even the Monster Palace controlled the Hidden Devil region was peaceful. The Monster Palace was one of the most powerful forces in the 5 counties. However, since the Monster Palace was in an awkward position, they did not participate in the affairs of the 5 counties, and no one would ask about it. Of course, even if the Monster Palace did not participate in the affairs of the 5 counties, it did not mean that the Monster Palace was peaceful. All along, the Monster Palace had been divided into the North, South, East, and West palaces. Over the years, the competition between the 4 palaces had caused the Monster Palace's power to stagnate. Ever since the Princess of Chu had used swift and decisive methods to unify the Monster Palace, the Monster Palace had become prosperous. Unfortunately, the Princess of Chu had fallen because of this. Su Yan, who had accepted the position of Monster Palace Master, was forced by Murong Fu to leave the Monster Palace. Although Murong Fu's methods were despicable, he had some ability. In the past year, the Monster Palace under Murong Fu's control had become prosperous. At least the Monster Palace had settled down. Of course, all of this was not all due to Murong Fu's efforts. It was because of the Princess of Chu's prestige. As the palace master of the Monster Palace, Murong Fu was even more careful. Especially since he had returned from the mortal village, he had become even more worried. Although Su Yan's strength was only at the Spirit Sea realm, he did not know why he had a faint worry in his heart. Palace Master, this month's time has passed. I think that Su Yan will definitely not come. Beside Murong Fu, one of Murong Fu's capable subordinates said, "He better not come. If he dares to come, I will definitely tear him to pieces." Murong Fu said disdainfully, but he did not know why he was still somewhat worried in his heart. Especially today, Murong Fu kept feeling his eyelids twitching. He always felt uneasy in his heart. After hesitating for a while, Murong Fu said, "Although Su Yan does not dare to come, Su Yan is still alive. That kid still has some strength. We still have to be careful. Go and ask everyone to strengthen the guards. By the way, inform the Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng." Yes. When the subordinate heard Murong Fu's words, he did not know that Murong Fu had made this decision because he was worried. He only thought that Murong Fu wanted to capture Su Yan. He smiled and said, "Palace Master, Su Yan must still think that the Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng have already belonged to you. He probably does not know that the Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng's strength have reached the perimeter realm. If he rashly enters, he will definitely not return." When Murong Fu heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. Now, not only have I stepped into the perimeter realm, but the Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng have also stepped into the perimeter realm. Now, my Monster Palace has 3 perimeter realm powerhouses. Even if the Heaven and Earth organization want to step into my Monster Palace, they will have to think twice. Do you think I will be afraid of a little Su Yan? Thinking of this, Murong Fu's mind calmed down. He patted the subordinate's shoulder and laughed. Good. You are right. After we capture Su Yan this time, I will make you an elder. Thank you, Palace Master. The subordinate was overjoyed. After all, with just one sentence, he could obtain the position of an elder. This flattery was definitely at the right time. Another day passed. Murong Fu, the Celestial Pig Demon King, and Luo Yaofeng sat outside the East Palace of the Monster Palace drinking tea and chatting. This was because now, the Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng completely belonged to him. Murong Fu did not hide anything about Su Yan from the two of them. Looking at the time, the Celestial Pig Demon King smiled and said, "Palace Master, this 1-month agreement has passed. I think that Su Yan will definitely not dare to come. After all, the entire Monster Palace is now under our control." That's right. The elder who helped Su Yan in the past was also eliminated by us. Even if Su Yan returns to the Monster Palace now, at most, he will bring Macario Ice and a few other children with him. What's the use of that? Luo Yaofeng said from the side. When Murong Fu heard the two of them, he was in a good mood. He raised a glass of wine and drank it. Looking at the passage into the Monster Palace, he smiled and said, "Su Yan, you were very arrogant, weren't you? You said you would kill your way into the Monster Palace in 1 month. Were you now?" At this moment, in the outer palace of the Monster Palace, several Monster Palace guards who were waiting for the teleportation formation yawned. Do you think that traitor Su Yan will come back? Who cares if he comes back or not? He can't stir up trouble if he comes back alone. That's true. I actually hope that he can come. That way, we won't have to be on tenterhooks every day. Come back? Do you think it's possible? Do you really think that Su Yan is a fool to break into our monster palace alone? The guards chatted casually. There were different opinions. Although there were all kinds of opinions, most of them did not take Su Yan seriously. After all, they did not think that Su Yan could stir up any trouble by himself. And just as everyone was talking with disdain, from the teleportation formation, a figure in white slowly walked out. Su Yan. When a guard saw him, he was shocked. He pulled a nearby guard who was about to doze off and stuttered as he shouted. What? Su Yan? It would be strange if he dared to come back. That person was about to fall asleep. After being disturbed, he shouted angrily. However, when his gaze fell on the white-clothed figure who walked out of the teleportation formation, he suddenly panicked. Su Yan, you really dare to come back? The guard shouted in surprise, and all the guards turned their attention to him. A level 4 spiritual sea realm expert, who was obviously the captain of these guards, heard the shout and walked out from the pavilion. Looking at Su Yan, the corner of his mouth immediately rose into a cold smile. Su Yan, you traitor, you actually have the guts to come back. Su Yan looked at these guards who were disheveled and roguish. Anger suddenly surged in his chest. A good sect was actually turned into this by that brat Murong Fu. While coldly snorting, Su Yan grasped the ghost howl sword in his hand and said, "You are all disciples of the Monster Palace. Today, I came back to take back my position as the Palace Master. If you don't want to die, quickly retreat." When the level 4 spiritual sea realm expert heard Su Yan's words, he couldn't help but pull his ears and said, What did you say? Take back your position as the Palace Master? Did I hear wrong? You, Su Yan, a traitor, actually want to take my position as the Monster Palace's Palace Master? Do you want to die? Su Yan sneered and didn't say anything. Only the ghost howl sword in his hand faintly trembled. When the captain saw this, he waved his hand disdainfully and said, "Catch him for me. I want to see how capable he is to want to take my position as the Monster Palace's Palace Master. Since you want to die, don't blame me." Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. His body suddenly jumped up and the ghost howl sword in his hand burst out. Suddenly, a powerful force surged out. The level 4 spiritual sea realm expert couldn't help but be directly sent flying. Level 8 spiritual sea realm. Now, the level 4 spiritual sea realm expert finally knew fear. His whole body trembled and he ran back, shouting, "Su Yan, come back! Su Yan, come back! That brat definitely doesn't dare to come. This month has been so long, let's all disperse." Murong Fu said to the Pig Sky Demon King and Luo Yaofeng. However, just as his voice fell, the guard's shout was heard. "Su Yan is back! Su Yan is back!" When Murong Fu and the other two heard this shout, their whole body couldn't help but tremble. Murong Fu's heart trembled. He pulled the guard and asked, "How many people did he bring?" "Just one." The guard panted and said, "Just one?" When Murong Fu heard that Su Yan was alone, he was relieved. After all, he was really afraid that Su Yan would find some helpers. If that happened, things would become troublesome. With just one person, he wasn't afraid at all. After all, there were 3 realms on their side. Chapter 402. Sorry I'm late. Su Yan's voice was not loud, and there was even some regret in it. However, at the end of his tone, there was a majestic aura hovering around him. When Murong Fu heard this, he felt a sense of mockery in his eyes. Before Su Yan appeared, he, Murong Fu, was the pride of the Monster Palace's Nangong. At that time, Su Yan was just an ant. If Su Yan had not been favored by the Princess of Chu, he was afraid that he would not even be able to leave the Monster Palace. In addition, Murong Fu could still clearly remember the helpless expression on Su Yan's face when he snatched the position of Monster Palace Master from Su Yan. However, such a person dared to humiliate him now. Murong Fu was immediately furious. "Su Yan, are you here to die?" Murong Fu looked at Su Yan with a fierce look in his eyes. He was originally a little worried that Su Yan would find some helpers. After all, when he went to find Su Yan, he had heard a lot about Su Yan's connections in the 5 commanderies continents. Now that he saw Su Yan alone, and there were 2 powerhouses, the Demon King of Pigsky and Luo Yaofeng, behind him, Murong Fu was naturally full of confidence when he said this. He did not put Su Yan in his eyes at all. Compared to Murong Fu's anger, Su Yan was still calm. There was not a trace of emotion on his cold face. His white clothes fluttered, and he said slightly lazily, "Murong Fu, although I missed the 1-month agreement, I will definitely take the position of Palace Master of the Monster Palace today." Arrogant person. These words were not said by Murong Fu, but by the Demon King of Pigsky. He leaped up and hovered in front of Su Yan. He looked at Su Yan and shouted angrily, "Su Yan, you are only a traitor of the Monster Palace. You don't know shame, and you dare to be arrogant in the Monster Palace." Arrogant? Hearing the Demon King of Pigsky's words, Su Yan could not help but sneer. Then his eyes opened, and a ray of light suddenly surged in them. At the same time, a wave of power surged between his eyebrows. This was the aura of a king, and it directly approached the Demon King of Pigsky. Demon King of Pigsky, you are just an exiled person. How would you know about the Monster Palace? If you don't guard the palace, why are you here to meddle in our affairs? Su Yan's words were sonorous and forceful, conveying a domineering aura. It was even more overbearing. Coincidentally, the Demon King of Pigsky's biggest taboo was to have the Princess of Chu exile them. Now that Su Yan had mentioned it, suddenly, the Demon King of Pigsky's chest surged with anger. "Su Yan, I could have spared your life since you came here to surrender. Since you want to die, don't blame me for being impolite." As the Demon King of Pigsky spoke, the Demon King of Pigsky's cultivation technique surged. He leaped up and threw a punch directly at Su Yan. As Su Yan smiled slightly, his blood dragon pupils suddenly shrank. His body moved slightly to the side, dodging the Demon King of Pigsky's attack. The Demon King of Pigsky's attack was just a test. He didn't feel anything when he didn't hit. He smiled coldly and said, "Kid, I didn't expect you to improve so much after leaving the Monster Palace for a while. It's a pity that even so, you're only at the 8th stage of the spiritual sea. You haven't even entered the perimeter realm. How dare you be so arrogant?" As the Demon King of Pigsky spoke, his spiritual power surged. His body surged out in an instant. The Demon King of Pigsky was originally a hall master of the Monster Palace. He had entered the peak of the spiritual sea realm long ago. He had even entered the perimeter realm a year ago. His strength was naturally not to be underestimated. As soon as he made his move, a whistling sound was instantly heard. Its speed was strange. When the disciples who had gathered around saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel envious. This was the world of the strong. Everyone longed and envied themselves to become a strong person. When they were envious of the strong, they naturally had no sympathy for the weak. Seeing the Demon King of Pigsky's attack, many people immediately had a mocking look on their faces. This traitor is so arrogant. I'll see how he dies. That's right. I think even Elder Pig won't be able to block this move. Whoosh! Just when everyone wanted to see Su Yan being punched by the Demon King of Pigsky, a figure flashed in the air. Above the void, a figure flashed and moved. Su Yan had already leaped a few hundred meters away. Zhu Tian Demon King's punch missed its target. What? How is that possible? The crowd below immediately went into an uproar. They saw it clearly just now and were very clear about the speed of that punch. Moreover, they clearly saw that Su Yan was one step slower. That punch would definitely have smashed into Su Yan's body, but why did it miss? Because their attention was on the Demon King of Pigsky, they didn't see Su Yan's movements clearly. But this kid is definitely lucky. Everyone said one after another. However, the Demon King of Pigsky knew very well how fast Su Yan was just now. How can this kid be so fast? The Demon King of Pigsky was shocked and didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly took out his weapon, a meteor hammer, which was in line with his personality. The Demon King of Pig Sky had seen it clearly just now. Now that he took out his weapon, he didn't waste time talking nonsense with Su Yan. He waved his meteor hammer and shouted, "Su Yan, let's see how you dodge this." With the addition of his weapon, the Demon King of Pig Sky's speed wasn't affected at all. Instead, he took a step forward and waved his hand. The meteor hammer flew away with a whistling sound. Its speed was even more terrifying. Everyone was surprised to see this scene. They looked at Su Yan, who was still standing there, and couldn't help but sneer. "Let's see how this kid dodges this time." Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk, however, just as everyone was gloating, Su Yan, who was floating in the air, flashed again and dodged the Demon King of Pig Sky's attack. The Demon King of Pig Sky was furious. "Su Yan, do you only know how to dodge? Don't you dare to fight me? I'll fight you." Su Yan couldn't help but sneer when he heard the Demon King of Pig Sky's words. "Demon King of Pig Sky, do you think you're qualified to fight me? What?" Everyone was shocked to hear Su Yan's words. They knew that Su Yan was only a rank 8 Spirit Sea Realm cultivator, while the Demon King of Pig Sky was in the Circumference Realm. How could a rank 8 Spirit Sea Realm cultivator say that a Circumference Realm cultivator wasn't qualified to be his opponent? Mockery. This was definitely a blatant mockery. For the Demon King of Pig Sky, it was an insult. That, "Su Yan, you must die." The Heavenly Boar Demon King was enraged. With a roar, the cultivation method in his body began to revolve, and a powerful force surged out. At the same time, he swung the meteor hammer in his hand. As the meteor hammer glided through the air, it caused the air to emit a loud bang. "Su Yan, I'd like to see how you're going to dodge this." The Demon King of Pig Sky roared. Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he saw this. Although Su Yan said that the Demon King of Pig Sky wasn't qualified to fight him, Su Yan had to admit that the Demon King of Pig Sky was a Circumference Realm cultivator. He was only a rank 8 Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. If it wasn't for his Blood Dragon pupil, he probably wouldn't have been able to dodge the Demon King of Pig Sky's attack. Now that he saw the Demon King of Pig Sky's powerful attack, Su Yan didn't dare to be careless. He moved to the side and swung the Ghost Howl sword to block the meteor hammer. When the Demon King of Pig Sky saw that Su Yan wasn't dodging, a smile appeared on his face. "Su Yan, didn't you say that I'm not qualified to fight you? Why, are you qualified now?" "No." Su Yan's expression was still cold. "I'm only here for Murong Fu, so I don't want to kill you, nor do I want to fight you." What an arrogant brat. Murong Fu jumped up and sneered at Su Yan. "Su Yan, you're only a rank 8 Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. Do you think you can escape from 3 Circumference Realm cultivators?" The moment Murong Fu finished speaking, Luo Jiaofeng also jumped up and stood in front of Su Yan. When 3 Circumference Realm cultivators stood together, no one would dare to provoke them, even if they couldn't sweep through the 5 countries. However, Su Yan looked at them without any fear. A disdainful smile even appeared on his face. 3 Great Area Realm cultivators are indeed powerful. However, you 3 Great Area Realm cultivators are going against me, a Spiritual Ocean Realm cultivator. Don't you feel ashamed? When Su Yan said this, the 3 of them couldn't help but blush. However, Murong Fu reacted quickly. He looked at Su Yan and said coldly, "You're a traitor. Everyone has the right to kill you. What's there to be ashamed of?" That's right. The Celestial Pig Demon King had been suppressing his anger for a long time. Right now, he only wanted to fight Su Yan. When he heard Murong Fu's words, he immediately said, "Su Yan, since you think the 3 of us are bullying you, then I'll fight you alone." "I already said that you're not qualified," Su Yan said again when he heard the Celestial Pig Demon King's words. "Su Yan, I'll definitely kill you." The Celestial Pig Demon King was furious. He stood up and was about to attack. However, he was stopped by Murong Fu. Murong Fu didn't know why, but when he saw how calm Su Yan was, he felt a little worried. He stopped the Celestial Pig Demon King and said, "What's the point of talking about morality with a traitor like him? Let's attack together." Although the Celestial Pig Demon King wasn't convinced, he didn't have any objections after hearing Murong Fu's words. He attacked Su Yan with the other 3. "You're really shameless." Su Yen sneered when he heard that Murong Fu wanted the three of them to attack together. He didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly retreated and dodged the three's attacks. However, the three of them were extremely fast. Even with the help of the blood dragon pupil, he couldn't dodge their attacks. Su Yen was in a sorry state as he dodged. Murong Fu couldn't help but sneer when he saw this. Su Yen, I advise you to surrender if you know what's good for you. You're not a match for the three of us. Who told you that I came alone? Chapter 403. What? When they heard Su Yen's words, they couldn't help but be startled. Murong Fu's heart surged with worry. He looked at Su Yen and asked, Su Yen, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? Su Yen smiled, especially when he saw the fear in Murong Fu's eyes. He smiled very happily. Then he clapped his hands and said, Come out, all of you. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment Su Yen's voice fell, there was a sudden sound in the void. Then, three people in black clothes appeared in front of them. Their faces were like corpses, and their eyes were lifeless. However, the spiritual aura that was faintly pulsing from their bodies caused everyone to be startled. Perimeter Realm, they're all in the Perimeter Realm. Murong Fu looked at the three Perimeter Realm puppets with amazement and surprise. How is this possible? Su Yen, how can you summon three Perimeter Realm powerhouses? Su Yen smiled coldly and didn't answer Murong Fu's question. This time, Master Puppet had really helped him a lot. Not only did it help him break through to the 8th stage of the Spirit Sea Realm, but it also gave him three Perimeter Realm puppets. If it weren't for the three Perimeter Realm puppets, he wouldn't have succeeded. Su Yen didn't have much confidence in returning to the Monster Palace. After all, even if he could defeat Murong Fu, he wouldn't be a match for them, Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Yaofeng. Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Jiaofeng were also shocked. Su Yen, how can you summon three Perimeter Realm powerhouses? The two looked at Su Yen with surprise in their eyes. Su Yen looked at their expressions and didn't bother to talk nonsense with them. He pointed at Murong Fu and said, Today, I just want to take back my position as the Palace Master of the Monster Palace. This Murong Fu is the one who took away my position as the Palace Master of the Monster Palace. So today, I only want to take his life. You are all disciples of the Monster Palace. Who said that you disrespected me? If you don't want to die today, I can spare your life. After Su Yen finished speaking, he looked at Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Yaofeng. The two of them immediately came back to their senses. Su Yan's words were actually directed at the two of them. Luo Jiaofeng and the Heavenly Pig Demon Monarch looked at each other and said, I'm willing to submit. Yes, we are willing to submit. As the two spoke, they directly threw Murong Fu aside and walked to Su Yan's side, Zhenrong. Su Yen looked at their expressions and a trace of disdain flashed across his face. After all, Su Yen was angry from the bottom of his heart towards such treacherous people. But no matter what, these two were from the Monster Palace. In addition, Su Yen was now very clear about the situation between the two alliances. These two were now in the Perimeter Realm and could more or less be of help. Seeing the two of them submit, he didn't have much to say. Murong Fu saw the two of them leave and flew into a rage. Good. Zhu Tian Demon King Luo Yaofeng, you two traitors. Murong Fu, what are you talking about? You stole someone else's position as the Palace Master. Who are you calling a traitor? Zhu Tian Demon King had just changed sides and immediately flattered Murong Fu. He completely disregarded his old relationship with Murong Fu. Then he said to Su Yen, No, Palace Master, I will kill this traitor now and return your position as the Palace Master. As he spoke, Zhu Tian Demon King stepped forward. Murong Fu's body trembled when he saw this. After all, he could clearly see the current situation. Su Yan's side had 5 powerhouses at area of circumference, while he was alone. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to defeat 5 powerhouses at area of circumference. However, the moment Zhu Tian Demon King took a step forward, he was stopped by Su Yen. Zhu Tian Demon King couldn't help but be stunned. Palace Master, you? Su Yen didn't look at Zhu Tian Demon King. Instead, he said coldly, the position of the Palace Master was stolen from me. Su Yan will naturally take it back. I don't need your help. As he spoke, Su Yan's eyes suddenly surged with a wisp of bright light. Zhu Tian Demon King didn't know why, but he felt a chill run down his spine. He had only surrendered because of the 3 perimeter realm experts behind Su Yan. He didn't want to submit to Su Yan at all. Now that Su Yan looked at him like this, he felt a surge of fear in his heart. Murong Fu, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Su Yan ignored him and took a step forward. He looked at Murong Fu and said coldly, in the past, when you took the position of Palace Master from me, I, Su Yan, swore that I would get it back. And I would get it back with my own hands. Now is the time for me to get it back. Make your move. Don't worry, I won't let them get involved. Murong Fu suddenly saw a glimmer of hope when he heard Su Yan's words. Su Yan, you said it yourself, so don't blame me for being impolite. Murong Fu knew that this was his only chance. He only had this one chance, so the spirit energy in his body suddenly surged. His body leaped out, and the long sword in his hand directly slashed towards Su Yan's body. I didn't expect Murong Fu's strength to increase so much in just a month. When Su Yan saw Murong Fu's sharp attack, he couldn't help but frown. At the same time, his blood dragon pupil spun and he quickly took a step back. He dodged Murong Fu's attack. Su Yan, you are courting death. Murong Fu snorted when he saw Su Yan dodging. Once again, he slashed his sword at Su Yan. His speed was as fast as lightning. Su Yan frowned again. With such speed, even the blood dragon pupil might not be able to escape unscathed. He immediately grabbed the ghost howl sword and swung it. Clang! When the 2 swords clashed, sparks flew. At the same time, a powerful force swept out from the point of contact. Both of them couldn't help but take a step back. Although both of them took a step back, Murong Fu was in the radius realm. His spirit energy was much stronger than Su Yan's, so Su Yan still took a few more steps back and staggered a little before coming to a stop. It was clear that Murong Fu had won this round as well. When Murong Fu gained the upper hand, he was still a little worried that Heavenly Pig Demon King and the others would attack. Seeing that they didn't participate, he was relieved. Su Yan looked at Murong Fu's expression and naturally knew what he was worried about. He smiled and said, Murong Fu, I said that I won't let them participate, so I won't. Don't worry. I, Su Yan, will definitely take back the Palace Master's position from your hands. Su Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed. This time, before Murong Fu could make the first move, Su Yan suddenly leaped out. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he swung the ghost howl sword in his hand. In an instant, countless rays of light burst out. The sword hummed loudly and directly slashed at Murong Fu. Murong Fu was startled. He hurriedly leaped up and activated his cultivation technique. Suddenly, a powerful force surged out and condensed into a massive amount of energy. It was followed by a horizontal slash. Break for me! Murong Fu shouted angrily. Immediately, a powerful force was transmitted from the sword. With a loud bang, Su Yan's entire body was directly sent flying. Bang! Su Yan's entire body fell to the ground. Luo Yaofeng and Heavenly Pig Demon King saw this scene and wanted to help. However, when they saw that the 3 area boundary experts had no intention of helping, they retreated. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yan coughed a few times and stood up from the ground. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that it will be difficult for me to fight an area boundary expert alone. Ha, Su Yan, I really thought that you were capable. It turns out that you're just SOS. Murong Fu suddenly laughed after gaining the upper hand. Is that so? Su Yan sneered. The ghost howl sword in his hand trembled faintly. A powerful force swept over and poured into the ghost howl sword. Murong Fu saw this scene and frowned. Is this the 10,000 elephant divine skill? Seeing Su Yan's ghost howl sword trembling and condensing a powerful force, Murong Fu did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly activated his cultivation method and condensed a force on his sword. 10,000 elephant divine skill, torrential storm of rose blossoms. 10,000 elephant divine skill, tiger descends the mountain. The moment the force condensed, the 2 murmured at the same time and slashed down with their swords. Suddenly, the countless blades of the ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hand shot out like a torrential downpour. Murong Fu's sword was like a giant tiger that flew up and pounced directly on Su Yan. It collided with Su Yan's torrential pear blossom storm. But, with a loud bang, a light curtain suddenly exploded. Countless rays of light finally flew up. The waves of power swept out in an instant, and the terrifying power shook everyone around and forced them to take a few steps back. What a powerful force! Everyone on the ground was shocked when they saw this scene. Of course, under this shock, they were more concerned about the situation of the two. The moment the light receded, the bodies of the two people were slowly revealed. Murong Fu looked at Su Yan and could not help but sneer. Su Yan, I didn't expect you to be able to cultivate the torrential pear blossom storm of the Dongqing clan to such a level. I really underestimated you. But now you will definitely die, Murong Fu said. His body flashed and directly appeared in front of Su Yan. What? This is... Seeing this scene, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. Looking at the sword in Murong Fu's hand flying toward him, he was suddenly shocked. Murong Fu shouted sternly as a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. King. At this moment, a loud metallic sound suddenly burst out. What this is? Chapter 404. Murong Fu looked at the long sword in his hand in astonishment. Looking at the swirling frost light on Su Yan's body, his eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. How is this possible? How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Su Yan sneered as he started to circulate his cultivation technique. Bang! Immediately, Murong Fu's whole body shook and his body was sent flying. Then Su Yan jumped and arrived in front of Su Yan. The ghost howl sword in his hand pointed at Murong Fu and asked, Murong Fu, what do you have to say now? Murong Fu looked at the ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hand and was stunned for a moment. Looking at the power that was faintly surging in Su Yan's body, he knew that he had lost. Plop! He directly knelt on the ground and begged Su Yan, Su Yan, I beg you, please don't kill me. Su Yan was stunned by Murong Fu's sudden begging. He never thought that the arrogant Murong Fu would kneel and beg for mercy. Su Yan, don't kill me, don't kill me. Murong Fu only wanted to live now and did not care about dignity. Looking at Murong Fu's appearance, Su Yan's eyes surged with disdain. Murong Fu, do you know? A man should live with dignity. Even if he dies, he should die with dignity. If you had begged like this in the past, maybe I would have spared you. Unfortunately, I, Su Yan, must take back the humiliation you gave me. So, you must die today. Su Yan said and immediately swung his sword. A blood mist surged. Murong Fu, who used to be so arrogant in front of Su Yan, had fallen. The moment Murong Fu fell, Su Yan flicked his sword and took the storage pouch on Murong Fu's waist. Because of the fall of Murong Fu, the imprint left on it had weakened a lot. With just a swipe, Su Yan had already erased the imprint on it. Opening the storage bag, Su Yan did not look at anything else. Instead, he took out the Monster Palace's Palace Master Seal and raised it into the sky. Thump! Kneeling on the ground, he shouted, Princess of Chu, I, Su Yan, have not let you down. I have taken back the Monster Palace. From today onwards, I will regain control of the Monster Palace. I will definitely revive the might of the Monster Palace. At this moment, all the disciples finally regained their senses from the battle. For them, they were completely stunned by what they had just seen. They did not see how the Murong Fu came in front of Su Yan at the end. They did not even see how Su Yan blocked the Murong Fu's attack. Everything was too strange for them. At this moment, they truly understood how powerful Su Yan was. At the same time, they also understood at this moment that Su Yan was their Monster Palace's palace master. Seeing Su Yan kneel, they also knelt on the ground and shouted, The palace master is mighty, the palace master is mighty. Regain control of the Monster Palace. This was the thought that Su Yan had been suppressing in his heart since he left the Monster Palace. But now that he had truly regained control of the Monster Palace, Su Yan did not know how to manage the Monster Palace. Even looking at the many disciples kneeling on the ground in front of him, Su Yan did not know what to say for a moment and frowned. After all, For so many years, Su Yan had been pursuing strength and power. He really had not thought about becoming the sect master. Su Yan. At this moment, suddenly, a few familiar voices were heard. When Su Yan looked back, familiar faces appeared one by one. Dong Qinghao, Rat Li, Macario Ice, Lu Fei, Buttface, and even the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth Organization, Yun Wanxi, had all come. Su Yan did not know how to deal with the Monster Palace. When he saw Macario Ice walking over, he was overjoyed and greeted him. "Senior Brother Mu, it's great that you're back. As an elder of the Monster Palace, you should deal with the current situation." Dong Qinghao and the others had heard about Su Yan's return to the Monster Palace from the Heaven Sword spiritual master. When they heard that Su Yan was not dead and had recovered his strength, they were all overjoyed. Now that they had rushed over and saw Su Yan, they were even more overjoyed. Who knew that Su Yan would tell them these words, which made them stunned? When they saw the Monster Palace disciples kneeling on the ground, cheering Su Yan's name and Murong Fu's corpse next to him, they immediately understood. He immediately understood everything. Others might not be able to sense it. However, Dong Qinghao, Rat Li, and Macario Ice were all disciples of the Monster Palace, so they naturally knew what this meant. It meant that Su Yan had regained control of the Monster Palace. The three of them could not help but feel a wave of worship in their hearts. At the same time, they looked at Su Yan with a burst of light in their eyes. Macario Ice did not say anything and directly asked everyone to leave first. This made Su Yan frown involuntarily. "It's that simple." "Of course it's that simple. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Now that you've regained control of the Monster Palace, why are you in such a hurry to deal with the matters in the palace? Naturally, we should get together first." Macario Ice smiled and gave Su Yan a punch. They had not seen each other for a long time. Now that they had reunited after such a long time, Su Yan was naturally happy in his heart. He nodded heavily and did not say much. He directly returned to the place where Su Yan used to live, the Spirit Palace. Although Su Yan had been gone for a long time, the Spirit Palace had not been ruined by Murong Fu. It was still the same as before. Even Dong Qinghao's mansion had not changed. They took the delicacies from Dong Qinghao's mansion and drank directly in the Spirit Palace. Reuniting after such a long time, even 1,000 cups would be too little. Throughout the night, the few of them drank a lot of wine. Everyone was drunk, except for Su Yan. He had a good alcohol tolerance, to begin with. In addition to the daily drinking in the mortal village, his alcohol tolerance was even better than others. He watched as everyone went to sleep. Su Yan sat alone on the roof, looking at the stars in the sky. His mood for drinking just now had slowly faded. If Su Yan had not accepted Master Puppet's memories this time, he would have been in a good mood. Perhaps this reunion with an old friend would have brought Su Yan a good mood for many nights. In addition, he had regained control of the Monster Palace, which was even more joyous. However, with Master Puppet's memories, Su Yan could not feel happy when he thought about what had happened in the 5 counties in the past year. He even thought about what the Black Fiend Alliance had done. Su Yan was a little angry. Of course, Su Yan was more concerned about the Tai Array. Now that he had Master Puppet's memories, Su Yan also knew that the reason why the two alliances interacted was because Master Puppet and other people from the Jiuzhou continent had come here. The Heaven and Earth Organization had gathered their allies. In fact, they did not know what this was about at all. They just wanted to snatch the heart of territory. However, the Heaven and Earth Organization did not know that the heart of territory was used to activate the Tai Array. The Black Fiend Alliance's goal was this Tai Array. The heart of territory and the Tai Array. As Su Yan thought about it, he could not help but frown. He still tried hard to recall Master Puppet's memories. Unfortunately, Master Puppet was a pervert. Apart from refining puppets, he did not ask about the specific matters of the Black Fiend Alliance at all. As a result, there was not much useful information in his mind. He only knew that the Black Fiend Alliance had formed an alliance because of the Tai Array. As for the heart of territory, it was just a fog that they had released in order to cause a war in the 5 counties. Su Yan wanted to know why these people wanted to cause a war. Unfortunately, Master Puppet's mind was filled with puppets. Su Yan could not help but feel a little angry. Of course, in his anger, Su Yan still felt a little comforted when he thought about the puppets. This puppet technique is worthy of being an ancient secret technique. If I can master it, it will be helpful for my future cultivation. Su Yan thought about Master Puppet's memories and took advantage of his free time to study the puppet technique. He wouldn't have known if he didn't see it, but when he saw it, Su Yan was shocked. How difficult was it to master the puppet technique? If a person wanted to become a puppet master, not only did they have to have a very deep understanding of the meridians of the human body, but they also had to cultivate diligently. Only when they reached the perimeter state could they cultivate their own life puppet. Furthermore, they had to cultivate the puppet technique to level 5. Not to mention the fact that reaching the perimeter state was already an extremely difficult task. Even cultivating the 10,000 elephant divine skill to tier 5 was extremely difficult, let alone the art of puppetry. Su Yan could not help but admire Master Puppet. Only a lunatic like him would become a puppet master. If it were an ordinary person, not many people would be able to do it. However, all of Master Puppet's efforts were in vain. It was all for Su Yan. No one could be blamed for this. Master Puppet could only blame himself. He should not have wanted to cultivate Su Yan into his life puppet. After all, Su Yan was a peak sword saint. Su Yan was Su Yan. How could he become someone else's puppet? Thinking about the puppet master, Su Yan opened Murong Fu's storage pouch. In addition to some spirit stones, there were some elixirs in Murong Fu's storage pouch. Su Yan did not hesitate to put them into his storage pouch. After all, spirit stones and elixirs were good things. Of course, what made Su Yan even more excited was the profound level 10,000 mammoth divine skill, the ferocious tiger divine skill. The value of this 10,000 mammoth divine skill was immeasurable. Many people would risk their lives for this 10,000 mammoth divine skill. Of course, Su Yan did not plan to cultivate this 10,000 mammoth divine skill. After all, Su Yan felt that the ferocious tiger divine skill was not suitable for him. The choice of the 10,000 mammoth divine skill was not only difficult to cultivate, but also suitable for himself. Otherwise, it would cause his cultivation to stagnate. He took out the 10,000 mammoth divine skill. Su Yan touched the storage pouch. There was nothing left. Just as he was about to put it away, the greedy Su Yan searched the storage pouch again. Suddenly, he saw something at the bottom of the storage pouch. Su Yan took it out with a thought. Looking at this strange thing, a bright light suddenly surged in his eyes. Chapter 405. Su Yan did not expect that Murong Fu would have the milky tortoise shell. The ancient spring autumn wood, the black ice-cold iron, the Buddha golden silkworm, and the milky tortoise shell were all necessary items to open the 10,000 devil ancient tree. Without these 4 items, it was impossible to open the 10,000 devil ancient tree. The 10,000 devil ancient tree was a place that Su Yan had to go. After leaving the monster palace, Su Yan did not feel the pull of the 10,000 devil ancient tree. However, as soon as he entered the monster palace, Su Yan could feel a familiar aura from the 10,000 devil ancient tree calling out to Su Yan. Su Yan could not help but feel a surge of impulse in his heart due to this mysterious feeling. Of course, Su Yan knew that he was not in a hurry. After all, to open the 10,000 devil ancient tree, he had to obtain the 4 items. In addition, Su Yan was now in charge of the monster palace, and the 4 treasures of the monster palace had always been with Su Yan. The Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron, Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl, Supreme Demon Ancient Bell, and Supreme Demon Ancient Seal were all with Su Yan, so Su Yan was not worried. Now that Su Yan had taken out the 4 great treasures and placed them in his hands, he felt that it was funny. He was holding a lot of treasures in his hands, but Su Yan didn't dare to use them even once. After all, each of these treasures was a shocking treasure. Su Yan was really afraid that if he used them once, they would be taken away by others. For example, Su Yan now had the Red Parting Sword case, the Sky Destroyer sword, and the Scorching Sun Divine sword that had not been refined. Su Yan had not used them even once. It was not that Su Yan did not want to use them, but Su Yan knew very well that if Su Yan wanted to use these things with his strength, he would definitely attract some unnecessary trouble. Therefore, although Su Yan had so many treasures, he had not used them even once. He didn't even take it out. Now that Su Yan had regained control of the Monster Palace, even though he hadn't reached the realm of Radius, he could still deal with Tier 1 Radius elites. That was why Su Yan dared to take out these items and play with them. These items seemed to be necessary to activate the 10,000 Fey Ancient Tree. Su Yan's anticipation toward the 10,000 Fiends Ancient Tree grew even stronger. However, when he thought about how he had yet to find the Buddha Golden Silkworm and the Mystic Ice Cold Iron, he felt a little discouraged. Of course, this discouragement only lasted for a moment. Su Yan knew very well that even if he had these 4 treasures now, he would still have to wait until the matter of the alliance was resolved before he could enter the Supreme Demon Ancient Tree. About the alliance. Although it could be said that Su Yan was a lot less, Su Yan was not a lot more. However, this was a big matter after all. Although Su Yan didn't know what the Tai formation was, he could vaguely feel that this Tai formation was definitely related to a big matter. If it wasn't handled properly, he and the others would probably die. Therefore, this alliance was still the most important thing now. Thinking about how everyone who participated in the alliance was in the realm of Radius, Su Yan's desire for power surged in his heart once again. At the same time, the scene of him breaking through to the 8th level of the spiritual sea realm in Master Puppet's blood cave surfaced in his mind. At that time, Su Yan broke through to the 8th level of the spiritual sea realm without any warning. He just broke through directly. Originally, Su Yan would be able to trigger the Thunder Tribulation every time he broke through, but this time, it didn't. This also made Su Yan puzzled. Why didn't I trigger the Thunder Tribulation this time when I broke through? Although it was a blessing not to trigger the Thunder Tribulation, every time Su Yan broke through, he would trigger the Thunder Tribulation. Suddenly, there was no Thunder Tribulation. This strange phenomenon couldn't help but make people suspicious. Su Yan thought for a while, but he still couldn't figure out the reason. He simply stopped thinking about it. Looking at the night, it was still early. He wanted to cultivate, but thinking about the thin spiritual power in the Monster Palace, even if he cultivated, he probably wouldn't be able to increase his strength, so he didn't cultivate. And that day in the Hidden Sword Tomb, Su Yan slept comfortably again. Warriors didn't need much sleep to begin with. The current Su Yan couldn't be said to be sleepy at all. He simply didn't sleep. He began to sort out the situation of his cultivation. During his time in the Mortal Village, Su Yan felt that staying in the Mortal Village wasn't helpful to his cultivation at all. However, after recovering his strength, Su Yan realized that during the year in the Mortal Village, he hadn't gained nothing. However, he had understood many things. It meant that he had a better understanding of the various abilities he possessed. The Blood Dragon Pupil was Su Yan's greatest discovery. Now, not only could he use the Blood Dragon Pupil to slow down the enemy's speed in his eyes, but he could also burst out with an unexpected attack. Su Yan had already sensed this attack. It was at least 50% of his strength in this sword strike. Although it was only 50%, this unexpected attack could very likely allow him to reverse the situation. There was also the Torrential Storm Pear Blossom. This was the 10,000 Elephants' divine skill. The Torrential Storm Pear Blossom was a profound level 10,000 Elephants' divine skill. At most, it could break through the 7th level and reach the Earth level divine effect. Now, Su Yan had only cultivated to the 4th level. It was never enough. However, Su Yan's current strength was only in the spiritual sea realm. If he wanted to continue cultivating, he had to break through the square sphere realm to be able to cultivate this 10,000 Elephants' divine skill. In countless battles, Su Yan knew the importance of this 10,000 Elephants' divine skill. The 10,000 Elephants' divine skill was like a martial artist's weapon. During an attack, a sudden burst of the 10,000 Elephants' divine skill could not only save one's life, but also kill the enemy. Let's take a simple example. A 6th level spiritual sea realm martial artist who cultivated the 10,000 Elephants' divine skill and a 6th level spiritual sea realm martial artist who didn't cultivate the 10,000 Elephants' divine skill. Under no special circumstances, the martial artist who cultivated the 10,000 Elephants' divine skill would definitely win. Su Yan's current ability was to burst out with the 4th level Torrential Pear Blossom. Not only that, apart from the torrential pear blossom, Su Yen could also summon the Black Ice Divine Shield once. These two great skills could be said to be Su Yan's protective talismans. Of course, apart from these, Su Yan's strongest skill should be the Transmogrification Divine skill. After all, the moment Su Yen transmogrified into his dragon form, the Transmogrification Divine skill would allow Su Yen to directly enter the perimeter state. It was a pity that it was somewhat useless. This was because this Transmogrification Divine skill could only be used when all of Su Yan's spirit energy was used up. If he had abundant spirit energy, then no matter how hard Su Yen tried, it would be useless. Moreover, when his spirit energy was used up, the transmogrification time would be too short. If he encountered a slightly stronger enemy, it would be completely useless. At most, it would be able to save his life. This caused Su Yen to feel somewhat regretful. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Su Yen tried, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to discover the profundities behind it. Thus, Su Yen had no choice but to give up on his research. With the special effect of the Blood Dragon Pupil, if I encounter a second-level Square Sphere Realm martial artist, I should be able to fight. Even if I can't beat him, I will definitely have the chance to escape. Su Yen thought about the various skills he had. His eyes narrowed slightly as a bright light surged in them. After all, being able to challenge a second-level Square Sphere Realm martial artist as an 8th-level Spiritual Sea Realm martial artist was absolutely shocking. After all, there was an insurmountable gap between the Spiritual Sea Realm and the Square Sphere Realm. The difference between the two was even more unimaginable. The power contained in the Square Sphere Realm martial artist's body was several times more than that of a peak Spiritual Sea Realm martial artist. To put it simply, a Square Sphere Realm martial artist could use 3 10,000 Elephant Divine skills, while a 9th-level Spiritual Sea Realm martial artist could only use 1. However, Su Yen, who was only at the 8th-level Spiritual Sea Realm, was able to challenge a 2nd-level Square Sphere Realm martial artist. This was definitely a miracle. A miracle. Su Yen was a miracle to begin with. As Su Yen sorted out the matters of cultivation, the bright moon in the sky slowly disappeared. The morning light poured out, and the sky slowly brightened. Dong Qinghao and the others also woke up one by one. Su Yen also went down from the roof. The others naturally sighed again. Then they asked Su Yen, "Su Yen, are we leaving the Monster Palace now?" Su Yen nodded and said, "The Monster Palace matter has been resolved, but the Alliance matter has not been resolved. We have to leave." "But what about the Monster Palace?" Dong Qinghao asked. Su Yen didn't think much of it before. Now that he heard Dong Qinghao say this, he remembered. After all, he was now in charge of the Monster Palace. Moreover, he had just taken charge of the Monster Palace and he still had a lot of things to do. If he left, there would inevitably be some trouble. Su Yen thought and looked at Makaryu Ice, who was hiding at the side. Immediately, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he shouted, "Great Elder Mu." When Makaryu Ice heard Su Yan's call, he sighed helplessly and walked up. "I knew it. Sigh, forget it, forget it. Anyway, I also like to stay in the Monster Palace. You can rest assured and go. I will take care of the Monster Palace." Hee, thank you, Senior Brother Mu. The reason why Su Yen chose Makaryu Ice was that he liked Mu Liubin's management ability. Su Yen believed that there would be no problems if he handed over the Monster Palace to him. Makaryu Ice shook his head and said, "Why are you being so polite with me? Moreover, I am an elder of the Monster Palace. Taking care of the Monster Palace is something I should do. I am just worried that Luo Yaofeng and the Celestial Pig Monster King will cause trouble." These two. Hearing Makaryu Ice's words, Su Yen couldn't help but frown. These two are troublesome. After all, the Celestial Pig Monster King and Luo Yaofeng were both powerhouses of the area realm. On the other hand, Mu Lubing was only at the 8th level of the Spiritual Ocean Realm, the same level as Su Yen. Adding on the fact that the two of them had always been sinister, if the two of them were in the palace, it would be hard to say what would happen. Su Yen was puzzled. Suddenly he saw the 3 area realm puppets standing in the corner. He smiled and said, "Senior Brother Mu, I will put these 3 area realm puppets in the palace. This way, we can deal with the celestial pig monster king and Luo Yaofeng. Originally, Makaryu Ice was a little unwilling. After all, although the 3 area realm puppets, they were still powerhouses of the area realm. Having Su Yan by his side was definitely a big guarantee. Chapter 406. In fact, the 3 realms of Radius could definitely be considered a great help. After all, in the war between the 2 alliances, even a Spirit Sea realm, Celestial realm, and Saint Bloodline realm were the key to victory, not to mention the 3 realms of Radius. However, the reason why Su Yan placed the 3 puppets of Radius realm in the Monster Palace, other than suppressing the Heavenly Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng. More importantly, Su Yan didn't know how to carry the 3 puppets. Su Yan didn't feel like having the 3 of them follow behind him all the time. Moreover, if he left them somewhere and they were destroyed, wouldn't he suffer a great loss? After all, these puppets required an operator to stand beside them. Therefore, Su Yan decided to place the 3 puppets of Radius Realm in the Monster Palace. After explaining to Makaryu Ice how to operate them, he left the Monster Palace with Dong Qinghao and the others. The weakest of them was in the Spirit Sea realm. With the teleportation array, although the journey to the Heaven and Earth organization was long, they arrived in half a day. This time, they returned to the Monster Palace with Dong Qinghao and the others, who were familiar faces from the Heaven and Earth organization. Su Yan naturally wouldn't be stopped by the guards like a few days ago. Coincidentally, the guards guarding the mountain gate today were the same ones who stopped Su Yan that day. Looking at Su Yan, who was walking with Dong Qinghao, the guards were all surprised. One of them even quietly pulled Lu Fei and said, "Hey, fatty, who is this person?" This was because Lu Fei was only in the Spirit Sea realm. The guard was also in the Spirit Sea realm. There was no difference in status between the 2. In addition, Lu Fei was a naturally friendly person. Lu Fei had been in the Heaven and Earth organization for a period of time, so he knew many people from the Heaven and Earth organization. That person didn't stand on ceremony with Lu Fei, so he dared to ask him. It was originally a quiet question. But what kind of person was Lu Fei? He was a person who didn't commit crimes and courted death. Lu Fei didn't say anything at first, but when he heard the guard's question, he immediately raised his voice and shouted, "What? You don't know who he is?" The guard was startled by Lu Fei's sudden outburst. He quickly pulled Lu Fei and said, "Lower your voice, lower your voice." Then he looked around and saw that everyone was looking at him. The guard couldn't help but sweat. Lu Fei didn't care about this. He used his fat hand to pat that person's shoulder and said, "You brat really don't know what's good for you. Do you know who it is? Su Yan, isn't he?" "What? He's really Su Yan?" The guard looked at Su Yan and jumped up. He looked at Su Yan with a terrified expression. He didn't know Su Yan, but he had heard of Su Yan's great name. Naturally, he knew about Su Yan's feats. Especially that one. Su Yan, who was only at the Spirit Sea realm, dared to challenge Fang Yuan, who was at the peak of the Spirit Sea realm. Who in the world would dare to do that? Su Yan didn't think much of it. After all, Su Yan knew that these guards weren't deliberately making things difficult for him. Lu Fei, on the other hand, kept patting that person's shoulder and said, "You're dead, you're dead. Since you don't know who Su Yan is, you must have offended him. Let me tell you, Su Yan is my junior brother. If you obediently hand over some spirit stones, I might be able to help you." The guard really believed Lu Fei's words and handed over dozens of spirit stones. Lu Fei took the spirit stones and chased after Su Yan. Ni said, "Hee, these spirit stones are easy to earn." "Damn fatty." Su Yan looked at him and shook his head helplessly. However, thinking about his brothers together, Su Yan was in a good mood. Then, they followed him to the Heaven and Earth organization's main hall. Because Yun Wanshi was with them, she had already informed the Heaven and Earth organization that they would be arriving at the Heaven and Earth organization today. Although they were lined up to welcome them, many experts were still waiting in the main hall. Dong Qinghao and the others were about to enter directly. However, Su Yan stopped. Lu Fei couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Junior brother Su, what are you doing?" The others also looked at Su Yan with a puzzled expression. They didn't understand why he was doing this. Su Yan smiled but didn't say anything. He straightened his clothes and said to the guard next to him, "Junior brother, I hope you can inform them that the Monster Palace's palace master has come to visit." What? The guard didn't react. Dong Qinghao looked at Su Yan in astonishment. However, Dong Qinghao and Ratley were members of the Monster Palace after all. They soon knew that Su Yan was willing to do this. Su Yan did this for the Monster Palace. Lu Fei didn't understand. He looked at Su Yan and said rudely, "Junior brother Su, aren't you just a lousy palace master? What are you showing off for? You don't understand." If someone else said this, Su Yan would definitely slap them. However, it was Lu Fei who said this. After all, Su Yan had the deepest relationship with Lu Fei. After all, Lu Fei was Su Yan's first close friend when he walked into this world. "I don't understand." Lu Fei really didn't understand. He smiled disdainfully and said, "Su Yan, you're just pretending. Let's see if anyone will come out to welcome you." In the next moment, Lu Fei was immediately dumbfounded. Yun He and the elders of the Heaven and Earth Organization came out. They cupped their hands and said to Su Yan, "The Monster Palace's palace master has graced us with his presence. Sorry for not coming out to meet you." The reason why Su Yan used the identity of Monster Palace's palace master. He wanted Monster Palace to leave the East Sea and set foot on the continents of the 5 counties. He wanted everyone to truly accept Monster Palace. After all of this had always been Princess of Chu's wish. Su Yan did this to fulfill Princess of Chu's last wish. However, seeing the Heaven and Earth Organization's sect master Yun He so courteous, Su Yan was really not used to it. After all, everyone was already very familiar with each other. It's okay. Su Yan responded with a few words and followed into the hall. Yun He and the others also returned to their seats. Then they asked Su Yan and the others to sit down. However, Su Yan hadn't sat down yet. Suddenly, someone stood up and said, "Alliance Master Yun, this is a meeting of our Yunqian Alliance. What are these people from Monster Palace doing here?" No one objected. Everyone was stunned by this sudden voice. Especially Su Yan. When he heard this, his eyes immediately surged with anger. He looked at the person. This person had red hair and a red beard. He didn't look amazing, but he was tall and strong. Su Yan knew at a glance that he didn't know him. However, Su Yan could see that this person was in the second stage of the boundary realm. This time, not only did Su Yan not die, but he also recovered his strength and returned to the Heaven and Earth Organization. Yun He was happy for him in her heart. Although she didn't know why Su Yan became the Monster Palace's palace master, she was still happy for him. Now that she suddenly heard this person's voice, she couldn't help but frown. Looking at the person, she saw that it was the sect master of Lei Tang's sect, Lei Wanjun, who talked back to her that day. Her face became even uglier. "I say, sect master Lei, this Monster Palace came from afar. Why are you here?" They came from afar and they came from afar. Lei Wanjun didn't give Yun He any face. He sneered and said, "I think everyone knows what kind of existence the Monster Palace is. Everyone in the Monster Palace is a monster. It's fine if they are in the East Sea, but now they dare to come to our 5 counties. This is absolutely unacceptable." "Lei Wanjun, what do you mean by this?" This time, without waiting for Yun He to speak, Spiritual Master Heaven Sword jumped out and shouted. After all, Spiritual Master Heaven Sword recognized Su Yan. "What do I mean by this?" Lei Wanjun faced Spiritual Master Heaven Sword without a trace of fear. He sneered and said, "Spiritual Master Heaven Sword, you have always said that this Su Yan is a disciple of your sword collection tomb. How did he suddenly become the Monster Palace's palace master?" When Reverend Tian Jian heard Lei Wanjun's words, he did not know how to reply for a moment. Instead, he threw a pleading gaze toward Su Yan. After all, he was unaware of Su Yan's situation in the Supreme Demon Palace. However, before Su Yan could speak, Lei Wanjun sneered and said, "Why can't you answer? Disciple of the sword collection tomb? I think this person is also a monster." Now that he dares to come here, he must be expelled and returned to the East Sea. After all, everyone didn't have a good impression of the Monster Palace. Yunhee also didn't know how Su Yan became the Monster Palace's palace master. For a moment, she didn't know how to answer. For a moment, her anger became extremely embarrassing. Seeing this, Lei Wanjun sneered and said, "Why doesn't anyone express their opinion? Then I will say it. Today, this Monster Palace must be expelled." Dong Qinghao and Ratli didn't say that they were from the Monster Palace when they came to the Heaven and Earth organization. They didn't expect these people to have such a strong opinion of the Monster Palace. It was only now that they truly understood why the Supreme Demon Palace still remained in the Eastern Sea when it was at its peak in the past. Seeing that Su Yan didn't say anything, the two of them couldn't help but become anxious. Everyone turned to look at him. Su Yan just stood there and looked at Lei Wanjun with a playful expression. When he didn't say anything, he asked, "Are you done?" When Lei Wanjun heard Su Yan's words, he was stunned and couldn't help but say, "I'm done." "Okay, if you're done, then it's my turn." Su Yan smiled coldly and explained how he left the hidden sword tomb and joined the Monster Palace. Of course, he ignored some of the details. He just told everyone that Su Yan didn't betray the hidden sword tomb. Then, he announced the death of Queen Consort Chu, as well as how he inherited the position of Supreme Demon Palace's Palace Lord, lost the position of Supreme Demon Palace's Palace Lord, and regained the position of Supreme Demon Palace's Palace Lord. After that, Su Yan didn't rush to continue. Instead, he waited for everyone to recover and then continued, "I think everyone knows why I joined the Monster Palace." Everyone was surprised by Su Yan's experience. When they heard Su Yan's words, they couldn't help but nod. Seeing everyone nod, Su Yan's face suddenly sank. He looked at Lei Wanjun and shouted, "If I'm not wrong, you're the Thunder Sect's sect master Lei." "That's me." Lei Wanjun touched his beard and turned his head. He didn't put Su Yan in his eyes at all. When Su Yan saw this, he smiled disdainfully and said, "Sect Master Lei, you keep saying that the Monster Palace belongs to the Monster Clan. Have you ever seen the Monster Palace do anything for the Monster Clan?" When Lei Wanjun heard Su Yan's question, he didn't know how to answer for a moment. He just smiled coldly and said, "The Monster Palace belongs to the Monster Clan. This is something that everyone knows. What else do you need to know?" "Sect Master Lei, I'm just asking if you saw anything. Just answer me like that," Su Yan said with a gloomy face. "Do." Lei Wanjun was about to get angry when he heard Yunhee cough. Because of Yunhee's strength, he obediently answered, "I didn't see anything, but what nonsense are you talking about if you didn't see anything? You're the sect master of the Thunder Sect. How can you be so shameless and talk nonsense?" When Su Yan heard Lei Wanjun's answer, he didn't give him any chance to speak. He directly shouted, "Since we didn't do anything for the Monster Clan, why do you keep saying that the Monster Palace belongs to the Monster Clan?" Chapter 407. We are the Supreme Demon Clan. Su Yan's words were sonorous and forceful. There was also a faint sense of majesty that was being emitted, causing everyone to be stunned. Everyone, whether they knew Su Yan or not, knew Su Yan. At this moment, they couldn't help but look at this young man in his early 20s with a whole new level of respect. The Leitang sect's sect master, Lei Wanjun, looked at Su Yan with a gloomy expression. At the same time, there was a faint surge of anger in his chest. After all, regardless of the Monster Palace's matter, or something else. In his eyes, Su Yan was only a junior. In other words, Su Yan was only an ant in Lei Wanjun's eyes. And such an ant actually dared to talk back to him in public. To Lei Wanjun, this was definitely a great humiliation. What a supreme demon clan. However, because there were other people in the hall, Lei Wanjun couldn't directly flare up. Instead, he looked at Su Yan and sneered, "Supreme Demon Clan. Fine, I admit that your Monster Palace is a Supreme Demon Clan, but..." When Lei Wanjun spoke to this point, he suddenly paused. The corners of his mouth revealed a trace of an evil smile. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "But even so, you, Su Yan, do not have the qualifications to participate in my Qianyun Alliance's meeting." "Lei Wanjun, what do you mean by that?" Enlightened Master Heaven's sword jumped out when he heard Lei Wanjun's words. What do I mean? Lei Wanjun completely ignored Enlightened Master Heaven's sword's anger and sneered, Heaven's sword, I know this kid came from your hidden sword tomb, but even so, you can't protect him like this. After saying that, Lei Wanjun ignored Enlightened Master Heaven's sword and slightly cupped his hands to Yunhe, Sect Master Yun, we are the Qian Yun Alliance. When we first formed the alliance, we had an agreement that any sect that has a Radius Realm powerhouse who rebelled can join. However, does the Supreme Demon Palace have any experts at the origin boundary? Lei Wanjun stared at Su Yan as a mocking smile appeared on his face. When Yunhe heard Lei Wanjun's words, she couldn't help but frown. After all, what Lei Wanjun said made sense. When the various sects formed an alliance, there was a rule that every sect must have at least one Yuan realm expert. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Who said? Dong Qinghao was excited and wanted to say something. However, before he could finish speaking, he was stopped by Su Yan. Dong Qinghao originally wanted to say something, but when he saw Su Yan shake his head and look into his deep eyes, he seemed to have understood something, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into his signature smile. Su Yan took a step forward and looked at Lei Wanjun meaningfully. Sect Master Lei, I would like to ask you a question. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't give me this. Lei Wanjun was publicly contradicted by Su Yan, so he was full of anger. If it weren't for the fact that there were still people here, Lei Wanjun would have already hit Su Yan. Su Yan didn't care about Lei Wanjun's expression. He nodded calmly and said, Sect Master Lei, my question is actually very simple. If a spiritual sea realm cultivator defeats a circle state cultivator, does that mean he has the qualifications to join this alliance? What? When Lei Wanjun heard Su Yan's words, he suddenly laughed. Haha, Su Yan, are you joking? A spiritual sea realm cultivator defeating a circle state cultivator? Are you trying to make people laugh to death? Su Yan didn't care about Lei Wanjun's words. He smiled coldly and said, Sect Master Lei, you don't have to care if it's a joke or not. I'm just asking if it's okay? Of course it's okay. When Lei Wanjun heard Su Yan's words, he immediately looked at the confident expression on Su Yan's face and immediately understood. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Su Yan, don't tell me you want to challenge the strong cultivators of the origin state? That's right. Su Yan said, and a ray of light suddenly surged in his eyes. Ha, what a joke. Lei Wanjun laughed loudly. He then looked at Yunhe and said, Sect Master Yun, this kid wants to die. What do you think? Yunhe looked at Su Yan and couldn't help but frown. After all, when Su Yan just came in, he already knew that Su Yan was only a spiritual sea realm cultivator of the 8th level. Although he had always thought that Su Yan was a rare talent, At the same time, many miracles had happened to Su Yan. But after all, it was a bit far-fetched for a spiritual sea realm cultivator of the 8th level to challenge a circle state cultivator. For a moment, Yunhe didn't know how to choose. Looking at Yunhe's troubled expression, Su Yan smiled and said, Sect Master Yun, this concerns the honor of our monster palace. I hope Sect Master Yun can agree. When Yunhe heard Su Yan's words, he couldn't help but sigh. He said helplessly, Su Yan, since it's like this, then fine. Coincidentally, there is someone in the Heaven and Earth organization who just entered the circle state yesterday. He will be your challenger. As soon as Yunhe's voice fell, an area sphere realm powerhouse walked out. When Lei Wanjun saw that it was someone from the Heaven and Earth organization, his expression became a bit ugly. This was the first time he had met Su Yan. But as the sect master of the Leitang sect, he had naturally heard of some things about Su Yan. He also knew that Su Yan had some relationship with the Heaven and Earth organization. He was afraid that the Heaven and Earth organization people would be biased. But since Yunhe said so, he didn't say anything. Although he dared to talk back to Yunhe, he didn't say anything. However, that did not mean that he was not afraid of Yunhe. After all, Yunhe was in the Dragon Realm. Dragon Realm, even 10 Lei Wanjun wouldn't be a match for him. He just glanced at that person and snorted, this concerns the strength of the alliance. You can't be biased. Of course, of course. That person smiled. His eyes flowed with an evil aura. He didn't think of being biased at all. Because after Su Yan said those words, he felt a wave of anger. He was a circle state cultivator who had just entered the circle state yesterday. He knew too well the difference between the spiritual sea state and the circle state. It was simply impossible for a spiritual sea state cultivator to defeat a circle state cultivator. So now, he wanted to teach Su Yan a lesson more than Lei Wanjun. Su Yan. However, just as he was about to ask Su Yan for advice, he didn't even take a step forward. However, Su Yan shouted, "Hold on." When everyone heard Su Yan's words, they couldn't help but feel confused. Lei Wanjun even mocked, "What? Are you afraid?" Su Yan shook his head and smiled evilly, "I'm not afraid. The person I want to challenge isn't him. It's you." What? Once Su Yan's words came out, the whole place immediately exploded. He wanted to challenge Lei Wanjun. Was Su Yan crazy? Spiritual Master Heavensword had seen Su Yan's strength and had always believed in Su Yan. However, when Su Yan said this, he couldn't help but be shocked. He pulled Su Yan and said, "Su Yan, you're crazy. Lei Wanjun is a rank 2 circle state cultivator. Moreover, he's the sect leader of Leitang's sect and has been famous for a long time. You?" Su Yan didn't wait for Spiritual Master Heavensword to finish his words. He waved his hand and smiled, "Sect leader, why don't you believe in me?" When Spiritual Master Heavensword heard Su Yan's words, he was speechless and didn't know how to persuade him. Looking at Su Yan's surging eyes, he shook his head helplessly and retreated to the side. When Yunhee saw this, she also persuaded, "Su Yan, you just need to prove that you're qualified to join our Qian Cloud Alliance. There's no need to challenge sect leader Lei." No. Su Yan shook his head and smiled, "Sect leader Yun, I'm confident." When Yunhee heard Su Yan's words, she didn't know how to persuade him. She sighed helplessly and looked at Lei Wanjun, "Sect leader Lei, this is a competition. You mustn't be ruthless." Of course. Lei Wanjun replied to Yunhee. When he looked at Su Yan, his eyes were surging with thick killing intent. He was still worried that he wouldn't have the chance to teach Su Yan a lesson. Now, Su Yan had come knocking on his door. Lei Wanjun was naturally happy. However, he was more furious than happy. He felt that Su Yan, who was only at the spiritual sea realm, wasn't qualified to challenge him. "Su Yan, since you're so confident in challenging me, then make your move. Lei Wanjun, will give you 3 moves." Lei Wanjun took a step forward and said to Su Yan with a strong sense of righteousness. Su Yan wasn't in a hurry. He smiled and said, "No, since it's a competition, it should be on the fighting stage. How can I fight here?" "There's no need for such trouble." Lei Wanjun waved his hand and said, "Su Yan, you're only at the spiritual sea realm of the 8th stage. I'll give you 3 moves. If I can defeat you in 1 move, then it's fine here. See you on the fighting stage." Su Yan waved his hand and directly walked out. When he reached the door, he even provoked Lei Wanjun, "Sect leader Lei, if you dare to come, then come. If you don't dare, then forget about it." What? When Lei Wanjun heard Su Yan's words, he was furious and shouted, "Su Yan, you're courting death." As he spoke, Lei Wanjun also walked out of the main hall. After all, Su Yan had already said so. If he, Lei Wanjun, didn't go, wouldn't his reputation be ruined? Seeing that the 2 of them had gone out, everyone followed them out. Su Yan had been waiting on the fighting stage for a long time. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and he looked indescribably valiant. Yun Wanxi's heart couldn't help but tremble. When she saw Lei Wanjun on the fighting stage, she was even more worried. She knew Lei Wanjun's strength very well. In fact, it wasn't just her. Spiritual Master Sky Sword, Yunhee, and the others were also worried. Their cultivation techniques were faintly activated, and they were ready to help at any time. Dong Qinghao, Rat Li, and the others were also worried. After all, Lei Wanjun was at the spiritual sea realm of the 2nd stage, and Su Yan was only at the spiritual sea realm of the 8th stage. A spiritual sea realm of the 8th stage against a spiritual sea realm of the 2nd stage. If it were anyone else, they would have started to mock. However, when they saw that it was Su Yan, they didn't know why, but they felt that a miracle would happen. Of course, this was only for them. Most people were disdainful. Chapter 408. Not only did the crowd not believe it, but they also sighed. Looking at Su Yan, they were also a little angry. After all, most of the people present were at the area sphere realm, and a mere 8th stage spiritual ocean realm warrior dared to challenge them. This was definitely a humiliation to them. Especially that area sphere realm warrior from the Heaven and Earth organization, he felt an unprecedented anger. Originally, he was the one who issued the challenge. However, Su Yan didn't accept the challenge. If Su Yan was afraid, then so be it. However, Su Yan challenged Lei Wanjun, which was definitely a great humiliation to him. If it wasn't for Yun He and the others, he would have already shouted for Lei Wanjun to kill this arrogant brat. Arrogant. In fact, Su Yan was very clear about what arrogance was. The reason why he was arrogant was because he was confident. Su Yan, it's not too late for you to regret now. Lei Wanjun really wanted to teach Su Yan a lesson, but now that he was standing on the martial stage, he became righteous. Seeing Lei Wanjun like this, Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. Sect leader Lei, just make your move. Don't pretend to be benevolent. Alright Brett. Since you want to die, don't blame me. Lei Wanjun originally wanted to teach Su Yan a lesson and let Su Yan back off. Who knew that Su Yan would still be like this? A surge of anger surged in his heart. Immediately, he circulated the cultivation technique in his body. Su Yan, make your move. I'll give you 3 moves to prevent others from saying that I'm bullying the weak. N. Su Yan nodded. He didn't reject this. Although Su Yan was confident, he was well aware of who he was facing. Lei Wanjun, the famous sect leader of the Thunder sect in the 5 counties. Just like what Heaven Sword said, the Thunder sect wasn't just a 2nd stage area sphere realm warrior, they were stronger than ordinary 2nd stage area sphere realm warriors. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to challenge Yun He. Because of this, he felt that he was indispensable in the Qian-Yun alliance. Therefore, he dared to challenge Yun He. Su Yan was well aware of this. Although he wanted to challenge Lei Wanjun, he did not dare to be careless. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, he would capsize in the gutter. 3 moves. 3 moves was definitely an opportunity. Su Yan did not hesitate. He slapped his bag of holding and took out the Ghost Howl sword. As soon as the Ghost Howl sword appeared, a whistling sound immediately rang out, and a burst of black light surged. Sect leader Lei, you've admitted it. Su Yan shouted in a low voice as his pupils contracted. The great sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body started to circulate rapidly. Like a ghost, his body leapt out, and his sword slashed down like a mad dragon bursting out of the sea. At this moment, the absent-minded crowd below couldn't help but tremble. So fast? How can a spiritual sea realm warrior of the 8th level be so fast? Is this still a spiritual sea realm warrior of the 8th level? Those area sphere realm warriors who were disdainful of Su Yan earlier were all dumbfounded when they saw Su Yan make his move. Lei Wanjun, who was standing on the stage, saw Su Yan's move and his body trembled. His eyes were filled with astonishment. How is this possible? How can he be so fast? Lei Wanjun didn't dare to be careless. The cultivation technique in his body started to circulate rapidly. His figure quickly flew back, barely avoiding Su Yan's move. However, at this moment, suddenly, 2 crimson rays of light flew out from Su Yan's eyes. The speed of the 2 rays of light was even faster than Su Yan's speed. Like a flash of lightning, it was even more unexpected. Swoosh! It was already in front of Lei Wanjun. Lei Wanjun couldn't help but stare blankly. His previous fear of Su Yan had completely disappeared at this moment. The cultivation technique in his body started to circulate rapidly. His body didn't dare to stop at all as he hurriedly moved back. Unfortunately, the speed of Su Yan's 2 attacks was too fast, plus it was really unexpected. Lei Wanjun's figure was still a bit slower. Swoosh! A crisp sound was heard. A corner of Lei Wanjun's clothes was cut off. Although it was just a corner of his clothes, it was enough. A spiritual sea realm warrior of the 8th level actually had his clothes cut off by a spiritual sea realm warrior of the 2nd level. This was absolutely humiliating. However, Su Yan's body still didn't stop. Suddenly, a move swept out. A powerful spirit chi swept down, stirring up the air and creating a huge sound. Everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that Su Yan was of the 8th level of the spiritual sea realm. How could a spiritual sea realm warrior of the 8th level make such a fast attack? How could a spiritual sea realm warrior of the 8th level have such a fast speed? Everyone was astonished. Some of the spiritual sea realm warriors who thought Su Yan was arrogant just now couldn't help but blush. Those spiritual sea realm warriors were even more astonished. Lei Wanjun was also greatly shocked. He never thought that Su Yan's 3 moves would be so fierce and fast. It was done in one breath without any pause. Even though he was of the 2nd level of the spiritual sea realm, he couldn't help but be shocked in these 3 moves. He was very clear that if he could make a move now, he would definitely be able to block Su Yan's attack. However, he just had to agree to let Su Yan have 3 moves first. Moreover, this was something that everyone heard. Lei Wanjun gritted his teeth and rolled on the ground. Although he was in a sorry state, he still avoided Su Yan's attack. 3 moves have passed. Lei Wanjun avoided Su Yan's attack and didn't dare to be careless. He flipped over and got up. The cultivation technique in his body started to circulate. A powerful force surged up. Suddenly, he waved his hand towards Su Yan. Su Yan already knew that after these 3 moves, Lei Wanjun would definitely attack first. He circulated the cultivation technique in his body and a powerful spiritual power shook the ground. His whole body suddenly jumped up and avoided Lei Wanjun's attack. Su Yan, you really have the right to be arrogant. Lei Wanjun also jumped up and stood in front of Su Yan as he circulated the cultivation technique in his body. Sect Master Lei just admitted it. The corners of Su Yan's mouth curled into a slight smile. However, he was extremely vexed in his heart. After all, within 3 moves, Su Yan had only cut off the corner of Lei Wanjun's clothes. He did not do anything to Lei Wanjun. In this way, Su Yan would not be able to find any advantage in the following battle. This made Su Yan re-evaluate Lei Wanjun. Strong, really strong. At least, he was stronger than the average stage 2. No wonder Lei Wanjun had the right to be arrogant. Su Yan, I just wanted to teach you a lesson, but after seeing your 3 moves, I decided to give you a chance. Surrender. Lei Wanjun looked at Su Yan and said calmly, Surrender. Su Yan heard Lei Wanjun's words and couldn't help but laugh. Yes, surrender. Lei Wanjun said, Su Yan, surrendering now will greatly benefit you. After all, in everyone's eyes, you've embarrassed me so much. You've already won, haven't you? And I, Lei Wanjun, admit that if I want to defeat you, I will have to use all my strength. Swords have no eyes, let alone spiritual power. So, I don't want to hurt you. If you surrender, I won't make things difficult for you in Monster Palace. Lei Wanjun didn't deliberately hide his words. When the people below heard his words, they were all surprised. A 2nd order boundary master, and a 2nd order boundary master like Lei Wanjun at that. He actually needed to use his full strength to deal with an 8th stage spiritual ocean realm warrior. Just as Lei Wanjun had said, even if Su Yan surrendered now, he had already won. Su Yan originally hated Lei Wanjun, but after hearing Lei Wanjun's words, he felt that this person was pretty good. At least he dared to admit to himself. Su Yan knew this as well. Just as Lei Wanjun had said, if he were to surrender now, he would have already won. But surrender? In Su Yan's knowledge, it did not exist. Sect Master Lei, thank you for your kind intentions. However, I, Su Yan, have never surrendered. Please make your move, Su Yan said as he looked at Lei Wanjun. All right. When Lei Wanjun heard Su Yan's words, he didn't think that Su Yan was being arrogant. Instead, he admired him even more. Because this was what a real man should be like. This was the pride a king should have. Lei Wanjun didn't try to persuade Su Yan anymore. Instead, he turned his eyes and said, Su Yan, then I won't be polite. After he finished speaking, Lei Wanjuan's body suddenly emitted a dark green spiritual energy light as a powerful force surged out. At the same time, Lei Wanjuan's body leaped out and directly sent a palm strike towards Su Yan. Su Yan didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. After all, this was a second-order boundary master. The great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body quickly circulated, and his body quickly dodged. Under the powerful spiritual power, his whole body couldn't help but tilt to one side. However, at this moment, when Lei Wanjuan's palm was pushed away, a weapon suddenly appeared. This weapon was a huge hammer. The moment it appeared, it directly swung towards Su Yan. The huge hammer glided through the air, causing a loud explosion. Su Yan didn't expect that Lei Wanjuan's move was just a feint, and this was the real attack. Seeing the huge hammer quickly swinging towards him, he was shocked. The blood dragon pupil turned and hurriedly raised the ghost howl sword in front of him to block. Clang! The huge hammer hit the ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hand, causing a burst of fire. At the same time, with a loud bang, Su Yan's whole body was sent flying. The second-order boundary master is really powerful. Su Yan was instantly sent flying several meters away, and he felt his hand go numb. He couldn't help but admire Lei Wanjuan's strength. If he didn't have the blood dragon pupil, he probably wouldn't have been able to block Lei Wanjuan's move. Su Yan frowned as he stared at the boundless spiritual energy surging from Lei Wanjuan's body. He watched as Lei Wanjun leapt up. He waved the giant hammer in his hand, causing light to shine in all directions, causing the air to tremble. Su Yan didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. The blood dragon pupil spun, and his body jumped away. Lei Wanjuan's huge hammer missed, but he didn't stop. Instead, he swung it up and directly hit Su Yan. Bang! The huge hammer hit the ghost howl sword, and Su Yan's whole body was sent flying. Chapter 409. Not only that, but Lei Wanjuan's attack didn't stop. He leaped up, and the huge hammer in his hand directly chopped towards Su Yan's waist. As the huge hammer danced, countless spiritual lights erupted. The entire air seemed to tremble at this moment. Su Yan, be careful. Everyone looked at this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. Dong Qinghao and the others anxiously shouted at Su Yan. However, Lei Wanjuan's hammer was too fast. Even if Su Yan had the blood dragon pupil, he couldn't avoid it. Bang! The hammer smashed directly at Su Yan's waist. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. A cold smile appeared on Lei Wanjuan's face. Su Yan, you've lost. Pung! Just as he said this, a frosty light suddenly surged from Su Yan's body and wrapped around him, blocking Lei Wanjuan's hammer. What? Lei Wanjun couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this. Mysterious ice-cold shield. When Su Yan saw the astonished expression on Lei Wanjuan's face, he smiled faintly. A bright light immediately surged in his eyes. Immediately after, the ghost howl sword struck out, directly piercing towards Lei Wanjuan's shoulder. Lei Wanjun was shocked and hurriedly raised the giant hammer in his hand to block. Clang! The ghost howl sword collided with Lei Wanjuan's giant hammer. The powerful spiritual power burst out, and Lei Wanjun couldn't help but stagger back a few steps. Just as Lei Wanjun retreated, Su Yan's pupils shrank and the frosty light on his body receded. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual power light trembled. He waved the ghost howl sword in his hand and countless blades condensed at that moment. Torrential storm of rose flowers. Su Yan bellowed. At the same time, he waved his ghost howl sword. Countless sword blades rained down like a downpour. Bang! They hit the ground and made a trembling sound. Lei Wanjun hurriedly raised the giant hammer in his hand to block. Bang! Although Lei Wanjun was wielding his giant hammer and possessed boundless strength, under the barrage of pear blossom storm swords, Lei Wanjun was not having an easy time. He brandished his giant hammer as his body involuntarily retreated, under the strong attack of the torrential rain of pear blossoms. Lei Wanjun didn't even have a chance to retaliate. Lei Wanjun didn't have a chance to retaliate. Su Yan knew that this was his chance. Gripping the ghost howl sword in his hand, Su Yan took a step forward and directly pierced towards Lei Wanjun. The speed of the ghost howl sword was as fast as lightning. Seeing this, Lei Wanjun was shocked. He quickly circulated his cultivation technique and raised the giant hammer in his hand. 10,000 thunderbolts! Lei Wanjun let out a furious roar. Immediately, countless bolts of lightning coiled around the giant hammer. Like silver snakes, they directly blasted toward Su Yan. What? Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked. With a bang, his body was directly hit by the lightning. His body flew back dozens of steps. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. Then, Lei Wanjun waved the giant hammer in his hand and blocked Su Yan's torrential rain of pear blossoms attack. His body moved and directly swept toward Su Yan. Looking at Su Yan, a ray of light surged in his eyes. He swung his hammer at Su Yan and said, "You lost." Su Yan saw that the hammer was so fast. His eyes suddenly flashed and the spiritual power in his body suddenly leaped out. Black Ice Divine Shield. With Su Yan's angry shout, the frost light that had disappeared from Su Yan's body surged again. Bang! Lei Wanjun's hammer hit Su Yan's body, causing a loud bang. At the same time, a strong rebounding force shook Lei Wanjun's body and forced him to retreat a few steps. What? How is this possible? Lei Wanjun looked at Su Yan with a face of surprise. Just now, Su Yan used the Black Ice Divine Shield to block his hammer. Lei Wanjun was already shocked enough. How could he expect that Su Yan actually had such a strong defense? Moreover, this strong defense caused the blood in his body to surge. After several powerful attacks, Su Yan didn't feel much better. He was gasping for breath. Su Yan, you are really strong. If I wasn't the sect leader of the Lei Tang sect, I really wouldn't be your opponent. Lei Wanjun looked at Su Yan and said. The giant hammer in his hand slowly leaped up. In an instant, a ray of lightning flashed on the giant hammer. Su Yan, you are strong, very strong. But in the end, you still lost to me. Thunder's fury. Lei Wanjun waved his hands. Suddenly, he roared and raised the giant hammer in his hand. Bang! Immediately, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and directly exploded on Su Yan's head. What? Seeing this, Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked. He wanted to resist, but the lightning came too suddenly. In addition, Su Yan's spiritual power was too exhausted. Even with the blood dragon pupil, it was difficult to dodge. Bang! The bolt of lightning directly exploded on Su Yan's body. With a loud bang, the whole ground was blown into a deep pit. The powerful force swept out in an instant. Some of the warriors standing around couldn't help but take a few steps back. Did he lose? Su Yan, did he lose? Everyone looked at the stage in astonishment. Su Yan. While they were surprised, Dong Qinghao and the others came to their senses. They cried and wanted to rush up the stage. After all, Lei Wanjun's move was too powerful. They were really afraid that Su Yan would have an accident. Lei Wanjun didn't care about this. His body went soft and he knelt on the ground with a bang. Looking at Su Yan in the deep pit, a smile appeared on his face. Su Yan, you lost. Roar. However, at this moment, a dragon's roar suddenly erupted from the deep pit. Then, a ray of light rushed up. The huge dragon's body rushed up and flew directly toward Lei Wanjun. This is... Lei Wanjun was shocked. He wanted to raise the giant hammer to resist, but the dragon's speed was too fast. Lei Wanjun couldn't react at all. The huge dragon's claw directly hit Lei Wanjun's head. Seeing this scene, Lei Wanjun's pupils shrank. Ah! He let out a scream. However, the moment the dragon's claw was about to hit him, it suddenly stopped and spat out a sentence from the dragon's mouth. Sect Master Lei, you lost. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zichen nodded. The dragon's body disappeared and turned into Su Yan's appearance. Su Yan fell to the ground and fainted. Su Yan, it's Su Yan. Only now did everyone realize that the dragon's body was Su Yan's. Thinking of that powerful strength, everyone's face was filled with astonishment. Especially Lei Wanjun. Looking at Su Yan who fell in front of him, a bitter smile appeared on his face. He looked at Su Yan and said, I lost, I really lost. Lei Wanjun was very clear that if Su Yan didn't show mercy, he would have been smashed to pieces. Lei Wanjun stood up and shouted, Lei Wanjun, lost to Su Yan. Hearing Lei Wanjun's shout, Zhang Wuji's eyes widened. Everyone woke up from their astonishment and the whole place was in an uproar. Su Yan, a level 8 Spirit Sea Realm warrior, defeated a level 2 Circumference Realm warrior. How is this possible? How is this possible? Everyone didn't believe it, but the truth was in front of them and they had to believe it. Although Su Yan had fainted at this moment, everyone looked at Su Yan and could not help but feel respect. There was no longer any ridicule in their hearts. Especially the Circumference Realm warrior who wanted to challenge Su Yan. Now, he understood that Su Yan wasn't arrogant, but true strength. Although Su Yan won, he was badly injured. Fortunately, this was the Heaven and Earth Organization. The Heaven and Earth Organization was the #1 sect in the 5 counties. The fog technique was the best healing technique. Yunhe personally treated Su Yan. In a few breaths, Su Yan had recovered. Although he hadn't fully recovered, at least he was awake. Su Yan, you won, I lost. Lei Wanjun saw that Su Yan had woken up and walked to him. Su Yan was not modest. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he asked, Sect Master Lei, then does my Supreme Demon Palace have the qualifications to join this alliance? Yes, you are definitely qualified. When Lei Wanjun heard Su Yan's words, he hurriedly nodded and said, Su Yan, not only is your monster palace qualified to join this alliance, but you're also a true Supreme Monster Clan. After speaking, Lei Wanjun immediately walked to the front of the crowd and said loudly, Lei Wanjun, swear in the name of the Leitang sect's master that from now on, Monster Palace is my Leitang sect's ally. Whoever offends Monster Palace is my Leitang sect's enemy. Su Yan chose to challenge Lei Wanjun not only to join the Yunqian alliance, but also to prove Monster Palace's name and let him know the existence of the Supreme Monster Clan. But it was just to let everyone know. He never expected Lei Wanjun to directly announce an alliance with Monster Palace. This was something that Su Yan never expected. At the same time, Sky Sword Spiritual Master also took a step forward and walked to the front of the crowd and said, Sky Sword Spiritual Master, swear in the name of the Sword Catacombs Master that from now on, Monster Palace is my Sword Catacombs ally. If anyone wants to challenge Monster Palace, it's equivalent to challenging my Sword Catacomb. Although everyone was from the Yunqian Alliance at this moment. However, the establishment of the Qian Cloud Alliance this time was more to deal with the Black Fiend Alliance. It could be said that this alliance only tied everyone together for the sake of benefits. After this matter was over, which sect should belong to which sect would still belong to which sect. But the alliance between the Sword Catacomb, Leitang sect, and Monster Palace was a true alliance. The meaning was not because of benefits. When Su Yan heard that the Sword Catacomb, Leitang sect, and Monster Palace had formed an alliance, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. Dong Qinghao and Rat Li, who were also disciples of Monster Palace, were even more excited. In fact, Su Yan was not a true Supreme Monster Clan. They were the true Supreme Monster Clan. They knew too well how difficult it was for the Supreme Monster Clan to establish a foothold in the 5 counties mainland. But today Su Yan did it. He made the Supreme Monster Clan establish a foothold in the 5 counties mainland. Chapter 410. Only the people of Monster Palace could understand the hardships that the Supreme Monster Clan had to go through to gain a foothold in the 5 counties. Dong Qinghao and Rat Li couldn't help but tear up. They looked at Su Yan with eyes full of gratitude. They were the Supreme Monster Clan, and they knew the pain of having to stay in the East Sea because of Monster Palace. They couldn't even lift their backs up in the 5 counties. But at this moment, they could. They could truly stand in the 5 counties. They could loudly tell everyone that they were the Supreme Monster Clan, and not monsters. Su Yan, no, Palace Master. Rat Li hugged Su Yan emotionally and kept sobbing. For a moment he didn't know what to say. After a while, he let out a sigh of relief and said, Palace Master, I'll go back to Monster Palace and report to everyone in Monster Palace. Rat Li turned around and left after he finished speaking. Su Yan wanted to stop him, but he was stopped by Dong Qinghao. Su Yan, let him go. We have to let the entire Monster Palace know about this happy thing immediately. Okay. When Su Yan heard Dong Qinghao say so, he nodded and didn't say anything else. After all, this was indeed a big matter for Monster Palace, and Ratley was now in the 5th stage spiritual sea realm. He was also an expert of his generation in the 5 counties, so there was no need to worry about him. Watching him leave, Su Yan also let out a sigh of relief. After all, when he took over the position of Monster Palace Master, he had already made up his mind to make Monster Palace stand above the 5 counties. For so long, Su Yan had been carrying this burden. Now, it had finally been realized. Su Yan heaved a sigh of relief. Although Lei Wanjun and the others couldn't understand the feelings of Su Yan and the others at the moment, they could see the significance of this matter to Monster Palace from the expressions of Su Yan and the others. Until Su Yan and the others calmed down. Lei Wanjun stepped forward and said to Su Yan, "Palace Master Su, I, Lei Wanjun, have never admired anyone in my life, but I admire you." "You win." Lei Wanjun had lost to Su Yan, but he didn't show any signs of unwillingness. His words were even more heroic, and when he said, "I submit to you," it was even more magnanimous. Su Yan looked at him and smiled, "Sect Master Lei, you're too polite, too polite." Ha ha. The more Lei Wanjun looked at Su Yan, the more he liked him. When he heard Su Yan's words, he laughed loudly. He took out an item from his bag of holding and handed it to Su Yan. "This is..." Su Yan looked at the item that Lei Wanjun suddenly gave him and couldn't help but frown. He didn't know what it was. When he took it and looked at it, Su Yan's body suddenly froze, and he hurriedly refused. "Sect Master Lei, this item is too precious. Su Yan can't accept it." "Precious?" When Lei Wanjun heard Su Yan's words, he couldn't help but laugh. He patted Su Yan's shoulder and said, "Su Yan, I dare to call you nephew. Nephew, this is the world of warriors, and the strong are respected. My Sound of Thunder sect is a noble sect. The 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill, Thunder Secret Art, is a rare divine skill. Unfortunately, because of the decline of talents in my Sound of Thunder sect, we can't display the true power of Thunder Secret Art. Only you." Lei Wanjun looked at Su Yan, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. His tone became heavier as he said, "Only you, Su Yan, can display the true power of Thunder Secret Art. Therefore, this Thunder Secret Art, even if you, Su Yan, don't accept it, I, Lei Wanjun, am begging you." Lei Wanjun was about to kneel down after saying that. This made Su Yan jump in fright, and he hurriedly supported Lei Wanjun. "Sect Master Lei, you're too polite. Su Yan will accept." Lei Wanjun nodded when he saw Su Yan put away the Thunder Secret Art. A smile returned to his face, and he patted Su Yan's shoulder. That's more like it, right?" The conversation between the two of them and the gift was not hidden from anyone. At first, no one knew what Lei Wanjun had given to Su Yan. But after hearing Lei Wanjun's explanation, everyone understood. Everyone was dumbfounded on the spot. The 10,000 Elephants Divine Skill was something many people dreamed of. Not to mention the Thunder Secret Art, a profound grade 10,000 Elephants Divine Skill, was a rare treasure. At the same time, the Thunder Secret Art was the Sound of Thunder sect's most precious treasure. And now, Lei Wanjun had actually given the Thunder Secret Art to Su Yan. How much courage did this require? Amidst the shock, everyone looked at Su Yan with envy in their eyes. However, amidst the envy, the Sword Burial Mound's sect master, Enlightened Heaven Sword, took a step forward and said, "Su Yan, you were originally a member of my Sword Burial Mound, but when you left, your cultivation was not strong enough, so I did not give you the Sword Burial Mound's 10,000 Elephants Divine Skill. Now that your cultivation is strong enough, as the Sword Burial Mound's sect master, I naturally can't keep it to myself." As Enlightened Heaven Sword spoke, he patted his storage pouch and took out a book, handing it to Su Yan. Su Yan looked at the 10,000 Elephants Divine Skill, immortal sword technique that Taoist Heavenly Sword handed over to him, and his eyes suddenly emitted a bright light. He did not stand on ceremony with Enlightened Heaven Sword. In fact, he was a little excited, and his hands were trembling as he received the 10,000 Elephants Divine Skill, immortal sword technique from Enlightened Heaven Sword. Thank you, Sect Master. When he received the immortal sword technique, Su Yen knelt down on the ground. The reason why he did not stand on ceremony with enlightened heaven sword was because he had always regarded the sword burial mound as his home. This 10,000 elephants divine skill in the sword burial mound was naturally something that Su Yen should have. Good. Enlightened heaven sword looked at Su Yen, stroked his little goatee, and helped Su Yen up with a gratified look. Looking at the 10,000 elephants divine skills in his hands, Su Yan's heart was surging. It was already rare for a martial artist to be able to master a single 10,000 elephants divine skill in his lifetime. But now, Su Yen actually possessed 10,000 elephants divine skills. Dong Cheng family's violent rain pear blossom. Thunder's secret art of Thunder sect. In addition, he now had the immortal sword technique in the sword burial mound. Which one of these 10,000 elephants divine skills was not a profound level 10,000 elephants divine skill? Which one of them was not a rare treasure? But now, all of them were gathered in Su Yan's hands. Everyone looked at Su Yen with envy in their eyes. At this moment, both those who knew and those who did not know came up to congratulate Su Yen. For a moment, all the focus in the training field was on Su Yen. In the end, it was Yun He who spoke. All right, now that we have confirmed Palace Master Su's identity, let's talk about the alliance. Hearing Yun He's words, everyone came to their senses one after another. The Qian Cloud Alliance and the Black Fiend Alliance were currently in a heated battle. After Yun He's words, everyone left the training field and headed to the inner hall of the main hall. Su Yen also put away the excitement in his heart and followed them into the main hall. At this moment, no one dared to stop him. The moment Su Yen walked in, some people consciously gave up their seats in the front row to Su Yen. Su Yen did not stand on ceremony. After all, it was just a seat. Moreover, the main reason he came today was not only about the Qian Cloud Alliance. He also wanted to sit in the front row and discuss with Yun He and the others. Su Yen, I've already heard about this matter from Reverend Heavensword. He said that this time around, it's the matter of the Black Fiend Alliance. However, as for the specifics, it's only after Reverend Heavensword said that you've understood. What do you think? Yun He asked Su Yen directly after he sat down. Su Yen did not stand on ceremony. He stood up and told everyone about the day he had obtained Master Puppet's memory. Reporting to Sect Master Yun, I obtained Master Puppet's memory and found out that the Heaven and Earth organization is only after the heart of hell. However, from Master Puppet's memory, I found out that the Black Fiend Alliance is after the Tai formation. Tai formation. When Su Yen mentioned the formation, the few radius boundary experts present stood up immediately. Lei Wanjun directly walked in front of Su Yen and looked at him excitedly. Su Yen, you said that the Black Fiend Alliance is after the Tai formation? Su Yen didn't know much about the Tai formation. Similarly, he didn't know why Lei Wanjun was so agitated. He nodded slightly and asked, according to the memories of Grandpa Puppet, this is indeed the case. Sect Master Lei, is there anything strange about this Tai formation? It's more than strange. Lei Wanjun said, anger surging in his eyes. He coldly snorted and said slowly, the Tai formation is an ancient formation in the legends. Yes, it was created by Tai Jinren. Unfortunately, Tai Jinren only created half of the Tai formation. After that, Tai Jinren died for some unknown reason. Since then, the Tai formation has become an invalid formation. And because the formation was invalid, its power changed completely and became one of the legendary 10 Great Ferocious Formations. 10 Great Ferocious Formations. When Su Yen heard Lei Wanjun's words, his eyes widened. Many others had the same expression as Su Yen. They looked at Lei Wanjun in a daze. Obviously, they did not understand the formation. Lei Wanjun looked at everyone's stunned expression and smiled proudly. Actually, I only saw the 10 Great Ferocious Formations in the records of the Sound of Thunder sect by chance. After all, it has been too long. When I saw it, I thought it was just a legend. I didn't expect the Tai formation to really exist. Lei Wanjun said with shock in his eyes. Obviously, he was afraid of the 10 Great Ferocious Formations. After calming himself down, he looked at Yun He and said, "Sect Master Yun, you are the sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization. I believe you should know about the existence of the Tai formation." "Yes, I know a little about it." Yun He nodded slightly and said, "At first, I also thought the Tai formation was a legend. Therefore, I never thought that the Black Fiend Alliance was here for the Tai formation. If that's the case, then these people want to—" As Yun He spoke, a worried look immediately appeared in his eyes. Chapter 411. How powerful is it? When Yun He and Lei Wanjun heard Su Yan's question, their facial muscles twitched involuntarily. Their eyes were filled with shock. Clearly, they still had lingering fears about the Tai formation, one of the 10 great ominous formations. The more they acted like this, the more anxious everyone became. Without waiting for Su Yan to reply, Sage Heavensword could not help but ask, "Sect Master Yun, Sect Master Lei, if the Black Fiend Alliance is really here for this formation, the two of you should stop keeping us in suspense. Why don't you tell us what this Tai formation is all about?" When Yun He and Lei Wanjun heard enlightened Master Heavensword's words, they exchanged glances. Then, Lei Wanjun slowly opened his mouth and said, "The Tai array formation that enlightened Master Tai created was originally created to predict the fate of the sect. Tai formation is divided into the Heavenly Dipper and Earthly Fiend. There are 108 formation eyes. The Heavenly Dipper is the main formation while the Earthly Fiend is the auxiliary formation. It absorbs the essence of the sun and moon, sets up the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation, activates the formation, and devises strategies to predict fate. This is the original form of the Tai formation." What a pity! When Lei Wanjun said this, he could not help but sigh. After his sigh, Yun He continued, "It's a pity that Tai Zhenren had already fallen when the Earthly Fiend was just formed. As a result, the Tai formation became an incomplete formation. Due to the formation's own power, this incomplete formation became one of the 10 great ominous formations." Sect Master Yun, what's the use of this incomplete formation? When Su Yan heard the two of them talking about the effects of the Tai array formation, he couldn't help but ask again. As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, Yun He and Lei Wanjun spoke at the same time. Absorbs the essence of the sun and moon to forge a blood demon's body. Absorbs the essence of the sun and moon to forge a blood demon's body. When everyone heard what the two of them said, they couldn't help but look surprised. Some of them even wanted to ask more questions. But before they could ask, Yun He waved her sleeves and said, "Well, it's hard for me to explain the Tai formation in such a short time. I can only say that if the Tai formation is really controlled by the Black Fiend sect, then I'm afraid the entire 5 counties will be controlled by the Black Fiend Alliance." When Yun He spoke until here, her eyes suddenly shrunk and a wisp of bright light surged out. A dignified aura suddenly surged out from between her brows. She waved her hand and said, "Everyone listen up. Now that we already know that the Black Fiend Alliance wants to seize the Tai formation, we will stop them. Right now, as the leader of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance, I appoint Lei Wanjun as the vanguard of this alliance. His main task is to investigate the Tai formation. All the other sects must listen to the orders of the sect leader of the Thunder sect, Lei Wanjun." Yun He's voice was as loud as thunder. At this moment, the power of the leader of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance bloomed from Yun He's body. Lei Wanjun never expected that Yun He would appoint him as the vanguard of the alliance. He was stunned at first, then he cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your trust, sect leader Yun He." Yun He nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. Instead, she looked at Su Yan and said, "Su Yan, in view of your outstanding performance, I, as the leader of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance, appoint you as the deputy leader of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance. When I'm not around, you will be in charge of the entire Heavenly Cloud Alliance." What? As soon as Yun He's words came out, the entire hall was in an uproar. Not to mention Su Yan's strength, Su Yan's age, which one of the people present wasn't Su Yan's senior. And now, Yun He actually wanted to appoint Su Yan as the deputy leader of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance. No one dared to believe it. Even Su Yan was surprised by Yun He's decision. When he regained his senses, he hurriedly stepped forward and said, Su Yan thanks you for your trust, Alliance Leader Yun. However, how can Su Yan take on such a heavy responsibility? Although Yun he was a supreme expert in the dragon realm, she had always been very easygoing. However, he had always given others the impression that he was very easygoing. However, at this moment he was decisive and domineering. Without waiting for Su Yan to speak, he waved his hand and said, "This is my decision. There is no need to discuss it further. The most important thing now is to find out if the Black Demon Alliance has found any clues to the Tai formation." After Yunhee finished speaking, she waved her hand and said, "All right, today's meeting ends here. Now, the vanguard, Lei Wanjun, and the deputy leader, Su Yan, will decide how to find clues to the Tai formation." After Yunhee finished speaking, Yunhee's figure flashed and disappeared from the hall, leaving behind a group of astonished people. Especially Su Yan. Although Su Yan had only met Yunhee a few times, it was Yunhee who saved Su Yan the moment he was trapped in the spirit communication array. Su Yan had some understanding of Yunhee. In his impression, although Yunhee was an expert of a generation, she was slightly indecisive in her actions. She was definitely not as swift and decisive as she was today. She did not even give people a chance to breathe and gave 2 big orders in a row. Strange. This Yunhee is definitely a little strange. Su Yan could not help but frown as he thought about it. Congratulations, Palace Master Su. Just as Su Yan was about to think carefully, Lei Wanjun stepped forward and congratulated Su Yan. Following that, the others also thanked Su Yan one after another. Some were sincere and, naturally, some were not. However, Su Yan did not care much about this. He dealt with it casually and then chatted with Lei Wanjun about some things before leaving the hall together. At this moment, 2 figures were standing in a dark corridor. In the darkness, it was impossible to see their faces clearly. However, amidst their heavy breathing, one could clearly hear the anger surging in one of their chests. The 2 of them stood there quietly for a long time. Finally, a cold snort broke the silence. Very good. I didn't expect Lei Wanjun to know about the existence of the Tai array. Not bad, not bad. Lord Demon Deity, this is indeed beyond my expectations. However, we can only blame that crazy master puppet from the Black Demon Alliance. If he did not fail to refine Su Yan as a puppet, this would not have happened, the other person said. Although it was dark, one could still feel the politeness in his words. Failed to refine a puppet? The black-robed man with a mysterious aura pondered for a while before a cold smile appeared on his face. He laughed out loud. This Su Yan is indeed quite capable. I did not expect him to grow to this extent in just a few short years after I failed to make him stay in the demon cave. Very good, very good. The mysterious person laughed and said, I was worried about finding a suitable body to prepare for my resurrection. Now, isn't this Su Yan the best body? The person standing in front of him was slightly stunned. Then he frowned and said, Lord Demon Deity, this Su Yan is a peerless genius. However, his strength is only in the spiritual sea realm. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to accommodate Lord Demon Deity's powerful soul. So what? The person who was called the Demon Deity waved his hand and laughed. This Su Yan was able to step into the spiritual sea realm in just a few months. Isn't it just a matter of time for him to step into the spiritual sea realm? At that time, with the help of the Tai array, it will be the day of the great demon deity's rebirth. It will be the day of the great demon clan's rebirth. Haha. The demon sovereign laughed heartily. After a long time, he landed. He looked at the person standing in front of him and said, The most important thing for you now is to help Su Yan step into the realm of circumference. As for the matter of the Tai formation, I will let the Black Fiend Alliance do it. Yes, Lord Demon Deity. Although a terrifying aura surged from the person standing there, he did not dare to be disrespectful in front of the Demon Deity. The moment the Demon Deity finished speaking, he hurriedly replied respectfully. Good, then you can go now. Remember, keep an eye on Lei Wanjun. I have great use for the spiritual sea realm. Don't destroy it. Yes, Lord Demon Deity. That person responded respectfully before retreating. At this moment, Su Yan was discussing the Tai E array with Lei Wanjun and the others. However, they did not come to any conclusion. In the end, they could only send people to watch the Black Demon Alliance and see if they made any moves. Su Yan also returned to the room that the Heaven and Earth organization had specially arranged for him. After Yunhe's appointment, the entire Yunxian Alliance received the news that Su Yan was appointed as the Vice Alliance leader of the Yunxian Alliance. Along the way, the disciples greeted Su Yan when they saw him. Some people were even more shocked when they saw Su Yan's young appearance. However, due to Su Yan's identity, they did not dare to say anything. Tai E Array, 10 Great Ominous Arrays, Vice Alliance Leader. When Su Yan returned to his room, his mind was still thinking about the Tai E Array formation that Yunhe and Lei Wanjun had talked about. Although Yunhe had said that the Tai E Array formation was difficult to explain in a short period of time, Su Yan was still thinking about it. However, for some reason, Su Yan felt that there was something strange about the Tai E Array. No, I have to ask the Thunder Sect Master clearly. Although he had just separated from Lei Wanjun, Su Yan still felt uneasy after thinking about it. In fact, Su Yan did not care much about the alliance. The reason why he came to the Heaven and Earth organization this time, in addition to informing everyone about the Tai E Array, was mainly about the Monster Palace. After joining the Heaven and Earth organization, Su Yan only expressed the Monster Palace's position. Su Yan originally wanted to express his position and return to the Monster Palace. After all, the 4 major items of the Monster Palace's 10,000 Devil Ancient Tree had not been found. Su Yan still wanted to look for the other 2 major items. Who would have thought that Yunhe would let him take the position of Vice Alliance leader of the Qianyun Alliance? The Qianyun Alliance was a large alliance of forces in the 5 counties. Many people dreamed of sitting in the position of Vice Alliance leader. However, Su Yan was not happy. It was not because of anything else. It was just because he was called Su Yan. He knew very well that he either did not accept the task, or since he had accepted it, he had to fulfill it. This was a promise that a man had. Moreover, the more Su Yan thought about it, the more strange the Tai E Array was. Chapter 412. No, I have to find Lei Wanjun and ask him about this. The more Su Yan thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. He was such a person. It would be fine if he didn't get involved in this matter. However, since he was already involved in this matter, and he was also the deputy leader of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance, he had to investigate this matter to the end. Just as he was about to step out of the room, Lei Wanjun came over. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Sect Master Lei, why are you here? Lei Wanjun looked at Su Yan's actions and smiled. If I didn't come, I'm afraid you would have come to find me. Su Yan was confused again. However, when Su Yan looked at Lei Wanjun's sharp eyes, he understood that Lei Wanjun was probably thinking the same thing as him. When Lei Wanjun saw Su Yan's expression, he chuckled and said, Su Yan, why aren't you inviting me in? At this moment, Su Yan suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly said, Sect Leader Lei, it was my negligence. It was my negligence. Please see him quickly. Lei Wanjun didn't stand on ceremony. He nodded and walked into Su Yan's room. He found a place to talk. When Su Yan came in, Lei Wanjun said, Su Yan, are you suspicious of the Tai E formation? Indeed. Although Su Yan did not know how Lei Wanjun had found out, Su Yan was certain that Lei Wanjun had come here today for today's matter. Moreover, from the moment he had defeated Lei Wanjun, Su Yan knew that Lei Wanjun had come here today. Lei Wanjun's magnanimity allowed Su Yan to have a better understanding of Lei Wanjun as a person. Although Lei Wanjun's words were sharp and harsh, he was definitely a person with the demeanor of a general. Therefore, Su Yan did not hide anything from Lei Wanjun. He told Lei Wanjun about his doubts. After hearing Su Yan's explanation, Lei Wanjun nodded in satisfaction. Good. That's right. Today, Yunhe and I haven't finished talking about the Tai E formation. As expected, the doubt in Su Yan's heart was acknowledged, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He then asked Lei Wanjun, Sect Master Lei, what is this Tai E formation? Why do those people from the Black Fiend Alliance want to obtain this Tai E formation? There's no rush. Seeing Su Yan's anxious expression, Lei Wanjun waved his hand and said, "Su Yan, let's avoid talking about the Tai formation for now. Let me tell you a rumor." "Yes." Although Su Yan was anxious to solve the confusion in his heart, he was also a calm person. He nodded, got up and poured a cup of tea for Lei Wanjun, and sat opposite him to listen. Every expert had their own temperament. If Lei Wanjun was placed in the 5 counties, he would definitely be ranked among the top 10 experts. After all, he was a rank 2 boundary realm expert. Naturally, he had his own temper. His temper was that he would not spoil anyone he disliked. For example, Yunhe was in the dragon realm. She deserved to be the number 1 expert in the 5 counties. Moreover, she was the leader of the Qianyun alliance. However, Lei Wanjun did not spoil her at all. He would still stand up to her. As for those he didn't like, he definitely wouldn't spoil them. Those he liked would be pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at them. Before Su Yan defeated him, Lei Wanjun didn't like Su Yan no matter how he looked at him. After all, there were too many stories about Su Yan in the 5 counties. Moreover, most of those stories were miracles. This made the proud Lei Wanjun very unhappy. This was also why Lei Wanjun made things difficult for Su Yan the moment he saw Su Yan. However, the moment Su Yan defeated him, Lei Wanjun's thoughts changed. From that moment on, he truly acknowledged Su Yan. He even gave his Sound of Thunder sects treasure to Su Yan. From this, one could see how much Lei Wanjun valued Su Yan. Today, Lei Wanjun did not think of hiding anything from Su Yan. When Su Yan served him tea, he took a sip and said, "Su Yan, have you heard of the legend of the Buddha Sword sect and the Devil sect?" The Buddha Sword sect and the Devil sect. Su Yan was startled by Lei Wanjun's words. Naturally, Su Yan knew about the Buddha Sword sect. After all, he was the only successor of the Buddha Sword sect. However, Su Yan had never heard of the Devil sect. Before Su Yan could say anything, Lei Wanjun continued, "Su Yan, it is not your fault that you have not heard of the legend of these 2 sections. After all, many people in the 5 counties have never heard of these 2 sections. The reason why I know about this is because I learned about the legends of these 2 sects by chance." Su Yan did not tell Lei Wanjun that he actually knew about the legend of the Buddha Sword sect and that he was the successor of the Buddha Sword sect. It was not that Su Yan did not trust Lei Wanjun, but Su Yan knew too well what the Buddha Sword sect represented in the Gan territory. This was also why Su Yan had not dared to use the Buddha sword ever since he left the hidden sword tomb. He was afraid that people would know that he was the successor of the Buddha sword sect. From the bottom of his heart, Lei Wanjun believed that Su Yan didn't know about the 2 sections. Therefore, he didn't pay attention to Su Yan and instead continued. This happened several tens of thousands of years ago, when the entire Gan territory was at its peak. At that time, every single martial artist had stepped into the legendary Venerable Realm, and there were even some that surpassed life and death, their lifespans equal to the heavens. Su Yan was the successor of the Buddha Sword sect. However, Su Yan only knew about the existence and power of the Buddha Sword sect. He still had many doubts about the Buddha Sword sect. He did not even know how powerful the Buddha Sword sect was at its peak. Now that he heard Lei Wanjun talk about the golden age of the Gan territory, the legendary world of venerables, his heart could not help but tremble. It should be known that in the 5 counties, even the dragon realm could be broken through, let alone the world of venerables. Moreover, during the golden age, the venerables could run rampant everywhere. Then, just how powerful was the world at that time? As Su Yan thought about it, he couldn't help but recall the memories of the Tide tribe back in the mortal village. Back then, weren't they also full of experts? Every single one of them had the power to split the heavens and earth? This caused Su Yan to be puzzled once again. Why would such a powerful era fall into decline? In the past, Su Yan thought that he knew the world very well. However, now that he had encountered one thing after another, Su Yan couldn't help but be puzzled. Just how big is this world, and how many people do I know? Lei Wanjun did not find the surprise on Su Yan's face strange. Instead, he felt that it was normal. After all, when he found out about these things at that time, he was also surprised for a long time. However, Su Yan disappeared in a flash. This was enough to prove that Su Yan was indeed a dragon among men and made Lei Wanjun feel gratified. After waiting for a while, he continued, Su Yan, you must be very puzzled as to why such a powerful world would decline, right? Yes. Su Yan did not hide it and nodded. Sect Master Lei, I really find it hard to believe that such a powerful world would decline. There is not even a single venerables in the 5 counties. Because of the Devil Sect. Devil Sect. When Su Yan heard Lei Wanjuan's answer, his eyes suddenly constricted and a red light surged in them. His face was filled with surprise. Devil Sect. He really could not believe that such a powerful world would decline because of a sect. Lei Wanjun looked at Su Yan's astonished expression and said with a faint smile, Su Yan, I know this matter is very difficult for people to accept, but if the records are correct, the entire Qian realm was weakened because of the Devil Sect. Sect Master Lei, what kind of place is this Devil Sect? Su Yan asked Lei Wanjun once more in a state of shock. Unfortunately, Lei Wanjun disappointed him. Lei Wanjun shook his head and sighed helplessly. I don't know what kind of existence it is. You don't know? This made Su Yan frown involuntarily. Lei Wanjun nodded. Looking at Su Yan's disappointed expression, he smiled and said, although I don't know what kind of existence the Devil Sect is, I know that the Tai Formation is related to the Devil Sect. The Tai Formation is related to the Devil Sect? Su Yan's eyes lit up when he heard Lei Wanjuan's words. Lei Wanjun nodded and did not keep him in suspense. Tai Zhenren created the Tai Formation to deal with the Devil Sect. However, before the formation was formed, the Devil Sect beat him to it. This caused the Tai Formation to change and become the Earth Terminus Formation. Earth Terminus Formation. Su Yan could not help but be startled. Lei Wanjun and Yun, he did not mention that the Tai Formation was now the Earth Terminus Formation. Lei Wanjun nodded. It is the Earth Terminus Formation. After all, this matter is too shocking. Although I knew about the Tai Formation before, I did not know about what you said when you returned. I'm afraid I wouldn't have thought of this. Su Yan nodded. He was not greedy and continued to ask, Sect Master Lei, what is the use of this Earth Terminus Formation? Why does the Black Demon Alliance want to get their hands on this Earth Terminus Formation? To revive the Devil Sect. What? Su Yan was stunned. He looked at Lei Wanjun in shock. Sect Master Lei, you said that the Earth Terminus Alliance wants to get their hands on this Earth Terminus Formation to revive the legendary Devil Sect? If my guess is right, that must be the case. Lei Wanjun nodded slightly. Guess.